is going to be your first LAN, Curly, but luckily you have some very experienced players with you. Reet, and of course, a former global champion in Cooper. What has this experience been like so far for you?
I mean, playing with the global championship winner has meant a lot to me. I mean, I'm playing with an official winner here. But it's been a great experience so far.
Was good, chat.
Yeah.
And Cooper, you've chosen to play with these guys. What's so special about this
We got
team?
17 minutes.
I think
until the
Curly
game
has a lot
start.
of potential. I think what Mero saw in me, I see in him. So I think he's going to be great in the future. You know, a great prospect. I think he's going to be really good.
And how do you feel about your chances of taking back the crown?
It's not looking great in terms of how I'm predicted, but the same thing happened in Copenhagen and I won. So we'll see how it turns out.
Quickly, very quickly, Reet, we've got to have some more positive words about winning.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're gonna win. I'm excited. I'm excited to go out here and play and do our best, you know, give it a shot.
Bien sûr, let's head to Benji.
Et oui, Frankie, je suis avec un nouveau trio. Les amis, Lyon, s'il vous plaît, du bruit pour Bolts, Rapid and Canada! Ooh la 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 la. Canada, how do you feel, man? I'm feeling amazing. I love France, baby. Let's go! Come on! Let's go! You're the GOAT that you think you are. Thank you, Canada. You have this experience from big stadium, big stage like today, but today it's different because of huge French atmosphere. Do you think you can handle the pressure? Pressure's all I need. I'm feeling good. I'm ready to win. Let's go, baby! Make some noise from Canada! And now, back to you, Frank.
Thank you. I had to find Aegis Acorn. You've been to many of these Fortnite global lands, but how does this one compare so far?
This is like nothing I've ever seen. This is the craziest land ever.
And how do you keep your focus in-game leading these guys when the crowd is so loud?
We're locked in, we're ready to win, and we're going to bring it home for M8.
And you're going to bring it home for America, potentially. Poyo, you could do the back-to-back.
It's your boys, King, Phaser, and PH Sin. After tearing up both Brazilian and NA lobbies throughout the year, they're here to wrap up the competition in style.
Say hello to Vortex, Fountain, and Goofy. Making it to Lyon was no easy feat, but these guys are coming in with lots of motivation to win it all.
Put your hands together for Pars, Pump, and Baka. NA West did not stand a chance against these guys this year. The question is if they can keep the same pressure in this lobby.
Better late than never. iJob, Cammy, and Hottie have made it to France. And with globals on the line, there's no time to waste. They're here to crush the competition for real.
The pride of Middle East, Hero, Halad, and FKS. Proving their worth throughout the year is tough, but proving it on the global stage is even tougher. It's time to lock in, boys.
Ooh, Lord. Sorry about that.
Make some noise for Clicks, Higgs, and Ianzo.
Oh, yeah.
Going home empty-handed just isn't an option, and with the trophy directly in sight,
Bro, they look like
these guys
they
are
like
bringing
they look like
their
they could be
A-game.
related. Low key.
Get loud for Murum, Wixie, and Buyuriru. Qualifying for Major 3 was just the start. With their eyes on the prize, they look to take the trophy home.
Mix and focus and Upwell in the building, everybody. And this trio's talent has brought them so far already. But it's time to go the distance. Let's see what they've got.
Bro. It's gonna be really good.
Walking in now, Art School and Salco, all the way from NA West with a major win. They're looking to bring their domination all the way to the global stage.
Give it up for Yuma, Koyota, and Rise. After dominating Asia this year, now they're ready to prove that they've got what it takes to win it all at the international level.
Ladies and gentlemen, Marius, Vanya, and Pixie with a strong home crowd behind them today. These guys are destined to go all the way. Pressure has never been higher.
So, obviously, I had to come and keep the seat warm for Vanya Bubu because I know there are a lot of fans here in France who cannot wait to meet this team. Here they come, Pixie in front. I know we have some Havoc fans here in Lyon.
That crowd is turned
You've
up.
been to
Holy.
many of these global lands. How great is it to know you have Havoc fans waiting to see you play?
It's amazing. It's the best ever.
And I know that you're going to put on a show for them. Let's come over here then. Marius, I know that Germany loves you, but now France
What's
loves
up?
you
I'm back.
too.
It was
What's
good
that
with you,
like?
bro.
It's amazing, bro. It's amazing. It's such a good feeling.
I can imagine. And Vanya, they call you Vanya Bubu. You spent a lot of time with the fans. What would you like to say to them here in France? Sometimes actions speak louder than words, which is why I'm gonna say, let's head to you, Benji.
Et merci, merci Frankie.
Bro, that
Je suis
crowd
avec
is
un
crazy out in
nouveau
France.
trio. Ils viennent encore des États-Unis. S'il vous plaît, du bruit pour Hicks, Helzo, and Clicks.
We called him Enzo.
Wow, 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 wow. Clicks, how do you feel, man?
I feel great. This is going to be the one. I'm bringing it home.
Il le dit, il vient pour gagner. Il est chaud, l'atmosphère lui fait pas peur. Il vient pour gagner. C'est top 1 ou rien pour Clicks. Clicks, we know that you land at Supernova, and I heard that Fredoxy helped to train you for the spawn. Tell me more about the story.
Yeah, he helped me train. Anybody who lands Supernova, you'll see what happens.
Pour faire simple, en fait, le trio de Clicks spawn atterrit dans la ville de Supernova et il y a un ami à lui, Fredoxy, qui l'a pendant des semaines entraîné gentiment parce qu'ils sont amis et c'est grâce en partie à Fredoxy qu'aujourd'hui Clicks se sent à l'aise et c'est pour ça qu'il spawn à Supernova. Last question, what's the objective? Only top one or nothing?
It's top 1 or nothing, and I got to make sure this crowd is repping the set. XF forever.
Du bruit, s'il vous plaît, pour Hicks, Helzo, and Clicks!
Wow.
I had to grab King from the Brazilian region, also representing
Dapper, what's up, bro?
Argentina here in Lyon today.
Bro, I don't
I've got
think the crowd
Ricardo
is
to
messing with
translate.
Blitz, bro.
King, you're so
kinda tough.
experienced on LAN that you won in Brazil and then went to North America because you're taking this so seriously. What did you learn from playing in a different region?
So, você foi para os Estados Unidos para melhorar. Por quê? O que você conseguiu tirar dessa viagem?
Ok. A gente foi para a NA porque é uma região muito diferente, muito melhor que a Brasil. Então fomos lá treinar para conseguir dar o máximo.
So
I'm just ready for
they
these
went
games
to
to
North
start.
America that
Should
has
be
a
good.
better quality. So they were able to have better practice and they should go up today the best they can do.
And you and Fazer are an experienced duo. Now, of course, you're playing as a trio. Do you think that trios is your favorite way to play this game?
Para mim, eu prefiro pouco mais duo, mas eu acho que o meu melhor nível é no trio.
So they like to play duo better, but they think that their trio is very strong.
I think you're going to be very strong. Thank you so much for talking to me. Obrigada, guys. Leon, please make some noise if you want to meet some more players. Vector Brick!
Walking in now, it's Shadow Sphinx and Muzz. The high-tier lobbies just could not contain them. And now it's time for them to unleash their true potential on
Bruh.
the global stage.
W's.
The terrors of EU, Flixie, Veto, and Vico, having established themselves among the best of the best, they only lack one thing, a trophy. This weekend, they look to take it all.
All the way from Asia, Razzle, Raito, and Tay-Tay. It's a long way from home, but the Major 2 champions are here to deliver the performance of a lifetime.
Hold up, it's Pablo, Fredoxy, and Chino. These guys have been on
Oh
fire
yeah, they going
this year. With
they
a
gonna be
Major
in
3
contention
championship under their
definitely.
belt, they're looking to continue that streak.
Show some love for Ping, Malabuka, and Watt. The venue may as well be
Chad Friesen and Mr. Savage. You know them, you love them, and now they're here to impress France this weekend. Let's see them climb to the top of that leaderboard.
Never count out at me because Snowy, Ryu, and Saad are here, and these guys mean business. Plenty of motivation, but now it's time to showcase that the Middle East is all about.
Domination is key for Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. A stellar year for the trio with all eyes on the trophy. They're not playing for second place here. It's all or nothing.
Hold on, it's Kazi, Tinka, and Aspect. Representing the Oshi region this weekend, these guys are here to ensure that they'll be remembered for more than just their potential.
Make some noise. It's Braids, Visuals, and a Minish. Crushing the competition this year and making it this far comes with expectations. Let's see if they can deliver.
Bienvenue on Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstad! After a year of causing chaos in lobbies on EU, now they're ready to bring the heat to Lyon on the global stage. It's showtime!
I have got players from two French teams here in Lyon. First of all, from Havoc, we have Rux! I can definitely hear the Havoc fans over here. Thank you, Ox. And over here, representing the Gentle Maids.
Yeah, I'm
we
back.
have Ping and
Sorry,
Malibu.
I just woke up not that long ago, so I'm like making breakfast and everything.
Malibu.
Yeah, that's why I'm
I
like
know it's going to be
going in
really
and out of
hard
the
for you to
camera.
hear you right now because the fans
But I'm
really
here
want
though.
to show
I'm
how
here.
much they love you. But do you have any words for them?
Guys, keep supporting us.
I can't wait to see how this first game gonna go. This is gonna be
Is
good.
that what you think? Qu'est-ce que vous pensez? Will they win today? I think the crowd are on your side today. One more question though. Do you think that Europe can face
I paused the game, bro. That's why I couldn't hear anything. Goodness.
I have one word for you. Chills. Okay, the way this audience is going crazy for these players, it's got me so excited. Seeing them now take their seats, interact, getting their thoughts. We're getting close to kicking off the competition. I guess the only question I have for you guys is, who do you think will end in the
Since you went to
top
college, you got a lot
5?
more views.
You know, let me start with you, Viv. You got
I mean,
a little, you got some
I guess.
insight. You put together a little list for us. Why don't you talk
You know,
us through
I'm
it?
just trying to
Yeah, I
be
guess
more
that's the big
consistent
question this
while I'm
weekend.
here,
Who
though.
is
That
going
is
to
something I
perform
can
well?
say.
I went ahead. I kept the NA bias going.
I think
I've got
consistency
Acorn, I've
matters.
got Idris, and I've got
But,
Boyo winning the whole thing. I mean, I've talked about it before. I
yeah.
think their situation is just too good. Uncontested.
Peter Bar
all
getting
12 games.
4th?
If that
I don't think he's
remains,
gonna get knocked
I
out of
think it
top
should be easy
10.
for
That's
them. The
I'm
only
at
thing
top
that
3.
people might be looking at is
I got him.
both kind of sneaking
I
in
don't
there.
know. I got.
They just seem so confident.
I don't know. I have to
Both
see how
playing
game
so
1 goes.
Kanad has been here before. I think they're going to sneak in.
I like your list. I think a lot of people are sleeping on Kanada's trio. I think they have a really good setup. I think Kanada understands what it means to be on this stage and this occasion. I think they could really surprise some people today.
Okay, all right. What about you, Levin? What's your top 5 looking like?
My top 5 is looking pretty similar, I'd say. Have we got any gentlemates in the building? Any gentlemates over here? Because I'm with you, Vivid. I think the team that's going to take it. I think it's going to gentlemates. I think it's going. Let's take a look at my top 5. Right now, I'm rocking with Acorn, Koyo, and Ages. I think when you look at how things are set up for them, it just looks too good. It looks too good.
Fair.
Koyo has that experience of winning. I think it's going to carry them. The crowd's going to carry them. I also got Marius Vanya Pixie in there. They've had such a strong year in EU. They've had adversity that they've overcome.
Oh, he put
Swizzy,
Peter
Queasy,
Bar
Mustache in
5th.
there. I think the team that maybe might surprise people in my list, I got Deemish, Dom, and Pix. I think these guys have been unbelievable all year over on EU. And they're a very new, inexperienced team. All 3 of these guys are playing at their first ever LAN right now. And so you might be thinking, Levin, how can you be so confident of these guys? Every time we've put them in a situation where we've gone, you're inexperienced, you shouldn't be able to perform, they over-deliver. And I think they'll do the same here this weekend.
Man, the list looks so good, guys. I am so excited, and we hope that if you were not able to join us here in person, that we hope that these roars from this crowd break through, that you can hear it, and in those moments, get excited with us. This is the Global Championship.
Yeah,
After 6 games today, another 6 tomorrow, we will have new champions, prize money, a trophy, Acts of Champions 3.0. It is crazy to think we are finally here. Are you guys hoping to see anything out of today? Maybe it's just something out of game 1. Maybe you're hoping to see a trio end well. What are you hoping to see today?
You know, Zeke kind of always asks me this question going into like each one of the majors, right? We spend a lot of time on the desk together, and there's really only one thing that I ever want when we jump into a competition like this.
They got the drop map next to them.
I want to be entertained, and I cannot lie. I don't think that it's
Fully
even
committed.
possible for me to not be entertained.
All I ever want is a good moment. That's all I ever want. I think we're going to see plenty of them across the next 12 games, but today I think we're going to see people
They
really
ain't even got
make their
Peter Bar in
mark on
top
this
3, bro.
lobby. Who's going to come out there and get that first win, man? I mean, that's always the most exciting part. You know, get the jitters out, get that first win out of the way, and then we start rolling.
Yeah, dude, again, it's like, you know, obviously there is definitely some players who have experience on land, but this crowd just changes everything. And especially, you got to think you have to come in so locked in. If something doesn't go your way and you're eliminated out of spawn, like you said earlier, you just have to sit there and watch everyone else take one step away from you closer to that trophy, right? So how are we going to try and keep mentals under control under these circumstances?
I mean, I've got no idea. How are you going to keep your voices under control, right? The players are kind of walking out. I'm over here trying to scream at them like, yeah, let's go. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I shouldn't do that so much. I don't know. I mean, I feel like even comping to your teammates might be a little hard sometimes, right? Especially when we get into the end game, right? The crowd's going to be popping off at every single one of those eliminations. That keeps happening.
What?
It's going to be crazy. There's definitely going to be some stage of adaptability for every single one of our players. I mean, we talk about it all the time, Levin, experience, but you can have experience for this.
And look, Vivid, you're someone who's played on amazing stages in your career, right? And I don't think you ever played in an atmosphere like this one, man. It's intense out here.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, that French
I
crowd
definitely
is
haven't.
like,
I think this one is going to go down in the history books, and we haven't even jumped into game number 1 yet.
it's
Man,
intense.
you were talking about game number 1.
There we go.
It is. The battle bus is ready to go. Once again, the pinnacle of Fortnite. The very best trios will now begin the fight to the top. Who will walk away as a global championship trio? Who will take hold of the Axe of Champions 3.0? And who will take home that unbelievable trophy? The competition starts right here, right now. Once again, Leo, let him know, because the competition starts here.
About to begin. What's up with the colors? But this France crowd is insane.
The time has come. The Fortnite Global Championship, Taco, all year long. 33 teams from around the world have been battling from major to major to major just to get the opportunity here. If it's not for the money, if it's not for the fame, it's to call yourself the best in the world.
It's all about that player pride, Jacob. We know just how much is truly contained amongst so many of these trios competing here today. But starting things off hot already, this is an off-spawn fight that we have been expecting to see. And what I really want to know is the shake-up, the outcome. Prodoxy trying to get that first touchdown. Prodoxy gets the first weapon.
Oh my God.
Sure enough, Nature's on the run. Still trying to see if he can score away from this, but Pablo, he's been taken down. Chino's falling too. It's Tayson with the comeback. Prodoxy trying to see if he can lock it down for his team, but Tayson determined to remove
Oh my God.
Prodoxy's team, and sure enough,
W's.
disaster strikes. Prodoxy's trio fully down and out for the count, and Tayson has claimed the area.
Already one of our contested fights, 1-0. And do you see this already? They're already not landing at Dystopia City. Everybody was talking about it. They heard the rumors. I kept my ears to the streets all week long to figure out what their game plan was. And scrims leading up to this weren't necessarily netting the best results. And now you see them already over towards Foxy Floodgates. And what this does not only affect Visuals, Braids, and Aminish. This also affects Agers, Acorn, and Pollo. This is the team. They typically trade off Surge into the distance. Now they're already disrupting the game plan.
Now the only ones, Veno, Flixie, Vico, they've got Rise in their sights, completely tackling all opposition here at Canyon Crossing. Rise doing what he can to try and stay alive,
It's getting
but
tense
entirely
already,
too many
bro.
players to overcome. Veno breaks right through, and that's gonna be the first knock. Another elimination tallied up here for Vico, Veno, and Flixie. Coyota, the sole survivor of this exchange.
And Coyota has pulled out a ton of tricks throughout his career, both online and in global events just like this. But early on in game number one, he's already being forced to play out some of those tricks. He has to disengage, stay alive a little bit longer, and try to have a chance back. But you hear the crowd in the background, Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache, uncontested at the Hive. And some are looking at this, could be one of the best POIs. You get the experience.
Bro, they look so young, bro. Like most of these pros literally are like in their early teens.
Elevation, Kelly and Mini Miner were
Like, he
breaking it
looks
down,
so
that way
young,
they can
bro.
start to
It's
build that
actually
base early and accumulate the Storm Surge, so that way later on in the game they could easily start to rotate around.
And most importantly of all, they're uncontested here at Hive. Whether that stays true throughout the course of this weekend,
I don't think they're gonna get. They're gonna get
determined
contested.
by how things develop.
Oh,
but
they're rolling
other
up on a
teams
fight.
Still caught up in a little
Oh,
bit
this is the
of
original
battle
All-Spawn fight, I
processing
believe.
at the start of this match. Dystopia City heating
I
up.
think.
Epic Whale, Paper, Victor V.
Oh, wait, no, it's
they
not.
made it very clear they had zero intentions of ever leaving this POI. So Tate, Raito, Razzle, they're gonna have to force some sort of a conclusion to this exchange before the third parties start to trickle in.
Yeah, and it's not just Cold and his trio that are over on this side of the map that they have to watch out for. You see a team at the bottom of your mini map. They can easily rotate towards the north, disrupt what's going on. So that's going to be one of the key aspects to a fight like this. But you're already seeing a flank going around from Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. They're ready to take advantage no matter what happens here, no matter who comes out on top. It's going to be them, but Tate takes a big shot. Epic Whale, the 6-time FNCS champion, dealing a massive amount of damage.
Tate down to his last little bits of HP though. Epic Whale, he's gonna have to take a moment to also get some relief. Paper, nice supportive fire, and that's a big elimination cleanup onto Tate. But now, Cold,
here we go.
They're starting to close in. They're interested in everything that Raito has to offer, and that's gonna be
One
the
down.
first knock here for Cold. An immediate elimination. elimination, but they've already signaled to Epic Whale, Faber, and Victor V that they've got company. Shields are cracked. Peterbot's not letting anybody escape his sights. Peterbot's aim is just notoriously strong.
Oh, they knocked one.
He is
Oh,
chasing
God.
them full on key with
Oh,
those
they
crash
knocked
pads.
one.
He might be able to make it before they can pull up the double revive. He's challenging the wall. Victor V trying to do what he can to
Oh,
defend.
no.
Victor V goes in big time. Peterbot shut down. Cold ritual. They don't need this. They don't want this. They're looking to see if they can still clean up the exchange, but without Peterbot, they're going to be forced to temporarily retreat.
Oh
This
no,
is
Peterbot's
almost
sold.
exactly how it was playing in
He's
some of those
sold, bro.
practice games. But this time, Paper,
And they got him
Epic
up
Whale,
to.
and Victor V,
Oh,
they're
they seem
being the
sold.
aggressors in some of these
Sold.
situations. They try to disengage. Epic Whale goes down, but Victor V does it again. He was a huge
they gotta get the
part
heck out of there,
them
bro.
even making it to the global stage. Clutch after
They need to
clutch
get out
when
of
his
there,
team
bro.
went down through 4 different drop spots. But now the foot
Nah, he just
has been
sold. I'm not
turned.
even gonna lie.
Cold and Ritual now need to start to think in and outside of the box. How do we get our IGL back? This is exactly what Victor V did.
146
From the
in the
revive to
head
end
is
the box,
crazy.
shutting down Peterbot early.
Just so greedy there by
Yeah.
Key. Victor V doing exactly
Yeah,
what
and
he
he
needs
paid
to,
the price for
showcasing
it.
what kind of fragger he is. But Atris,
Bro, what is
Jason,
this fight?
in a
There's
spot
like
of trouble
3
here.
teams here.
Couple of splashes, gonna ensure that Chicho is still good to go. But Chicho, he needs an
Yeah, there's 3
opportunity
teams here
here
fighting,
for
I
his
think.
team.
Wait, or is it a
little bit more
3v3?
backup. FKS tries to apply pressure from
I think it's a
separate
3v3,
angle.
never mind.
Quad hero
Yeah, I think
also
it's a
looking
3v3.
to see if they can get some good aggressive fire.
I don't know
through,
neither one of
but
these teams. Actually, yes, I
things are
do.
just
Yes, I
picking
do. I know
up at
Jason's team.
Rangers
But
Ruin.
I don't know
And
the other
Tayson
team.
going to be able to pull things out to a little bit of a standstill
I
now.
don't think.
Chicho, Atris, Tayson, they might not actually have to force this battle.
Yeah, it seems like they're overall just kind of prioritizing trying to get as much surge as possible.
Okay,
You
they're
see their
different.
material count
Bro, he's
relatively
sold, bro.
low in
Like,
comparison
he's
to after
sold
winning
already.
that spawn
Now I
fight,
see
you
why
think
people
they
had
try
him
to
out
get
of
as
top
much
3.
resources as
Now
possible,
I
but
understand
they
it.
know
I
when
understand
it comes
it
to
now.
Storm Surge, it's essentially
Bro,
currency.
he literally
Essentially
got full
allows you to
greedy,
freely rotate
pushing
around
the
the map
team by
versus other
himself
teams
just to
that
die.
might have to
Oh, they got him
slowly
back up.
rotate, sit in their surge bases a little bit
Oh,
longer.
they're.
and
Oh
figure
my
out
God, the
what they're
French
going to
crowd
do.
is
But you
pissed, bro.
See, they figured it out quick for Cold and Ritual.
Well, at least they got the card, bro. And it's not over, but they gotta.
Because they're making way on over to Foxy already.
Still a really big wake-up call, though, for this trio.
Yeah.
They have got to be careful. We
Yeah,
know just how
'cause
capable
that was
they
bad.
are at finding those eliminations.
He
and they're not the
shouldn't
only
even
ones.
die there.
Boyo chasing
They
down
just chased down a team.
Agers and Acorn right behind them. These guys just staying so tight-knit and rolling through this map. They're fairly looted up at this point too, Jacob. It just looks like Surge is all theirs to control.
Yeah, and you can kind of see the crash pads, no
Razzie.
audio. Razzle didn't even hear or see it coming.
Yeah.
And you see
I hate
there's
to see
no
it,
knock,
bro.
straight elimination.
Hate to
So
see
that team, that was the 3rd one from Dystopia City, is down and out. But fight after fight, Ark, I did see it in the feed. He already got 1 elimination, and I was talking to them a bunch. You know, me being an NA West fan, this was their game plan all along. Contested or not, they're going to push either.
I
towards
think
the north or the
Boyle's gonna
south.
take
They
it, bro.
feel like these teams
I think he's
are
gonna
easy
take
to
another
fight.
global
Already, their
championship.
confidence continues to build, but Goofy is just trying to slow things down just a little bit. And Monster shot.
I would be very surprised. I got either Boyle winning or Marstache at uncontested high.
Being honest, Ark's been running it
One of those
all
teams.
along inside of
And
the screw.
whatever team
He's
doesn't
inside
win is
the
gonna take
practice
second.
brew. He
As
is
for
more than
third,
content to
honestly,
take
I don't
out
know.
a
I just know
watch
those
fight
are
with
gonna be the
anybody,
top
and
2.
especially if he's got his teammates right next to
I
him.
would
You
be
can
very
see the
surprised if
confidence
neither one of them
from
are
the
first or
NA West
second.
boys, but Oshi still doing their best to hold their own despite being down a player. It doesn't seem to be deterring them. They know they can't really leave.
Wait,
this
what are they
area because they're
saying,
likely
bro?
to be third party. They've got to just find a way to delay and hope that they have that little bit of a saving grace from another team entering the exchange.
Uh-oh, I see somebody rotating relatively close. They said, hey, where's our invitation? We want to join this party. We want to figure out how we need to approach this situation, and they're lurking all the way underneath. So it's going to be Salco, School, and Ark, the ones that need to watch out just a little bit. Vortex and Goofy, they're just trying to hold their ground as much as possible. But this is the thing, against a team like Ark, School, and Salco, when you try to hold your ground like this, that's for them a sign of weakness. They're gonna continue to put that pressure down. If you look at their material as well, they don't need to disengage out of this fight. They can wait as long as they want, because in essence, they're just denying you time, they're denying you opportunity, and denying the chance to get that reboot back.
But it might not be as prime as what it initially appeared, not with Queasy hovering in the distance. You can see they got a little bit of elevation to work with too. They're bound to take notice of what's going down. Elsewhere across the map though, south of Hive, King, PA's in, Phaser getting fraggy up against Scarpa and Way. And that's going to be an easy cleanup there for King's team. Feeling really good about that aggressive start.
Now over towards Supernova, and already early on, Taco, you can kind of see where the zone is favoring a little bit towards the north, massively towards the west. So even though Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo haven't had to rotate just yet, they can focus on trying to get as much Storm Surge as possible. They've run into trouble. There's a speed bump in their plan. That's Reet, Cooper, and Curly. And he was very vocal, Reet was. He said, hey, we understand what's going on around the lobby. We just got to make some things happen. They have 2 early eliminations. That comes with Storm Surge itself, and they're continuing to rotate through so many other teams' loop paths and pathways.
There's also just so much
Negate
confidence
30s,
behind Reet, and just
up.
teaming with a player that has so much faith in themselves. It's bound to just have that trickle-down effect to his teammates. Not to say that Cooper and Curly aren't clearly thinking of themselves in the same way, but it is a huge positive. But every single time this weekend, Jacob, that we see
I got his team
Gentlemen,
getting third.
Malabuka,
I put them in
Ping,
third.
loading across the screen here, just waiting
27
to
of
find
our
their reposition
trios have at
opportunity.
least one
That sole
FNCS champion on their team.
Malabuka right now,
Wow.
tailing just
crazy.
behind Yapko, Panzer, and Seti. This could be disastrous if they don't realize what's coming up behind them.
Yeah, there's no audio visuals that far away, so they're just going to try to get some easy surge. You see the launch pads coming out. That's a huge signal. Seti and Panzer have to kind of second guess if they want
Oh
to
no,
go
Yapko's
because
done.
Yapko's just getting beam targeted out of the sky. Just 1 shot left is all they need, but he possibly leaves that render distance
Wow.
and figures out a way to survive. Heads up to Seti and the Panzer. They not only building that to try to fire back on him, but that coincidentally enough shielded their teammate Yapko for him to survive.
They fully protected their trio mate. That's just excellent team play, but pulling back, Baka, Pars, Pump, a little bit tangled up right now north of Supernova Academy. Saad, Snowy, and Ryu, though, arguably
Yeah, I'm back. Welcome back,
in
bro.
a slightly worse position, but the intention is clear. These 2 teams very likely to clash here, Jacob.
Did I miss
Cole
anything?
definitely utilize Surge.
He-
we know
he
just how
so-
high those numbers and
He
that
got
threshold
he got
can climb.
revived, but he
I
sold.
think they land relatively close to one another, almost
They were in a
contesting each other
3-3
even. During some of those
against
practice games, they were
they
actually
third
kind of
party of
feeling
the
each other
team,
out, fighting
Epic
it
Whale's
out, but
team,
neither team kind of
and they
won
knocked
that
Epic
scenario,
Whale,
no matter if they
and
won the
he
fight
keyed
or not.
him
So they're
by
trying to take a
himself,
slower approach, but that means they're
and ended up
rotating
going
parallel
down
with the zone moving towards the
to
north.
one of his
Stay
teammates,
toward the
but
dead side of it all,
his
and
teammates
just
were
try
able to
make sure
rest
they
him.
have the best chances
But
to survive.
I don't know
what could
how
be a
shambles they are now.
Very chaotic Storm Surge if it does deactivate, and that's
But
why you're
he
seeing
sold.
so many teams taking that proactive approach to try to gain some elevation, some high ground, and even if it means fighting it out on the Surge base.
Hero, he knows Wixie is low. Nobody there to
got it.
provide a little bit of backup either. That could be the first knock here. Hero with the big opening. FKS going to capitalize immediately, throws that body back into their box space control, and now FKS trying to make the approach from above. Just so aggressive though. Hero's gonna be forced to pull back just a little bit. Too much firepower breaking through, but Buriru just not healthy enough. Barely enough
Dang.
HP, and he can't escape from FKS. Aetherus even getting a little bit more involved from a distance, and this is part of the
I'll be back later. I have to
trying
do
take some
something.
of these
All right,
extended
bet.
box fights. You just
You
got
good?
these teams from so far away beaming through your walls.
Yeah, just got yoinked away. But Kanata, Rapid, and Bulge. Kanata's perfection continues in terms of qualifying for every single FNCS Grand Finals in the history of FNCS. But I think he's coming with a different energy this time around. If you remember a few years ago, contested against Malabuka and Thomas at the Global Championship, he just had a different mindset. He's like, I'm contested, it's not gonna go well. This time, he's confident. He says, hey, we're going to win. And the way they've been playing lately, they have as good a chance as anybody at taking that top spot.
A little bit of a sleeper, maybe under the radar team there, but Vanya, Mariez, Pixie, one of our major champion winners in EU, and now looking to see if they can extend their dominance across the globals stage. Vanya, Mariez, Pixie, just steadily trying to creep up on the opposition, but thinking twice, recognizing a couple other teams local to their area. They don't want to overextend here, but for Mariez, he's just waiting to see whether or not he can break
they put an
out
accent on
these
his name.
floors from underneath
I thought it was
Valor and
Marius.
Mansour. Doing a decent job.
She could, like,
to
is his
prevent
name
Vanya,
pronounced
Pixie, and
like
Mariez
with
from
an
outright
accent? I
collapse.
don't know.
Yeah, and they're just kind of playing as calculated as they can. We've seen a lot of these fights kind of not necessarily end as smoothly and as cleanly as some of these trios would expect, especially with so many third-party potential there. You know, we saw Atris just kind of yoink that elimination away early on in this game, and now Vanya just trying to target it after. He feels like he has soloed out, dropping down a few layers, but he's able to catch himself and not let this pressure get to him too much. But they're in the zone, Taco, and that kind of depletes any opportunity from heal off later on in the game, the longer and longer you stay in this situation. But even if they win this here, they have to be careful. One team in front of them out of zone. You saw Chaff, you saw Reason, Mr. Savage. They're towards the north of them, so this is not going to be as dead side of a rotate as they think it will.
But the main thing that I'm noticing, Jacob, is that Vanya, Marius, they're not carrying any white heals. So unless Pixie actually has something to work with, yeah, these guys are going to just have to get out of this position. They can't afford to keep tanking these early storm ticks. It's just not worth it. But on their way out, Bologna Mensor definitely not going to make it easy. Cold, Ritual, Peterbot, they might have just found Flixie and Venno with Vico, but for right now, Rangers Bruin, what seems like it might have been heating up, these guys are actually looking to kind of slow it down.
Yeah, and for, you know, Ritual and his trio, they just kind of have scraps. They got sticks and stones. And look at this on the other side. Multiple minis, big pots, full health, almost max mats. And even though they don't necessarily have that information on one another, that is a great decision for them to kind of go their separate ways, because I would almost give that one up to Venno and his trio if that did fight it out. Continuing looking around, Cammy, Hottie Eye drop all the way from the Shining, span the bridge. And honestly, even though they're on different teams, Seti, Cammy, I don't know if it would have been the same global championship without him, but Storm Surge finally showing its face. 602 damage above the threshold. As much as I want to feel confident, we know that can change in the blink of an eye.
Oh, easily, but Acorn and Agers, they might just be the ones to actually intervene here. They seemingly have favorable positioning, but Cammy, a little bit of pressure applied with the approach now. Malibuka, Ping, and Wox just trying to be wary. There is so much company in that area. It's very easy. Just one window edit for too long, you could easily be domed and taken down.
Uh-oh, 321 damage below the threshold.
Holy
this
Christ.
is a two-time NA West champions. In Major 1, they won 6 out of 12 games, just dominating the region. But contested off spawn, it tends to do things to you, especially when the team is running away. But they're still hot on the hills. These are still the two teams rotating parallel to one another. But Baka, Pars, and Pump, they've now ran out of options. Their hand is being forced, and they have to go in because Storm Surge will activate, and every 7 seconds they will take 25 damage.
But the worst part still, Saad not actually in the same position. His team relatively healthy for their surge, at least for right now, Jacob. Bars, Baka, Pump, they're going to take a moment to pause.
Holy
but
Christ,
now,
they are
with
cooked.
these storm ticks
And they're
wanting
in
to
storm.
break away at
Holy
their
Christ.
shields, they're going to be forced to fight it. Baka already
Oh no,
out
he's dead.
of this battle. Pars shortly after,
Yeah.
but now Saad, Snowy, Ryu, this is a huge come up. These guys just got a little loot bomber package delivered straight to their front door.
And I forgot to mention, if Storm Surge takes you down, you don't get knocked. You get straight eliminated back to the lobby, but I did see it in the feed. A couple of these guys kind of putting it
Oh
all
my
on the
God.
test. As Cooper lands a great shot on the Valor. You see him dropping him down, trying to finish the fight. 1v3 situation. And he is just hitting Haymaker.
Oh my
after
God.
Haymaker as he gets another knock in this situation.
Oh my God, he just went.
Cooper with the 1v3.
That couldn't have been a better time to clutch
Oh my
things
God.
up, but Cooper's still going to have to essentially play his life here. There are too many players that are going to prevent him from finding that breath of relief. 42 below even inside of that damage threshold for Surge. Jacob, it is so sad to see after what a phenomenal clutch he just pulled off, and with Wox, Malibuka, and Ping pressing behind him, that's going to be tough to actually survive. But Peterbot just continues to have to deal with playing the defensive here. Bold, Ritual, and Peterbot now looking to be on the move, but they're still just barely above.
Bro,
this
they are
damage threshold. They're gonna have to
screwed.
turn and fight eventually.
They're sitting on a
Holy
teeter-totter right
Christ.
now when it comes to Storm Surge, and it's knocking them above, below, and it's essentially doing a little bit of mind games for a team like this. And you see his material count, 3 builds left.
Bro, they are
almost
screwed,
have to go
bro.
onto the next team they see.
He
but it's
sold.
Venno and
He
his
literally
trio.
sold the
There's
game.
Sonata and his trio. There's so many dangerous players.
He literally
all
sold the
around.
game,
They're
bro.
just happy that they're 73 above
Yes,
the
this is
damage
live.
threshold, waiting for the next zone.
What's
But
good
they
with you,
have
bro?
to do something because everyone
This is
around them
live,
is being
bro.
proactive.
Like,
They see
this
them as
is
the weak team.
globals.
Vico, Venno,
I forgot where it
Flixie,
was.
they're turning it over.
Oh, code's down.
That's Kanata stealing away that elimination. Venno's gonna clean that that one up. So points go to Kanata's team, loot goes to Venos.
EU on one side, Middle East on the other, and Ritual, the last man standing, but not for much longer, fully eliminated. That is a huge blow here in game one, but Vico, Veno, Flixie, now they might have drawn the attention of the lobby. They're gonna take a moment to pause, replenish their shields. Halad and Hero still doing what they can, but they're lingering just outside. They're gonna have to still try and push past Tayson's trio, and that's gonna be hard to follow through because
gonna be like 3 p.m. or
the way
something.
the
I said the
zone
same
is
thing
pulling
when I seen that
so
the
much water, so much
live stream was
exposure.
gonna
Teams are
start
just burning
at
through
10 a.m.
materials.
Yeah, this one's going
Like,
to get
I'm not gonna be
messy.
able to
There's
stream
one
day
lone
2 tomorrow.
team. I think they're a duo on the other
I start work
side
tomorrow,
of that
so
island
I'm gonna
already.
end
They
up.
don't have
I
to worry
mean,
about
unless
anything.
I
Meanwhile,
stream
they have
day
to make
2
decisions
late,
here on this
like I
side
would
of the
have to
zone.
come
Do you
home,
stack up the
or
beach
well, come back to my
as
room
long
and
as
like
possible with
start my
different
stream,
players?
but I
Or
would
try to
miss
make that damage
like
play, try to
2.
get
I would
to the
probably
center,
miss
'cause
like
who knows, if the zone goes south, that'll be a play
if
that
it
works out
starts
for
at
you.
11
But
again,
north,
like
if
it did
goes
today,
towards
I
the
would
east,
probably
that's
miss
when they're
like
going to have some troubles.
Take but look
Give
at
her-
what's happening on height though. Queasy, Merstache, and Swizzy. Can you think of anything different?
give or take, I'll
to
probably
ever
like
take
miss
place in an
game
endgame
1,
lobby, Jacob, than seeing
but I'll be
Queasy
able to
immediately
watch the rest of the
try
games
to
tomorrow.
challenge and take height for himself. You can already tell the Gentlemates are going absolutely ballistic right now. Swizzy and Merstache just following through Queasy's commands here out of their
What happened to
IGL.
Poyo?
They've got the entire lobby in their sights.
I don't know.
It's all about maintaining their positional control.
Oh, they actually found themselves 66
Oh,
below,
no.
but you can see immediately with that minigun.
Is he
and
still
Fabregas
alive?
are
I
able to
believe
kinda
so.
take him down, grab
It's
that
kind of hard to
elimination.
tell. Like
Little
everyone's
storm
literally
surge,
jammed
all
on one
being
side of the
accumulated
map.
in a blink of an
There's
eye, kinda
look at that.
makes
There's literally
them
one
various
team
by
that's like
themselves.
separated
Good
from the
thing,
rest of the
though,
lobby.
568 days
Everyone
on
else is
threshold.
just packed
The
jammed on
bad
one
thing,
side of the
though,
map.
their loadout, their material
But
count, that one is not looking good. 5
I believe
damages,
Poyo's
but
still
they don't have
alive. I
any
know
weaknesses
Heat's
yet, but
team
they have
lost
a max
Code.
pull all across the water to the other side
and,
of that
yeah.
island. It's not going to be easy for a single person in this game. But there goes Malabuka. Nice drop on the Hottie. He needs it, and he needs it now because he's barely above that damage threshold.
My God, I could
And
never
that's the
be
kind
in
of refresh
FCS
that
for all
Marius was
these
hoping to
builds.
find, but instead it's going to be
32
all
people in
Malabuka.
that
But
small
no,
circle.
he's going to actually be
It's actually
forced
46
to keep
up.
charging forward. He doesn't even get a chance to try and collect that body loot off of Hardy. Fortunately, he still has a good amount of materials and just beaming a minute as he trails behind him. The Fizz crash pad combination just taking him so far, but when you're in this position, Jacob, as a solo over the water, you're just hoping out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, you just got to take it one step at a time. You can't get too ahead of yourself, especially if you hear action going down around you. You got to use that as a distraction, try to get out. But Marius finds himself in a tough spot, well above the damage threshold, and another elimination on the eye drop. But he is by himself as a solo with a rotation to make. Now he's just getting ticked away
Dang.
little by little. Talad is able to finally take him down. That's a big confidence boost for a
This
team like that.
semifinal, bro. No. This is the global championship, bro. This is game 1 of FNCS Globals. There's no semifinals or anything. This is the best teams in every region around the world, all competing for one title.
And move into the next position. Cisco Kaido Striker though, right up above. Kanata Rapid and Bolts trying to see if they can be a threat. But if you're going to be in this height position,
Yeah.
you've got to make sure that you are controlling, funneling players away from height, away from secondary height even. But with the crash pads in play, Jacob, that's going to be so difficult.
Yeah, you got to watch out too. Chicho, Riz, Tayson, they're underneath. They're probably having their eye on the high ground. Cisco's trying to put good damage onto King Phaser PH Sin, but it backfires on him, forcing him to retreat just a little bit. As Tayson just building his way up, he knows he doesn't want to be stuck on that mess on the low ground. And even NA West in the elimination feed going crazy as Arkansas.
Yeah, this is the game 1 on 12.
With a little help from Chap.
But Tayson's got such an excellent position in that secondary height layer now, shooting towards that front side of zone. It's only Clicks and Iyamzo. They lost Higgs somewhere along the way. Iyamzo doing what he can to claim a little bit of space here next to Clicks, but ideally, they're going to have to duke it out in the low
Bro,
ground.
NA is
Jacob,
looking
they
bad
need
right
a
now.
big
I'm not even gonna
refresh.
lie.
They've got to keep that material count high, but Merstache, he's actually fallen the mid-ground, getting a little bit too chaotic, and he just couldn't break through.
Yeah, Chicho's the one that gets the down, but Kadu's the one that steals away the elimination and getting a lot of loot for their efforts. Squeezy trying to do
NA
the same
is selling
thing,
me right now.
steal whatever
They're making
is
us
left
look
back
bad.
from Merstache. And you're seeing there's a decent amount of loot. The Flowberry Fizz, probably the most important part of the entire loadout that he has in that inventory as Benno. Quick see
Bro, they
Vico,
think
they're
we
still
doing this
down
all
below.
day?
They're trying to claim space, and with a minigun, that's just going to be a little bit easier. But with no extra shield, Vico's got to play a little careful here.
I do have somewhere I have to go, so I'm gonna leave the stream up.
Same thing, but they have multiple splashes. They
I'm gonna leave
got
the stream
Smurf
up,
juice. They got the key to
but
success in
I'm
their
probably
inventory.
not
But
gonna
they
be
don't
here.
have the materials, so that's why Queasy just drops all the way down to ultimate low. They're hoping that they can pick up an elimination or two and then maybe look to try and challenge for a retake on height. They know how scuffed everybody's looking down here, but Vico finds that elimination onto Art. That's going to be a massive refresh here. Vico, though, getting beamed. The moment that he tries to make a linear swap, he is immediately put down
So
into
knocked
the
one.
dirt.
Clicks, okay.
For his life still in the
Oh,
loop.
he almost
But
1v3.
just can't hang off. Ball's going to be the one to
Dang.
take him out.
He
Yeah,
almost
even though
1v3.
clicks went down, the damage has been felt for that team.
Bro, is that an Asia team that's on height? Yeah, NA is selling me right now, bro.
Jason, Chicho, they're trying to look up, but that minigun is just causing so many distractions. They have to focus on getting to the front side of the zone, but they're being persistent. Down goes high ground. This is their chance. They're looking up. Striker gets
One died? Oh my god, they sold. They sold. They sold. Holy Christ. They sold. They sold. They sold. They sold. No. I don't care what no one says, they sold.
They're still gonna need materials. Chicho has 0 build left to his name. All of his material counts
They sold
drop
hard,
to
bro.
Jason. Swizzy still
Rapid
holding
just
his own
died.
as well. Deep inside of these ultimate low ground layers. He's
Yeah,
looking to
nah,
try
they
and maybe
sold,
cut off
bro.
bolts in the process, but Kanata,
think
Rapid,
EU had-
can the double revive actually
think
be
EU
a
has-
success? And sure enough, it's a
had the
fully
best
intact
players,
trio
I'm not gonna
versus
lie.
to see a duo.
I mean, I agree to
Big
disagree.
elimination onto Swizzy,
I
though.
feel like,
Chap going to immediately
yeah,
drop
I mean,
back.
it's always been a dispute between EU and NA on who has the best players. But as of right now, NA is not looking good, regardless of what my opinion is. Oh wait, no, Rapid just went down. 2v2. Yes. Come on, Kanata. Hold it down. Yes. Hold it down for NA, bro. W's. That's what I'm talking about, bro. NA ain't done, chat. Let's go. Let's go. Turn me up, boy. That's what we needed, bro. Oh my God, game 1? Okay. Okay.
Let's go, Kanada. You were telling Benji
Okay.
how confident you were going into this competition.
That's what I like
You were
to see,
telling me in
though.
the player lounge
We needed somebody to hold it down for NA, because the two NA pros, I don't know what was going on with them, bro.
But you made it look simple.
I mean, to be honest, Rapid IGL like a goat right now. I'm just following. I'm the minigun in the whole lobby.
He said, "I'm the
and we're just
minigun."
winning the game for free.
Winning the game.
They so excited, LOL. Nah, Kanata he had the most energy, bro. He like a kid, like,
For you, Bolt, what was it like being caught in the chaos? The three of you going into the end game.
Yeah, I mean, Rapid was just full tarping. I'm literally just looking with shocking out on my wall. Everything was a max. Guy on my double edit, 120 on height, Nada goes up from the back, dead on both. Literally a go.
First game, first victory royale. That was the plan?
Yeah. First of many. Sorry. First of many.
First of many what?
wins.
Victor Perez.
Wins? Like what?
4.
Ah, il mise sur 4
Kanata,
victoires.
Bolton,
Messieurs,
Rapid
dames,
as
du
a
bruit
trio is
pour
really
le
good, I'm not
trio
gonna
de
lie.
Canada.
Low-key, I had him in my top 4. I have them in my top 5 too.
A confident
But like,
prediction of 4 from your IGL, but Kanada,
yeah,
I think you're expecting
I
more
don't know,
wins.
man.
Oh, we got at least 3 more wins in a bag. I already said backstage I'm doing at least 4 wins in this entire tournament for free.
All
For
right,
free.
then. Well, guys, I'll let you get ready for the second lobby of the day. Leon, let them hear you! Bolt, Kanada, and of course, Rapid. Let's head to the break. We'll be back soon with more Fortnite.
Bro, I low-key forgot that they had the. Bro, he took his headset off so quick. Holy Christ. Bro, he took his headset off so quick. Because they literally have earphones and they have a headset. Like to block out the noise from the crowds and stuff. I have Poyo's team winning the whole thing. I still think they are. I said like my top 2. I got either Poyo or Malabuka. One of those teams are gonna win. That's my personal opinion. I don't know. Or farming.
Do you get scared? Do you feel lost? I can smell fear. I've been there before. But you made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you to notice that you got what you wanted. We don't got time to cry right now. Only got time to focus. 2 hits on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave him faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate it. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have known this. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. Better watch your back, cause we aiming at your head. I don't need a pick me up and I don't need a rest. Knock down, top down, hit him in his leg. Pull up with the trio and my eyes all red. 1, 2, 3 of us can't compete with us. Everybody screaming like they did and believe in us. Believe in us, believe in us, believe in us. 2 hits on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave him faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate it. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should have noticed. I've been
Canada! Canada! Game 1 of the Global Championship, and we swing for the fences. I cannot believe Canada comes out and gets the first game on the day. Mentals, way up. Canada stocks, way up. Absolutely amazing to see the trio shine in this moment. And I love that we kind of got those interviews right after, right? Because like, normally in majors, we don't get that. We just like, oh, they're amazing, whatever. To go right to them, hey, talk us through, to get each and every one kind of saying, hey, this is what I was doing, this was my part, this was their part. Oh my gosh, man. Vivid, I love this.
Yeah, I mean, that's the type of reaction we wanted. No better person to go ahead and win game number 1. We know Kanata, every single time he pops up on that stage, he's going to let us know exactly what just happened. But Levin, I mean, we're kind of watching through this game. There's so much stuff happening throughout the entirety of these moving zones, and we never really checked in with him. And then I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Rapid's alive? Bolts is alive? Kanata's alive? The full trio was up.
I mean, I love the celebration there, man. Look at it. He actually celebrated more than people who have won global championship. You know, I don't think we've seen people celebrate like this when they even win. And it just goes to show how much it means to them, how much it means to have such a good start. You're right, Vivid. Things were looking so good. I mean, as soon as we cut to Canada, he has minigun in hand. I mean, I'm getting flashbacks to the end of last year. I mean, things were so good for them towards the back end of this game. And to see all of them be confident, right? We know, like, Canada's going to be confident. That's a given.
Yeah.
But Bolts and Rapid, the way they were talking, they really believe that they're going to go out here and win for however many more games.
Dude, 11, Zeke. Bolt just being like, yeah, man, I just had my shotgun out and everything was a max, dude.
Max, bro.
Dude, you got to be feeling good, right? Because we kept talking about it. You got to adjust to the stage. You got to adjust to your setup. The fact that in game number 1, you're already hitting maxes and you know you are.
And I love that for Bolts, right? When you look back to last Globals, he popped off. And at the end of the event, every single player that was in that lobby afterwards was going to me, Levin, man, I'm trying to play with Bolts, man. Can we get Bolts in our chair? Bolts has to be the guy. Everybody thought he was going to ascend to be the best player in the world, right? And he's had an up and down year. But to come back on this global stage and for him to have a first game like that, it goes to show Bolts is still that guy.
I am so happy right now. But honestly, when we looked at those standings, they weren't in first place, right?
Yeah,
we look over and Tayson is in first place. 13 eliminations, right? So again, remember, we are all so used to seeing majors, right? We're sitting in our own region comfortable, but these are some of the best trios in the world. How are we putting up double-digit eliminations in game
and like
one?
no bathroom on my
guy,
floor.
by the way, who started the day saying, "Yeah, I'm gonna
Like I literally had to go to a bathroom on a different floor because there's 6 bathrooms per floor, and like none of the ones on my floor was open.
It's a tight one, but Tayson clutched up big, and then they go
lie.
on to just win the outright game.
Don't do anything
Again,
for me.
it's why
Look,
it's
you
so
want to see
heartbreaking.
Alex win a game?
They can go Vivid from having
Yeah, that'd
this
be
game
nice.
to not even getting to play through the next game, right?
I don't think
They
that's
might just
gonna
have to watch
happen.
for half an hour.
But that would
This
be
is what they
hype.
can do when they win that fight. We know it.
Yeah,
Really
I mean,
good, but I don't know
incredible
if I
stuff,
can
right?
get
Talk
that
about
far.
that all spawn. I kind of mentioned, hey, when you win this all spawn,
Yeah,
it's not
but you
always
know,
going to happen where you have all
like these
3
land
alive, and
events,
they
like
had
you
that
really
happen,
just
right?
gotta expect
No
the
stalling
unexpected.
of the early game,
Like
and then,
I
oh
ain't
my
gonna
gosh,
lie, I was
Chicho
not
just
expecting
put on
Kanada's
an
team to win the
absolute
first
clinic.
game.
You're a
Like
duo,
not at all.
and you look up and you see 3 people on the high ground. You see that they're only connected by 1 wood floor. You have the confidence to not only go ahead and pressure the team on the high ground, but then
Nah, but I don't. They sold that. That was horrible. That was such a horrible execution, bro, from that team on height.
I mean, this is
They
where
like fully sold
I
that,
start to
bro.
really look at the global championships and things get
They
interesting for me,
sold that
because
heavy.
I think a lot of people
Crystal, what's up?
were expecting in this first game for height to look a certain way. Like, we know EU teams like to play with it. We know Queasy
Who
teams
sold?
like to play for it. We know Vanya's team can.
Hold on, I'm about to rewind back. This team that was on height, they sold hard, bro.
They know how scuffed everybody's looking down here.
Just watch, just watch,
Finds
bro.
that elimination onto Art. That's going to be a massive refresh here. Vico, though, getting beamed. The moment that he tries to make a layer swap, he is immediately put down into the dirt. Clicks fighting for his life, still in the low ground, but he just can't hang up. Ball's going to be the one to take
This
him
team
out.
on height. Tisco, Kato, I don't know how you say their names. And Striker, just watch how they died, bro. I think Tayson's team wiped them or killed them. Look how they died, bro.
Tayson, Chicho, they're trying to look up, but that minigun is just causing so many distractions.
Bro, they sold heavy, bro. They sold heavy. Look at this. They get chopped. One dies to fall. The other gets destroyed out of the air. They full sold. Bro, I ain't gonna lie. If I was on that team, bro, I would have crashed out. Literally, I would have crashed out.
Full force, grab the front side, moving.
Bro, why is the game? Why is there so much time? There's like 10 minutes to team each game.
In the gas tank, they couldn't defend the position. They couldn't pick up the
Like,
eliminations
holy
nor the
Christ.
refreshes in time for them to stay alive as a trio. As you can see here, still the individual performances from Vico and Veno still picking up enough points to put them high up on that leaderboard. But man, if they could have just stayed alive for a little
Yeah,
bit longer
bro.
as a
Like
trio,
they were on height and they were targeting wood. Like I don't know what their mat situation was, but like
not shying away from the stage, not shying away from the bright lights. In that game, there was so many. There was a couple of moments in that end game where it almost felt like they had to tell him to chill a little bit. I saw him trying to like run into boxes a bit too much. But when Vico's confident and he's firing and he's flying like that, he is gonna be a big problem for anybody in this lobby who even gives him an inch of room to fight.
Dude, I mean, also, we kind of touched on it earlier about height. The way Queasy had that kind of early game, right? Getting obviously we know that they're uncontested, but
yeah,
having the queen spawn, I'm thinking, bro, this is it, game over.
I mean,
and things didn't quite go that way.
It was
Yeah.
unfortunate because
I feel like they underperformed this game too.
For a classic
I didn't even see this.
Queasy height win. It just looked so set up perfectly, but Vivid. An unfortunate zone pull. We've seen it happen. It's a part of the game. Of course, as a pro team, you are doing everything you can to mitigate any possible RNG, but sometimes the zones just don't pull your way. And I think that was really the thing that sort of forced them to have to not be able to play height in this one. Still, very good intentions from them throughout that game.
Oh yeah, 100%, right? It was actually a high ground take, right? We saw them as picks up on the high ground. They had it pretty secured, and then I was like, oh my gosh, it's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's Queasy and co. They launch padded right over, landed on top of him, had it convincingly, and like Levin was talking about, right? The zone was incredible. It was like 7th zone. Every single team was on the east side of it, right? They were chilling. There was this big body of water. All the way on the west side, there was one set of arrows. Just one little set of purple arrows, and that was Kato's trio from the Brazilian region. and the zone pulled west. So
Alright, like I don't have that kind of patience.
You guys are lucky. I'm not gonna go
My second place
but, man, I'm
prediction
gonna hit
for the whole thing
after
would be
that one.
Queasy.
And I mean, there was a point
So
where I
I'm
might
guessing
even
you
try
got
to take
Poyo
it, right? Because
Steven.
Queasy gets the fizz, like he sees the loot, gets the fizz. He has his crash pad. I'm thinking maybe they go for it. This could still happen. But look, again, it's like what I said, intentions, right? You see that they're coming here to play their game. They're not shying away from doing what they do best. Queasy, Mustache, and Swizzy, we have definitely not heard the end of it from them.
Guys, there's a trio I'm not seeing in this top 10 right now. And we thought they were going to be triple contested, but turns out they decided to land on the train, kick things off. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. And before we go any further, I just want to tip my hat to Victor V. Peterbot decided, let me get a little crazy right now. We got to knock, let's push things. Victor V said, excuse me, this is a global stage, friend. Knocks him back down, and then from that point forward, boys,
They were
just
just done.
trying to piece things together. Shambles all game?
This might be a concern, right? Because if the plan from these guys was, hey, look, we're going to land outside the POI, get looted up a bit, and go in third party. We know those guys are going to take a bit of time to find the story. Let's go in third party. We're Peterbot, we're Cold, we're Ritual. This will be an easy cleanup crew. If that was your plan, and the first game goes like that, do you start rethinking things a little bit? Do you start thinking, okay, maybe this isn't an easy of a flight to clean up as we thought, because they got rocked in there.
I mean, yeah, everything in game number one is perfect. Like Levin's talking about, one of the teams that was fighting there, they got knocked, right? There was only a solo left. Peterbot, they waited till the right time to go ahead and make that push in. Victor V, Paper, they were resin Epic Whale. They had the knock, and then Pete just kind of goes in solo, right? Imagine if Pete would have just waited like 5 seconds for Ritual and Cold to kind of show up right there. So I think the game plan is still good, right? It already shows that it works. I think the execution of actually picking up the eliminations was the fault.
But that's the thing. That's never the part you're worried about with those three, right?
Well,
execution is never the problem. The problem coming into this weekend was going to be, what's the idea? Are they just going to, ride out triple gun? Are they going to go do a team shot? Are they going to try third party? We know the idea now. The execution has to be the easy part. I do agree with you though. I think as long as they don't allow that first game being a bit rocky to rattle them, things should still look good for them along the course of the 12 games.
And that's exactly what I'm worried about, right? After first game, if I'm Peterbot Cold Ritual, I'm thinking, okay, hold on a minute. Why did you go off by yourself? What? Now we're having to like try and play catch up this whole game. Some players in that moment, that's it. Tournament's done. They can't they have to wait till day number 2 to try and get those mentals back in track. But this is still Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, right? This is still a world-class trio. So I'm really hoping that they can kind of bounce back after that game. But there was also just so many different things happening. Is there any kind of other moments that kind of stand at you? I think for me, just again, kind of cutting around, being like, wait, these guys are like near each other. There's a bunch of fights happening in zone, a bunch of just crazy shots on players in the sky the entire time.
I know, bro. They
I
drag
mean,
it out
there
every
were
single
a lot of
time,
things we can
like
get to,
every
right?
time.
I do just want to one last time, just big up Victor V.
They
there.
drag it out
Because
every
I
time. The
think there's
countdown
a lot of
already
players
ran
who,
out, and you're still
maybe if it was
talking.
2024, right,
Like
when we
I'm
saw
just
Pete
ready to
on
see the
board
next
doing that,
game.
Like there was a lot of players who back then
I don't
just
know,
rolled over
chat.
and just let
This
it
is what they
happen. Like,
do.
I'm gonna go down here, the shotguns
They
in my
just
face.
drag it
What
out
can I do?
every time.
Victor V said, no. I am that guy. If you want to fight me, I'm gonna show you a fight.
Yeah, I like the fact that you kind of go ahead and point it out, because now kind of thinking back to her, right? Epic Will, of course, got knocked by Ritual. They knew that was Pete coming. Yeah. So Victor V definitely stepped up big right there. Didn't care at all, just to edit 148, finish him up with 1 AXA. Incredible stuff. Way to kind of rise to the occasion. And, Zeke instantly kind of saw that moment. He was like,
oh,
dude,
pissed, bro.
Crazy somewhere.
Dude, I mean, again, this is a global stage, right? In those moments where you are kind of put in a situation where it's like, are you going to fail or are you going to rise to the occasion? For Victor V,
bro,
he rose. And
Grand Finals was not taking this long between games.
What else is he going to look to bring in these future games?
I swear it wasn't
with
taking.
that nice little boost of confidence.
Wait,
now, that being
what?
Said, right,
how are they still in first?
Hey, we don't
they
see
have more kills.
We don't see a
even though they got the win.
10, right? Peterbot's not up there. Epic Will's not up there.
I
Finally,
see,
we see them in 13th place right there. A team that is definitely surprising. We have to talk about it. 17th. Acorn, Aders, Polio, 16 points in game number 1. I mean, honestly,
bro,
there's so much to watch. I don't even think we necessarily saw exactly what happened to them that game, but middle of the game, we kind of see them up in the top left go down, and we're like, whoa, what's happening?
Yeah, a bit of a rocky one, right?
This France crowd is insane, bro. Like, they are losing their minds.
Then it was up to Aegis and Pollo to sort of fend off. Pollo ends up actually, winning the fight on his own, right?
Yeah.
Like he gets the last couple of eliminations, and so they win the fight, but they lose the walk, right? Because then it's Pollo left as a solo. It was always going to be a tough one from that point in the game to clutch it up. Even though we know Pollo can, you know, have a clutch or two in him, I think the big thing again is it's just first game, right?
Yeah.
We're all hyped. We're all excited.
I'll be
Canelo
right
on the
back,
stage
Chad.
is excited, right?
Yeah,
He's got that first win. He's
yes.
feeling good. He's like, I won the first game. I'm winning the whole thing. But it is just one of 12 games.
Yeah.
You still have so much of your history to write right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a marathon, right? It's not a sprint. And it's interesting, too, kind of going back to Puebla, because there was that moment in, like, in the mid-game, we kind of saw them pushing the lone player. They immediately find someone on their own. They go, hey, it's not just me going. We're all jumping on this. We're going to burn a little bit of what we have. We're going to start kind of packing up with Surge, kind of setting that up. Let's take their stuff. And then, yeah, I mean, things just kind of fell apart. I do agree, though. Knowing this trio, I do feel like it's first game jitters. Right, again, this crowd takes things to a little bit of a different level. So I'm expecting a strong bounce back from game number 2, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that play in particular you mentioned is interesting, right? Because we know in a Fizz crash pad meta, you know, a lot of the top EU and NA teams are going to be making those plays non-stop, right? They're going to be scouting, they're going to be aware, they're going to know, okay, we can jump on this guy right now. If you are one of those, you know, teams who's from one of the smaller regions, it might be almost a bit of a shock for you at times, right?
Yeah.
Because they're used to being the big fish on their region, right?
Yeah.
Like all the players we have here from Middle East, Asia, Brazil, you know, OC, they're used to being the guys of the lobby. And so when you walk into a lobby like this, you have a lot of players who might not give you that type of respect to it. Gotta be ready for that.
Now that being said, you know, I saw on the standings, we had 2 Brazilian teams in the top 10.
They were moving.
Right? King,
Yeah.
Phaser, they were up there. We kind of saw them make it to the end game, and I swear, I think that NA experience that they got did such a good job of helping them out, because it was like in NA, every single time we kind of saw them kind of make it to the end game, they were always as a trio. They do such a good job of making it to the end game as a trio, right? They'll kind of make it around to like that 10th place in the game, and then continuing after that, it's kind of the development that they need. But hey, top 10 right now, pretty good.
That's right. Now, that was just game number 1. As we continue to prepare for the competition, why don't we hear from the players on their thoughts from the competition and the enemy trios on the other side?
I think this is probably one of the most stacked lobbies there's ever been.
All these teams that are here had to be the top of the competition.
そうですね。それはやっぱ世界で一番トップだと思います。
People get better every single year.
This lobby feels super stacked. It's FNCS. I heard there's over 140 FNCS wins.
Over 12 games, really the best players are going to come out.
There's a lot more respected players here, so it's definitely more tough.
I think our biggest competition would be Cold's team. Individually, they're like the best players in the world.
وبرضو عندي تيم بويو وايكورن وايجرز من افضل التيام اللي موجوده بالجلوبال.
Pollo's team is such a threat because they've been on top of the scene throughout the past year.
Acorn is probably the greatest IGL of all time. He's so smart and just knows what to do in any situation.
You got like the EU goats, Taze and Queasy.
Queasy's just like, he's a veteran, always making the right calls, and just finds all the young prodigies to help him up to the top.
And then Vino's team, I think they're like the NA version of Cold's team, so like they're all individually good.
Looking at a player like Flixie, I think he has just everything. He has good aim, good mechanics, he's smart.
I think Canada Rapid Bolt's probably going to be like a very underdog team.
They have really good chemistry as a trio.
Vanyak, Marios, and Pixie.
They got third, first, and third in EU FNCS this whole year, and they've been playing very well.
An underdog team that I think will do good is Pix, Demus, and Darm.
I think Kami might surprise everyone because he has an on-con spot. I think he's gonna do well.
The top teams are way better because you have like the top teams from every single region.
My surprise Dark Horse top 10 team would probably be Ruse Trio. I'd say they're my sneaky top 10 pick.
In the Brazil region, I think the biggest threats are King's Trio.
Why are they still haven't started the game? I was going for like 5 minutes, bro.
Most aggressive.
What are they waiting
for? One of the best fighters in the world, so we'll see what he has to bring.
He's been getting a lot of hype, but like it
holy
Christ, might not be enough.
All the Asia boys, like they're nuts.
I think that's the most hard.
I thought he was Shaq for a second. Oh, y'all talking about the tall guy with the beard? With bro, he is kind of tall. I ain't gonna lie. He's like 6'5",
We got here
6'6".
against all odds.
I thought he was.
We're gonna definitely put on a show.
Are they gonna start the game? Bro, they still haven't started game 2. Oh, after game.
get scared? Or do you feel lost? I can smell fear. I've been there before, but you made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Can you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you to notice that you got what you wanted. We don't got time to cry right now. Only got time to focus. 2 hits on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave him faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate it. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should have noticed. I've been focused.
All right, there we go. Sorry about that, y'all. I had to unplug and replug back in my mic into my PC, but it should be working now. I just need to keep OBS up. That way I can see. I don't have a limited battery. Bro, these games are not going to be over until like 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock. If it's like this long of a break between each game, they're not going to be over until they're going to last like all day.
To the Global Championship. Game number 1 goes in the way of Kanata, Rapid, and Bolt.
Bro, they're still talking. They still haven't started the game. Start the game. Start the game. Start the game. Start the game. I'm crashing out. No, start the game.
There is a
Please
small
start the game.
technical issue happening on stage. We're working to resolve that very quickly.
Oh, that's why I got dragged out.
Of the action. Let's continue talking about what we saw out of game number 1.
Bro, we don't want to talk about game number 1. Get to the next game, bro.
5-30. That's what I love to see, and I love we kind of had that moment where he's like, hey, I don't know French.
Another 5.5-minute counter.
I'll just say
but you know what I love about that, right? Before we analyze the game,
like, just make it 30 minutes at this point,
we obviously
bro.
have a very passionate crowd with us here.
Yep. Like,
and so, you know, obviously they have all their cheers and
bro,
they
it was never this
they also have a couple
serious.
boos in them, right?
Wait,
You know,
I'm
they're
actually
showing
about
love
to.
everyone.
I'm about to rewind and check, bro. It's actually been 30 minutes. Like, I'm not even trolling. Or almost 30 minutes. Yeah, it's been like 26 minutes. And then plus the 5 minutes of it, that'll be 30.
On Chapman Reason kind of making it to the end game as a duo, making sure they do find themselves.
There's actually
in
going to
a
be
fourth
30
place.
minutes
And he's
between
gotta be feeling
two games.
so good about that because we all know the storyline that is
That's
so
just
typical and
not
synonymous
necessary, really.
with the Mr. Savage name. It's almost like you could kind of change his name from Mr. Savage to Mr. Contested because it feels like every single time he wants to do good and he's like feeling motivated for Nate. Somebody wants to land on. And we came into Globals kind of expecting that, right? Coyote's trio was supposed to be landing on him. Vino maybe kind of throwing in a haymaker there, kind of saving him at the last second, right? Preventing that from happening. But boom, kind of proves himself uncontested and early on, 4th place.
I mean, it feels weird. Times are changing, man. As an EU veteran myself, I'm not used to seeing Mr. Savage uncontested, you know, so many times. I mean, we had it in Major 3, now we get at the Global Championships. We're being spoiled, actually, because you're spot on with it. I mean, for years, we have just had to deal with him being contested no matter what, right? And so it's nice to see him get a shot to just build a strategy, play out the game, and he's got 2 great players by his side. I mean, Reason, of course, another just veteran and legend of EU, and then you have Chap, you know, star of the show who popped off a lot last year, back on this stage now, and he started off really well.
I love too that as Chap has been getting here, so many other pros are like dapping him up, showing him love, right? Giving him kind of that respect that he's earned, but kind of like hasn't really been a thing for some reason. Now, you did mention the fact that he's uncontested. Do we think that will continue to be the case? Because we did see that off-spawn situation go in the favor of Vico, right?
Yep,
so do we think maybe Coyote's thinking, you know what? Maybe let me test my luck with Mr. Savage game 2. Let me just see what happens.
I got a question for you.
Okay.
Be honest with me. Do you think Coyote is a liar? Because that man said he ain't leaving, and I believe him.
Say that.
I believe it. He said it. I love how they had to like translate the whole interview, and there was the one bit where he did not have to translate at all. They said, "Are you leaving?" He said, "Nah." So I think they're gonna stay. I think, you know, all things considered, Mr. Savage should stay uncontested. Fingers crossed, at least.
Okay, I like that. Okay, we also obviously have to talk about other M8 specials. Malabuka, we saw him popping off in this game as well, right? The crowd loving these M8 players. And of course, you know, again, this is just game number 1, so I don't want to get like crazy and be like, oh man, things are bad. It's fine. This is that tester game, this is that feeler game, but them coming out in game number 1 feels like a solid start, right? Like now we need to pick things up maybe a little bit, but it's a
Start the next game.
I mean, hey, listen.
Bro, they need to fix all of these technical issues. They had weeks to
but when you
prepare
have
for
so
this.
much support from the crowd, you gotta feel a little bit amped
Bro,
up, right?
it's
Like
no
a
way.
little bit of a boon of sorts, right? Just like, yeah, everybody wants me to, everyone wants to see me do well. Honestly, though, I mean, listen, they did, you know, kind of like well enough. They got some experience going through this game, survived Storm Surge, made it to the end game. Fell a little bit short when it kind of got to the later zones, but still kind of making it there. It's looking good.
I mean, for all my EU enjoyers, this is a typical Malabuka Watts ping game, right? They are synonymous with making it to the end game, one of them just going down, and then it has to be a dual clutch or a solo clutch. It's happened so often, and we've seen them have amazing seasons, right? Amazing finals where they finish, you know, in the top 3, or, you know, almost winning at times, where, you know, this does happen, right? So, again, if we're looking at maybe Queasy's trio and going, hey, that was, you know, the setup was to do what they always do, you could say the same about Malabuka's trio, where the setup was to do what they always do. They made it to the end game, a bit rocky. In those situations, though, where they are able to stay all 3 of them as a trio, that's been when we've seen some of the best performances from any team this year, right? So hopefully they can sort
Bro,
of,
he make them
stay a
look
bit more
short.
moving
Like,
forward.
it's actually,
I guess
bad.
Obviously, again, this is just game 1, right? We haven't seen those
Bro,
solo
he
clutches,
do,
right?
like, he make
Kanada's
them
trio
look
coming
like
out
they're, like,
in that end game moment
4'11".
as a full trio.
No.
But like
Yeah,
in
he's
an
got to
end
be
game,
like
how many- even
6'8",
you,
bro.
right?
Like,
How many
he's
times
tall
we
as
see
heck.
these solo clutch moments? You're thinking, what is this player doing alive? It's just them. There's no way, man. Oh, they went out to win the game. Oh, they clutched a top 3, right? Like, but so far it's looked like, you know, if something goes wrong and that trio, a member goes down, that's it. They're all kind of following.
Well, I mean, that's what makes solo clutches so special, because you do not see them all the time, right? That's when they do happen, everybody gets excited. And I can almost guarantee you solo clutches will play a very big part in who actually ends up winning after 12 games. You just have to.
Absolutely. I'm so glad that this is why I love working. no, honestly, like this.
And Zeke, that's fine.
Yeah, of course not. Zeke, everyone loves you, Zeke. Look, it is so important, right? You know, we always have this thing in Fortnite where people are like, yeah, you don't want to see them having to solo clutch. You know, you want to see them all 3 up as a trio. Yes, that's true. But at the end of the day, when you look at some of the greatest, you know, results and tournament wins we've seen in Fortnite history, a lot of them are built off the back of great solo clutches. You know, Peterbot and Poyo are not global champions if last year Peterbot doesn't have one of the best solo clutches of all time, right?
Yeah,
You
bro.
can look at so many FNCS wins
The light
from
is
all
making
different
me
regions where solo
really,
clutching
like,
was,
not
you know, the key to a team being able to
think
get
it's
over
hard
the
to
edge. If you have
stress
players on your team who you are confident they can deliver you and get you some extra points as a solo, you are well in with a chance of winning this whole thing.
I love that breakdown. That's so sick, and it's got me hyped, right? Because like, do you guys? Okay, let me test them out here. Do you guys feel like game 1? Like, obviously, it was a great game.
It was.
But it feels like last year Globals, game 1 was like wild, you know. And then as the day went on, we got crazy. Game 1 ended in Kanada win. That's pretty crazy, but it kind of felt subdued.
Bro, this is over 30
It's kind of
minutes.
like the calm before the storm. Am I misreading the
over 30
situation?
minutes,
Bro, Devin, Zeke is not entertained.
Whoa,
He's
I didn't
like,
say that.
That's what you're saying, bro. He's like, dude, game 1 was terrible, bro. I don't want to ever see a game like that ever again. There's no solo clutches. Like last year's Glow was just better. Bro, that game was good.
Listen,
it had everything we had everything we wanted, bro. The structure, right? Finding out what teams are kind of going to play for the high ground, what teams are going to play for the low ground, what we can expect off spawn for the rest of the 11 games. I'm excited, and Zeke's disappointing me with this.
Now I know why they have to
Where's
put
the
Kelly
battle
between
bus
you.
sound? Start the next
You know,
game.
to keep you two apart. It's gonna be outside. No, like,
They want to start
I
too.
feel
Like,
there
look.
was a lot of of the beats that we sort of expect to see out of a lot of players. I
Oh
would
my
say though,
goodness.
I do think it does get crazier. Like, don't get me wrong, I do think there's a couple levels that we can ramp up to in terms of just like some crazy high ground fights, right? Like obviously, like that's one thing we've seen a lot of this year in Fortnite. I want to see some just like all-out brawls on high ground between some of our top teams. I think the zone pool towards the end there was a big part of why we didn't quite see that happening. But all in all, yeah, man, we'll get the solo clutches, we'll get the high ground fights, we'll get the crazy twists off spawn, because as much as, you know, we've seen these couple of teams say, yeah, we're not leaving, we're going to keep fighting off spawn, you know, at a certain point you do have to start looking in the mirror, you know. Maybe that doesn't happen quite on day one. I think maybe a lot of the times you just ride things out day one, but going into day two for sure, it ramps up.
Okay, all right. Do we think the Storm Surge kind of played a big factor in that last game?
Yeah.
Felt a little, for some trios it was totally okay. For other trios it felt pretty tough.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the fact that one of the very early Storm Surge thresholds did not end up popping makes it very, very hard, right? Because we actually didn't see it active until the threshold was at 64 players, which I believe is around like zone 5. So it was actually pretty late into the game. So those all spawn fights, all those early engagements, they're playing a big part right now.
Absolutely good stuff. Now, of course, as I mentioned before, we are working to resolve a small tech issue. We are going to return to a break, and again, we're trying to get that resolved quickly because we know what you want. It's more Fortnite action. Stay tuned, though. We'll be right back with more action from the Global Championship.
Bro, another 11 minutes. This is not real. There's still 6 minutes, bro.
If you miss, you gon' regret it. Before you crawl, know I'm running it all. I'm built up like a pharaoh, now they praying that I fall. Through shadows, been burning through these battles. No weakness in my body, need to know you better ask somebody. Already, I consume the patty, it's plenty. I leave a penny for thoughts about how I'm living. Ay, turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known. It's a rap, got the match built like a pro. You know the legends go, harder than adios. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known. Me off the top, no way. I came and carved my name. I gave my life into my place, earned everything that I claimed. Nothing ever could replace me. 3-4-3-4, square dance on the floor. This is not a ball, I'm above it all. Start, I see my glow up where you supposed to go. Proceed on the low, can't lose and find the go. Leave me in the zone, I take your mind and then I smash your soul. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known. I get it, they love my whole
And we're back to Lyon. Nous sommes de retour à Lyon. Lyon, est-ce que vous êtes chaud? Eh, ça va, c'est bien. On va se créer des souvenirs tous ensemble ce week-end. J'ai envie de tester un peu là, si vous êtes vraiment chaud. Tous ensemble. Thanks guys, you're so unbelievable. What's the crowd here? Quelle ambiance ici à Lyon, vous l'avez vu, on a pris un peu de retard sur la deuxième game. Pas de panique, on est là, je vais vous faire patienter, on va passer un week-end long et plus c'est long, plus c'est bon comme on dit. En France, on est ensemble pour tout le week-end. Dans quelques secondes, à peine, la game numéro 2 va démarrer. Vous l'avez vu, une game s'est déroulée pour l'instant, c'est le trio de Canada qui l'a emporté, et de loin. En plus, c'est eux qui ont pour l'instant pris la tête de ce classement après la game numéro 1. Il en reste encore 11 au total, 5. Aujourd'hui, la route est encore longue. On est encore très loin de connaître le grand vainqueur de ce trophée. La game 2 va démarrer. Guys, back to the analyst desk.
Let's go, Benji! Let's go, Benji! That's what I like to see, baby. Man, we are back and we're getting ready any moment now. We're gonna get word, we're gonna jump back into the action. I did appreciate one thing though. Obviously, we hate to see tech issues, but they happen, right? This is the live event, things happen. But we kind of had a moment now, players kind of taking a moment, stepping away. We have a chance to like talk with someone. What I like to really see is all of them are in high spirits, right? Kanado walks up, he's like, Zeke, what did I tell you? I'm like, bro, let's go. That's the kind of hype I want to see. But everyone's in high spirits. Everyone's saying the kind of same thing. Hey, look, it's just game 1. Don't worry about it, Zeke. Stop panicking. Zeke, why are you crying?
Listen, I just hope that it doesn't cool anybody down, right? You want to kind of keep that momentum going for any of the teams that are kind of doing good. We'll have to see if it actually ends up impacting anybody. But hey, maybe some other teams kind of finding this beneficial, right? A little bit of a break. Maybe they went down early, kind of a little bit of a reset. But yeah, I mean, hey, listen, pauses like this, not what you want to see, but hey, sometimes rolling with the punches is what makes the best of the competitive players.
Look, you got some time to reset. Just treat this as game 1. This is game 1. This is the new game 1. You know, game 1 just happened. This is the new game 1.
That's right. You know what? I'm getting word. It is time once again. We are ready to jump back aboard that battle bus. Game number 2 starts right now.
And just like that, we're back. Game number 2 underway. And Jacob, after that performance from Kanata, Rapid, and Bolt, a standard has definitely been set.
Yeah, it was 9 eliminations. And the interesting thing out of them all, they're not even the team in first place. It's the Rangers Ruin off-spawn winners from game number 1, Tayson, Chicho, and Harrison. And honestly, it's not going to be that easy all day long between these two teams. And honestly, I wouldn't wish it any other way. And we're going to go at it yet again, straight off the spawn. A little bit of 50-50 action going down between Pablo and Riz. Right now, it doesn't look like Pablo
started after ages of waiting.
Second, that's a sentinel pump and immediately put it to use. Gets the drop on Riz. They're going for revenge here. And so far, 2 knocks, 2 eliminations. They just need one more as Pablo cleans that one up. That is all 3 down and out.
And now it's time to see what type of conversion we're going to be looking at with Verdoxi's team, because in the last lobby, after Tayson, Chicho, and Atrus conquered that off-spawn battle, they were still able to find such a steady placement, steady eliminations. But again, they're not the only teams going head-to-head. Benno, Pico, and I'm seeing an eliminated Felixi along the way here at Canyon Crossing. Coyota's team still posing a massive threat.
I know we had a translator helping us out during that interview, and the one thing that didn't need it was, are you going to switch things up? No! is what he was trying to tell the world, but this is how it all started off. Vico was able to get the first drop onto Yuma. That opened things up, but unfortunately, that's just the way off spawns go. His teammate got taken down. They go 2 for 2, and now they got to make that conscientious decision. Do you fight or do you split Canyons Crossing and try to get the reboots later?
Something a little bit more devious, though, possibly taking place here with Clix and Yamzo. Pigs following suit. Supernova Academy might just be claimed by these three, but Jacob, we saw so many teams. We didn't see that many surge bases in the first lobby. Almost have to wonder how many of these teams have been counter-stratting some of those surge partners and trying to take matters into their own hands. Victor V, Paper, Epic Whale, Dystopia City has been theirs to own, but they still have company to clear out. Rajito and Tete directly underneath Victor V, but
it's going down.
Momentum swing could be all Victor V needs.
But wait a minute. I know everybody at home thinking the same thing. Where is that third team? But back on over to this side of the map. Venno finally able to get the drop onto Yuma yet again. So it was Coyote, it was Reset that went for that revive. They did find success, but the down is there yet again. But he gets dropped right back into their box. So Venno, Vico, their job is not done just yet. They still have to figure out where and when they're going to get these eliminations and how they're going to get Flixie back into the game, because the reboot ban, Taco is down there.
Still a massive advantage, though, for Vico and Venno having the high ground hold.
Oh, there they are.
And FKS, Peterbot, Ritual, Cold. They might just have to go head-to-head, but Cold, Peterbot, Ritual, they're taking more of a scenic route here, Jacob. They don't seem like they're going to stick to the same strategy through each of these lobbies. Everybody has to be on red alert. Even though it didn't pan out in their favor for game one, you can never count Peterbot out.
Yep, it looks like for game number 2, they had some time to talk about it, but they went ahead and spin that wheel.
They had more
said,
than just some time,
go
bro.
next? And it looks like could be possibly over towards Foxy Floodgates. We don't know the exact actual drop, but we know where they have their focus at. We tune on Kanala, Rapid, and Bolts, our Game 1 Victory Royale winners. 9 eliminations, really setting the tone and the pace. And I was talking to you, Taco, during Game 1, saying this is a different vibe from Kanata, this major. This is a whole different feel during the Global Championship, and it's already showing up in Game 1.
Touch on that a little bit later on. Right now, we've got Prodoxy, Pablo, Wingo, Gino. They found Yuma. They're looking to finish what Venno and Vico had started. Originally, Gino definitely getting the better end of that trade. Grise already down now for the kill. Gino nearly falling, but
oh my God.
Back knocks, double eliminations, and Gino holding strong here. Prodoxy gonna find the final piece of the puzzle, and that's gonna be a clean sweep at Canyon Crossing.
And this is exactly what you need for Chino, Pablo, and Prodoxy. It's almost
a big
impossible
game
to guarantee you're gonna win 12 out of 12. They already lost game 1, so when you do win that off-spawn fight, you have to make each and every single one of those games count, and they're already making it sure that they get those eliminations, and they even take down some of the top teams in their path. Switch on over to
oh my God. Oh my God.
Mustache gets the down on the Goofy from across the map, but there's too much space, there's too much distance, and you look at their loadout, they don't have a ton of.
You got the numbers up, you got the damage, it doesn't even matter.
They're using together, so they're not going to be able to easily rotate on over to get the elimination.
Oh wow,
also
that's
an issue
crazy.
with Swizzy having just been freshly knocked. That's going to mean that Mustache is now on revive responsibility, and then immediately straight back to trying to acquire additional surge from across the way. Oceana, though, definitely sending some presence back towards the way of EU. We'll have to check up and see how well this fares, but the elimination feed definitely picking up and revisiting Dystopia City. Victor V and Epic Whale, but Victor V's got 2 eliminations, and they're able to take care of this reboot no problem, but still bound to draw.
There's someone pulling up.
Yeah, and kind of rightfully so. These guys are just playing out of their minds. Victor V deserves the biggest stage and the biggest round of applause. Honestly,
that was just
I don't know where Pops is at in this building, but he has to be a part of this loud crowd. And there's the second elimination on the Razzo, and they're making sure they know it. Look, it doesn't matter, M8 or not, they're cheering for this young individual.
Can't help but think part of the success that some of these teams are trying to claim, it does start with finding those early eliminations, even a knock, anything to kind of boost your confidence. But Art, someone who was definitely swinging throughout that first lobby, still still, this is a difficult situation to tackle here. Kadu, Pisco, and Striker just continue trying to berate into these walls. They're not going to be able to break through the box just yet, but Southco from overhead alongside Arc, they're looking to try and make a separate angle approach. They've actually got Striker's trio a little bit trapped, and despite things looking slightly grim here for Arc and Salco, they've delayed it long enough. This might not be that appetizing of a fight.
Yeah, and luckily for them, though, down below, they have control of a lot of the pieces, so it's kind of going into enemy territory for Tisco, Kadu, and Striker. They have to be careful. The risk-reward scenario here, and they think they have the mismatch, but no, another team rolls up. Upbull, Focus, Mixin, and they get at least one of those eliminations onto Kadu. That's going to help. That's a breath of fresh air for Arc and Salco, because this distraction is allowing them to stay alive as Mixin and Upbull, they clean up yet
and he
another
danced.
elimination out here deep in the zone.
Oh, no.
Dastardly there from Upbull, and a steep punish to boot. It just a fresh reminder to every single one of these teams in the lobby, there is no such thing as a clean battle if you can't find that quick time to elimination. It's something that so many of these veterans here on LAN, we're looking at a ton of major winners, right? Even across the international stage, but Walk's getting busy. Rahito gonna be eliminated. And checking back now with Mixin, Upbull, and Focus, they recognize there's still one more trio member. Granted, with those 2 eliminations, they're recognizing the fact that this is just an easy final piece if we want to take it, but it's not something they have to force.
Yeah, you got to really be careful here, too, if you're Arc and Salco, because that team's just floating around. They don't necessarily know Arc and Salco are there, so they just have to be patient as can be and kind of hope they have enough Storm Surge to last these next couple of zones. Because they're not a team that'll build those towers. Arcsco and Salco is one that just kind of fight for their surge all across the western side of the map. Walks being Malabuka, they have that one elimination so far, uncontested at Outpost. But very, very similar to that last game, this zone is pulling all the way towards the north, so a lot of these teams have to think rather quickly.
But this is a very dangerous position that Ping is taken up. He's being fully collapsed on by the release. Halad gonna find that initial knock onto Ping. Malabuka gonna be forced to try and possibly pull back from this position. FKS, Hero, and Halad just fully intervening with what they were scheming by the Alpha's Enclave. They're trying to get some surge across the way from Panzer and Yapko, but that option has just been reduced to nothing.
It's all about kind of waiting to see if it's worth it. They know at least 2 teams are fighting, but they may not know how many are still alive over on this side of the map. But Malabuka is using that opportunity. Even with his teammate down, he knows Storm Surge is a problem, and he has to worry about it every step of the game. Pablo, Chino for Doxy, they get another elimination. This time it was Visuals
they are
who have went
rolling
down.
through this lobby.
And honestly,
they got an
this
8
is like
right now.
redemption. They said we went down early in game 1, we didn't get any points. If we have any shot of getting a top 10 in this tournament, we have to pick up the pace, and that they shall do.
This is so reminiscent of how they handled their Major 3 performance in EU. They were scrappy, they were aggressive, and they were successful for it. And right now, when you're starting to hold that thought though, Chino, take it out of the sky. That Mary Fizz and the crash pad still has Paula and Proxy to immediately back him up with that double revive, but there's definitely trouble in the horizon. Teams immediately trying to key them, seeing that that knock was successful.
Yeah, just kind of an opportune moment. They just chop out.
Oh,
wow. I feel like I've seen this more and more and more. They just take that opportunity, catching them slipping, maybe even asleep, and they just end that fight rather quickly. But it was Agers, Acorn, and Pollo that actually did get that knock. It does look like they were trying to rotate in that direction, but they rather quickly to get the revive. No worries there. Malabuka walks. No ping still in sight. There's so many teams here on the southern portion of the map, including Hero, Halad, and FKS. And Alex team even beginning to rotate
here's
over
Alex
the non
team.
and resigns. This southern portion of the map is looking rather busy.
Oshie has just decided, hey, we
How are you feeling today? I'm feeling good. Woke up a lot earlier than I usually do on a weekend. You know, so I can watch globals, but
for Marius, Vanya, and Pixie, just content.
Can't complain though. I mean, I'm on to get used to it anyway. I start my first job tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. So I'm gonna be up early tomorrow too. I'm probably gonna end up missing the first game of globals.
But surprisingly enough, Arc might have just been able to clutch up big time for himself and Salco.
Yeah, I feel like that's almost an understatement. They tried to get the reboot back onto Skull. He went down again. It's almost no loss because they were able to pick up a huge elimination.
You only work Sundays? No, my first day, I start Sunday. So I start tomorrow. I just got the job this past Thursday.
For us to get that damage, it's going to be a challenge. But now you can see what's landing right next to him. A huge drop, a huge upgrade. And that's something a team like this feeling confident once they get it.
Salco and Arc still trying to fight things out here. Big knock onto Uppo, but Focus from overhead. He's going to bring down Salco. It's all down to Focus versus Arc.
That double
Focus
pump is so broken.
The HP advantage currently, but he's going to go for the full finish here onto Salco. That Siphon immediately extending his leverage here. Arc scrambling underneath him, trying to see if he can replenish just a little bit of his shields to boot. But Arc, he's got to make a decision. He's got to make it quick. He's trying to see if he can get this right angle peek. Instead, stuck underneath these pre-existing builds. Focus going to create a little bit of space here. Focus off the right fish, trying to get the overhead.
Wow, he missed both those. Congrats, thank you, bro. I appreciate it.
He's not backing down. You have
Don't.
to respect the guts.
Oh, he missed. That would have been nice.
Still struggling to clean things up.
Oh my God. He sold. No, the storm.
He's not gonna be able to win it.
Bro. Wow, he whiffed.
Very, very unfortunate circumstances
He
for Arc.
whiffed.
He ran out of white heals, no bandages, no med kits, those slurp juices. He had to be aggressive,
that
but
sucked,
that played
bro.
directly
He almost
into
won that.
Focus's hands, and he capitalized on it perfectly. Even though they're out of zone, Taco, I expect their full trio to be back into this game rather shortly. The fourth zone, still relatively early on in this game, but 6 eliminations for Halad, FKS, and Hero. Seeing how they're picking up some of those eliminations. It's Walks, he gets caught slipping, clothesline. Shut down rather easy. Malabuka as well. No knock on the Malabuka, which means they're out of this game.
We knew it was going to be difficult, though, for Malabuka's team to have a recovery point. They got so locked down at Outpost Enclave, but this is wicked work by Pablo, Chino, and Ferdoxy, just slowly making the Ferdoxy crouch approach. He's been notorious for this method over the course of this past year, and now, currently, it could be the surprise that Peterbot does not want to have to deal with, or Gold and Ritual. But Pablo, Chino, Ferdoxy, the patience, the discipline, they know exactly when they want to strike. They could possibly even be looking to try and tackle a couple other teams nearby.
Yeah, just kind of double options. Wait for zone. But if somebody kind of gets a little bit too ahead of themselves, that could be an opportunity as Peterbot shutting down Resigns. And again, no knock. So the #1 team from OCE is out of the lobby in game number 2 as Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual looks to ramp things up. But Pixstar and Demas, underdog story the entire year. And this is something, I love the underdog story. And everybody, so many people were putting this team in the top 10, maybe even some inside of the top 5. Yesterday, we were watching their games. They were kind of having fun with some sky bases, but now is the time to really put it all to the test. Zone favoring their side of the map. They just had to travel up a little bit towards the north, but now they got a position ahead of everybody team toward the south. This is a good chance for them to start to accumulate surge.
Their low ground fragging potential has been what's really struck them into the spotlight from EU, but you can't help but think about the fact that even in that first lobby, I know Sven has been cooking up some strats with his Polish boys, because we saw
Bro, they got the drums and
attempting
everything
to
in the
maintain
background.
height at one point. Curious if they tried to do that same sort of mentality in the secondary lobby. Height was definitely a little bit scrappy last game, but King, Phaser, and OPA's in a little bit of trouble here, but they know Focus is in even more trouble. They want to see if they can maybe isolate that solo, keep him pinpointed, keep him away from their position. PHZN is going to need a bailout soon, though.
Yeah, this is a scary situation for the entire trio, for that matter. Finally, they find some heals, but I was just thinking 177 above the damage threshold. It is above the damage threshold, but it is not a ton. Things can change rather quickly, especially you see Merstash, you see Swizzy, Queasy on the other side of the mountain in the zone, pushing further and further towards the northeast. And this is where in the back of my mind, I'm like, oh my gosh, on that side of the map, Taco, there's mountain ranges, there's dips, there's dives, there's so many different things in terms of elevation. Teams better be prepared.
And look, game 1 definitely did not pan out the way that Acorn Pollo and Agers would have normally anticipated, or anybody honestly in this audience would have expected them to do. But with so much surge damage already online, Jacob, this dead side rotate is absolutely perfect. They don't have to worry about encountering any of the clusters that might be starting to build on the edge of zone. The real thing that they're gonna have to be very, very cautious of is just not getting beamed from the sky.
Yeah, they're gonna be rotating to a lot of teams for that matter. So that's why they're trying to use that new upgraded launch pad. You mix in the Flowberry Fizz, and you tend to kind of get out of render distance for some teams, and you kind of get a free rotation in. It all depends on who's kind of looking up at a moment. And now we're seeing a peak with Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts of what that southern side of the zone actually looks like. This is what Agers, Acorn, and Pollo are actually rotating into. So for Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts, they already won game number 1, 9 eliminations. For them, I think it's kind of like slow and steady wins the race. They're not going to get greedy for eliminations. They're going to let them naturally present themselves throughout the course of this game.
Love to see some of these elevation shifts, though. It really challenges some of these IGLs finding the most optimal path for their teammates. Swizzy, Queasy, Merstash, not going to get too tagged up here by Iyamzo, Higgs, and Clicks. A little bit of a missed opportunity. Victor V, though, that's going to finally be a connection there from Iyamzo, the future, trying to see if he can pop off here, but it's going to be tough. They don't want to forfeit their position right now, Jacob, to try and key against Victor V, Epic, and Paper. They're just going to let them continue to tunnel through towards that side of the mountain phase. Kazi and Aspic, though, stuck. Prodoxy, Pablo, Chino. They're not gonna let these guys go.
Bro, they got the exotic Slapberry Fizz, they got Slurp Juices,
yeah,
they got
chilling,
Splashes. I know you start to think a little scared, like how much do they have to stay this deep in the zone? It is gonna be a 2-tick, but they have more than enough, and 2 potential eliminations, which will grant them Siphon, so that way they can save those heals even more. As Prodoxy's doing his lurk, patented lurk here coming out, up above. Chino's not gonna need the help that he thought he did. They're gonna clean up
They
those
are
eliminations.
moving.
They have 11 eliminations.
They are
we
moving.
Witnessing out of Prodoxy, Pablo, and Chino.
They're making up for lost time.
It's not even
That
over
last
yet.
Lobby, they had 0 placement points from being wiped off spawn, but 44 elimination points is absurd, Jacob. And they're not looking to slow down anytime soon. What I'm worried about for them right now is they are taking a lot of storm damage.
Yeah.
Storm sickness could definitely pose a problem for them later on, but we'll just have to see how they continue to move through this lobby.
Kanata still up.
Ritual, a little bit
Oh my
stuck.
god, they are shambles. Holy.
Everybody is used to seeing Peter Bot, Ritual, and Cole be super stacked from those divisional cups, but here in the global stage,
They are shambles.
Honestly, quite shocking.
Yes,
Tune in,
very.
Mr. Savage, Reason, no chap in sight. Getting eliminated early, but I'm a glass half full type of guy. You see them center zone.
Bro,
so as
Peter
long as
Bot
they
is
have enough
selling
storm
me right
surge,
now.
They're not going to have to worry about rotating from point A to point B like most
He is
of these
selling me
teams.
right
And
now.
then you can see the whole stack side.
It's very
eastern side of the
disappointing.
zone that
It's very
has the
disappointing.
elevation. So now it's kind of like a mind game for some of these players. Do I give up my little bit of high ground to rotate a little bit more center where there's less and less pressure from some of these teams? Or do I stay and hope for the best that the zone cuts back to the northeast?
Queasy already scouting out exactly where he wants to go next, with Cooper Reed and Curly holding down the high ground, though. Peterbot, Ritual, Cold, they're a little bit stuck here. They can't break through. Instead, they're going to have to deal with Prodoxy pulling up directly behind them, and they just don't have that much material. They've got a completely stacked trio in comparison, loadout-wise, and Prodoxy recognizes just how in tatters Peterbot's team actually is. That could be a very dicey situation. Instead, focus now from Chino, Pablo, Prodoxy going to be applied directly towards Epic Whale and Paper, trying to make a slightly lower rotational approach, but Chino and Pablo, they are completely smothering Paper and Epic.
Yeah, it just kind of forced them out of the zone. And it's not a ton of damage each and every second, but that definitely adds up. Look at Paper, HP absolutely diminished in the blink of an eye because of that rotation. But it might have been worth it. It pulls towards their south with a lot of these teams, but Prodoxy
Oh,
knows
no.
they're trying to put down pressure. 10 HP, barely surviving. There's a second too quick peeking. That's Ritual. That's Cold and Peterbot. One's gonna go down. Cold's gonna fall. Ritual by
no.
himself yet again. He's able to get the knock onto Pablo, but there is no chance of him getting the elimination.
Ritual's gonna opt for the trade of revives. He loses Cold entirely, and he's not able to actually stick it to Peterbot. Peterbot's gonna be left behind. Ritual gonna be forced to play it out as a solo now.
Wow.
Gino, Pablo, and Ferdoxy, they might even look to hunt him later on. They know he's somewhere tangled up in this lower layer, but still, they are just so heavily looted up, Jacob. The world is their oyster right now.
From 11 to 13, big numbers in game 2. Agers Pollo trying to do the same thing, but they just run into speed bump after speed bump. Bolts gets the elimination. Active Storm Surge.
Bro, they are going through it.
Heals, but he needs to start figuring out where
what is happening with these two teams?
You see in the numbers.
You got the best two teams on NA just struggling like really badly right now.
Every 7 seconds, 25 damage. He lands just a chip
Jax,
out,
what's up, bro?
But as soon as he starts to try to
I'm good, bro. I'm struggling to watch, you know. Peterbot and Pollo's teams are just struggling so bad.
Still found this little pocket, this little bubble, a breathing room, that is, until the surge damage starts to tick away at his life again.
Remember me? Yeah, I do. From the stream yesterday.
Sure, they managed to dip a little
I remember, bro.
points, but it's just not enough. They've got to go on a massive recovery tour for game 3. Swizzy, Queasy,
Oh, this is the team we looked to dominate in the first game.
spot in this lobby, and it's straight towards height.
Queasy has one motto: take height, don't get eliminated. And obviously in the first game they gave it up because they didn't want to.
Bro, this Friends crowd is not disappointing. I'm not lying. Bro, we got Clicks and Kanata's teams that are actually showing up today, bro. Especially Kanata's team. So like, that's what we need right now because they look. Oh no. Oh no, Ferdoxy went down.
And now it's up to Pablo, Gino, and they're not immediately trying to drop down low. They're trying to assess the situation and figure out if they can take it.
Gino's been on fire. Pablo, still 3 eliminations too, but 11 elims despite losing for Oxy. This is still a classic scenario.
It's still a great game for them. They needed this.
Still be able to make it work. They're trying to see if they can figure out, maybe take away a little bit of an advantage play, because these teams are looking for pre-edits in the mid-round and even in the lower layers, but they're not going to allow it. Mustache, Swizzy, and Queasy are the real threat right now, though. They just continue to apply steady pressure to those mid layers. It's a big part of the reason why these teams are just getting so picked apart in between.
And you're seeing, as soon as they made it inside of the zone, they reconnected, making it that much harder for anybody to take him down. Marius, he's now trying to move up. 10 damage above the threshold. At least they're in front of the curve. Quickly looking towards the right, Curly, Cooper, and Reed. That was their momentary target, but they realized they have to stay ahead of the zone. They cannot get too greedy and fall behind.
But nobody can come close to Queasy and Mustache. They're just
Phaser just went down.
King, big time though. Picks
King is cooking. Oh my god.
Soon to follow though. If he's not careful, he's gonna be forced to pull back here. But King MPH's in, hit by hip. Flowberry Fizz punishing as much shield as they possibly can because they have to keep moving forward, playing back the zone.
Curly goes down. Higgs got a kill.
Drop another layer. Height's not gonna allow them to press forward any longer, and they might just drop directly into Epic Whale's hands.
No, Higgs goes down to Pixie. Queasy kills the Amzo. Holy Christ. It's turning up, boys. It's turning up. Yeah, they're holding height. They taking this game. There's no way they don't take this game.
It's just a victim at this point, Jacob. Marius, Vanya, and Pixie seemingly undiscovered for the time being, though. Kanata in a little spot of trouble here. Just saw him take a massive chunk of his shield. Pixie now looking
Banner goes down.
Quizzy
got the finish on him.
the moment that he tries to push forward, and Mustache directly
Kanata goes down. Marius goes down.
eliminated essentially. There's no
They do add an accent to his name.
Yeah, and you're also seeing Kanata fall, Rapid down.
Rapid just. Yeah, Bolts just died too. Yup. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, just stay up. Just stay up. Just stay up. Literally, all they have to do is stay on height. It literally pulls up. All they have to do is just stay on height. They don't need a single thing. Literally just stay up. It's over. It's over. Holy pop off. 12 kill win or 13 kill win. Well played, gentlemen. Well played. Well played.
Their favorite players in the world just picked up a Game 2 victory royale.
That was a well played game.
Lighting up the arena
That was
as
greatly
we
executed.
speak, and you're seeing the looks
Christ.
on their face. Now I want to know what they're thinking. Frankie, let us know.
Mustache, you have made the gentlemen more happy than they have ever been here in Lyon. What's it like to take the second victory royale here?
I mean, it's nice, feeling nice. I want to win more games, we're going to win more games, and they're going to scream more louder with every game.
I think they will. Queasy, it felt like in game 1, you tried to take the high ground maybe a bit too early. You couldn't hold it. This time round, there were no mistakes. How did you make sure the plan went flawlessly?
I mean, it's never too early. Like, even first game, if we got some lucky pulls, we could have had it. 4 pulls we had, and then they pulled over the water and was kind of unlucky we couldn't get it. But game 2, we got some favors in our way, and that's it.
You don't need luck to win this, Queasy.
Cette fois, ils n'ont pas laissé passer l'occasion. Il l'a dit, cette fois, ils l'ont pris cette hauteur et ils sont allés au bout. What's the plan now for the next games?
Keep going high and playing our game, that's it.
Le plan de jeu il est clair, on va jouer la hauteur à toutes les parties et on va aller chercher d'autres victoires. Big shout out, bravo to Queasy, Mustache and Sweezy!
That was a great game. That was a well played game, bro. That was a well played game.
Yeah. Are you ready, guys? Gentle!
Nice.
Very good. Very, very good indeed. One more time, though. Gentle, gentle, gentle! We're going to hear so much more from these crowds and these players after this short break. Do not go anywhere.
Kevin, what's good? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you for being here. W's. I'll be back.
Do you get scared? Or do you feel lost? I can smell fear. I've been there before. But you made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Can you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you to notice that you got what you wanted. We don't got time to cry right now. Only got time to focus. Two hits on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave him faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate it. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known.
All right, I have returned. Sorry about that. That was a great game. So just because you're not popular does not mean you're not cool. Dream big, Unk. I don't know about that unk, but I do appreciate the you know, the statement, bro. I mean, it is true. Obviously, I'm not overly the extreme, but you know, I grind and I stay consistent as much as I possibly can. So yeah, I appreciate it though. I'm just excited to see Globals. Globals is like looking really good right now. Definitely. I hope you guys are enjoying it too. This music is like, it's chill though. It's really chill.
My, oh my, game number 2 going in the way of Queasy. Mr. High Ground himself, Swizzy Murstache coming out on top.
That was a great
again.
game.
I love, my favorite part about Fortnite is when we see these games
All right,
happen,
7
we
minutes.
talk directly
Okay.
to the players. I get to see Swizzy cheesing because they got themselves a victory royale. And I love too, Viv, you know, they sit there and they kind of call out, hey, you know, we had some unlucky pulls game 1, but game number 2,
It came together.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we definitely talked about that already. The interview that you're kind of talking about, right? I love to hear the game plan, right? Quizzy should have said it. Hey, you know, what's the game plan? Just keep going height. Incredible game from them, and you can kind of see the difference in the style of play, right? The control from this trio, you know, versus last game where we saw a less experienced team up on the higher ground kind of lose it very, very easily. It kind of seemed like, nah, Queasy's been up here before. They were well structured. Nobody was going to shoot them out. And I'm not going to lie, Kelly, after they won the game, they were kind of like hands up in the air. They were like, that was easy. Yeah, we watched the game. Nobody even looked up at them.
Well, with Murstache with the revolver shotgun, who wants to look up at them? We saw what happened to Pablo. If you try and go up even close to high ground, they're just going to shoot you out. And this trio, we talked about at the start of the show, they have their head on a swivel. They are so aware of what they need to be looking at when they have that high ground. They have such good positioning, making sure that they have one player in the front of zone and then 2 players looking behind them when they're on high ground, because we know
Eagles for life. What's up, man? Welcome to the stream.
but not when you're
How are you doing today?
I love the kind of like the duality, the dichotomy of games 1 and 2, right? Game 1, you got Kanata come out,
But yes,
jumping all over
love
his
my
duo
Eagles
mates,
fans,
or trio
bro.
mates, rather.
I don't know, I am
Game
from
2,
Philadelphia and I am an Eagles fan
He's like, look,
100%,
I
bro.
love that I
So
got this
definitely love
VR,
my Eagles
but
fans,
I have
bro.
to stay locked in. I cannot falter even for a moment. I love to see that they got this victory royale. So many points racked up. And I thought for like a moment, I was like, okay, we've got height, things looking good. We ain't got eliminations. I said, Zeke, hold on. Look at the points now. Off of a single
First,
game,
Kanata still
double-digit
second.
elims coming out from the trio, and now holding down the #1 spot. Viv, this is looking
Okay, Clicks was pulled up in the top 10. He's 8th.
Yeah, I mean, I am a little.
I don't know. I'm
right?
seeing
The
too
game plan
much
is coming to
EU,
fruition.
bro.
I'm
There's
not
a
gonna
lot
lie,
more
I'm a little
EU
bit
in this
worried.
top
It's
10
all 6th place
leaderboard than it is
Papa Ringo,
NA.
Chino, and Fred
It's
Doxy
only, what,
winning
Clicks,
the
Pumped,
All-Spawn in game number 2, of course, going
Kanata,
down
and
to the
Kanata
first
team
team,
that
getting
are
the
like from
opportunity to
NA.
go ahead
That's
and
on in the top 10 right
exactly
now.
what they can do.
It's not looking
And Kelly,
good,
this
bro.
is kinda like,
They make
after
NA is
number
like
3,
selling
EU,
my
they
bread,
hit
bro.
the
They need to
pause
pick it
button,
up
right?
like
They showed up on the
ASAP.
stage, and then they hit the play button again. They were like, listen, we know what
They
the
need to
game
pick it
plan
up
is.
ASAP, bro.
Run
NA is
at
not
people
looking
and
good
get
right now.
elims.
Oh my gosh, what was it? By zone 3, they had 8 eliminations. It was absolutely crazy watching what they can do when they do win that off-spawn fight. But what I want to see
Nah, I ain't
now,
gonna
though,
lie.
is them
The Doxy
transition that
team went
into
crazy,
a
though.
perfect end game. And you
Even
saw
though
they had
they're,
the
I
idea.
don't
They went
fully,
to
I don't
potentially go
represent
for height.
EU.
It didn't work
Like,
out. They
for
dropped
Doxy's
down, and
team,
then they were still
definitely.
able to
I
carry
can
themselves.
say they
And that
definitely popped
really
off.
is what matters. Not just being able to kind of
They definitely popped
recover from
off.
a failed height steal, but also recover from a failed game 1.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Zeke, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be a little bit of a critic here, right? Levin kind of made a great point when he was just up here. He was
Bro,
like,
this
listen,
crowd
like,
is
why are you
insane.
guys kind of looking up at height, right? You would imagine that it was meant to be like an EU team up here. Of course, that wasn't the case in game number 1, but in game number 2, it was. I'm kind of questioning like the decision from Ferdoxy's trio to kind of go up there and steal the higher gun, right? Levin kind of talked about it. You kind of expect a great
That's all EU. EU first, third. Yeah, bro, it's like literally all EU besides 3 teams. And I think ARC's team is a different server
team to
than
be like-
EU or NA.
potential to possibly
But
see what high ground is going to be
most
like.
of the
And in
top
game
10
number
is
one,
EU.
high ground
I
was
don't
a
like
little bit
that,
easier
bro.
to take.
And they need to
but
pick
that
it up,
was when
bro.
Queasy was not on high ground. But looking up on the high right now, of course, we have to look at Pablo Ingo, Fredoxy, and Chino just a little bit more into that game. Look at this. We're in zone 8, and they already have 11 eliminations, sticking to the low ground because that's where all of the players are going to be. That's where everyone drops down when they're getting a little weak, a little low, and that's where they can clean everything up.
Terrifying stuff. Man, you know something else I wanted to call out? Another trio that's performing insanely well in 4th place. And, you know, guys, we actually got to see them a lot in major number 3. Yeah. It's King, Phaser, PH Zin showing up on a global stage. We already saw them show up in NA in major number 3. They said, all right, this is practice now on a global stage after game number 2. 4th place.
We're in a new era of dominance.
Continue this
I mean, the game, I feel like both defenses, the Cowboys and
yeah, I mean, it's super impressive.
the Cowboys
Again,
and Eagles
their
defenses
trio
did
alive,
hold
right?
their
I've
own
talked
in a
to Glenn
game.
about this, is that they do such a good
I definitely
job right
can
now
say
of getting
that.
around to like 10th place as a trio. Kind of a little bit out of character for them, because usually when one of them goes down, all of them go down at the same time. But no, a little bit of a clutch here from King and PH Zin. Incredible stuff, right? Maybe adapting to the lobby, being like, hey, listen, we can't just kind of play this game where it's trio or nothing. Let's play for ourselves a little bit after things start to look a little bad. 4th place right now is so good.
I feel like that really speaks to what they learned from North American Central. That's something that we commonly see. A lot of these duo solo clutches in a trios competition is kind of NA's bread and butter. And so for King to come here, learn a little bit, and also perform very well against the big names in NA, I think that they have brought that in just tenfold for the Globals competition.
Yeah, and I mean, I'd love to remember we got to interview him kind of the sort of show, right? And, you know, in summation, he was basically like, look, I wanted to go to NA, I wanted experience. And to your point, taking that experience and immediately the next step is the hardest competition. And they're like, hey,
I'm about to go AFK and do something real quick, so I'm going to be gone for like a couple hours. Maybe. I'm going to keep the stream up though.
Games of the competition. This is just the first 2 games. What are we hoping to maybe see in game number 3? So, you know, think about like what, again, the duality, right? Game 1, Tayson's roaming around the map. Game 2, Fredoxy's. You know, are we maybe hoping to see more of this back and forth?
You know what I want to see if we're talking about back and forth, and coming from North America, I'm going to be a little bit biased. I want to see Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual, as well as Acorn, Agers, and Pollo make it to an end game. I want to see this rivalry that we've been building up for the last year. And again, it's first 2 games, Vivid. We still have so much more, and we can expect out of those 2 trios much more to come.
Yeah, I mean, kind of strange game from Acorn's trio there. We almost never see them below Surge, and Surge was definitely an impact from their game right there. And instantly, you know, again, we talked about it after game number 1. We were like, hey, listen, like the plan seemed like it would have worked if they would have just went ahead and third-party the Dystopia City fight. We didn't see them third-party the fight at all this game, right? So maybe instantly kind of veering away from that because it didn't work in game number 1. I don't know where they went on the map, but not feeling confident right now.
Man, dude, I want to keep talking about so much that we saw in the game. So much to unpack, but you heard that battle bus horn. It is that time. Once again, game number 3 is here and ready for us. What's going to happen? Let's find out right now.
Here we go. Game number 3 is among us, and so much is going down around the map. It's kind of hard to keep focused. You got the Rangers Ruin Osbon fight 1-1. You got the triple contested, or even now a duo contested Dystopia City. You got drop spot roulette being played out as well, and you got Queasy's team and Kanata's team at the top of the leaderboard.
But we just saw Fredoxy and Tayson on the big screen here in Lyon, and they are going back to back to back with these off-spawn contests. Both of these teams wishing each other good luck in those pre-game player interviews. But Fredoxy, he's looking to make that first touchdown. Tayson actually going to be the first man to pick up a weapon. He's looking to see if he can close in on an initial knock. Gino already stripped of half of his HP. Tayson, though, with the leverage of the high ground, they have forced Pablo, Chino, and Fredoxy to be stuck dealing with the swarm. They are all tunneled inside of the same staircase. Rangers Ruin is getting desperate right now for Gino. He's only got 4 HP to work with, but Atris, he's actually going to be the first one fully eliminated. Gino still holding it down, delaying, buying enough time. Fredoxy with the separate angle approach, But Roxy, he's got to finalize on this. They have to capitalize on this moment, and they do. Dame strike yet again here in France, but no, it's been ruined. Scarpa gets out and Way immediately getting involved.
This is what we were talking about. Maybe 2 games will play out as normal, but things are looking a little shaken up as Gabzetta. They're trying to take advantage of this fight that has gone 1-1. Now it's looking like Ferdoxy is in trouble. Gino, he's the one with the good loadout. He's the one that has to try to figure out a way to make a play as Ferdoxy just trying to loot up, get some materials. They realize even with Pablo going down, they have to start to think about reboot card. When do we get it back? And they're not the only team. There's another team that's starting to look in this direction. For Gabzetta, Scarpa, and Way, they got what they came for, and that's position over Rangers Ruin.
The pain right now for Chino and Ferdoxy is that Chino is just stuck. Ferdoxy had to create a little bit of space. He had to disengage. He had 0 mats. He knew he could no longer stay involved in this fight, but this is definitely going to put a damper on their overall game strategy because they're just gonna have to wait it out. Gabzetta, Way, and Scarpa, they're also gonna reap all the benefits of taking Rangers Ruin for themselves.
See if that one continues to play out. We'll take a close eye on that one. But this one, Dystopia City, where we thought it was a triple contested fight. Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot go back to something they did early on in game 1. They landed towards the outside, but they do not know. Tinka and his entire trio is right above from OCE waiting for things to break out. But a triple contested, they're all landing towards the launch pad. Rise is the one that's getting good damage onto Vico, and that's the first knock. Flixie's taking some damage as well. Luckily for him, he has a momentary escape.
Drise, Yuma, and Koyota just putting on the burners right now. Flixie was trying to see if he could provide a little bit of coverage, but 1 versus 3, and he's not gonna get the chance to escape. Asia coming out on top in game 3.
What is this? It might be a Brazilian thing, you know what I'm saying? Because both of the teams that qualified out of Brazil, or at least 2 of the 3, are now made their way over towards Rangers Ruin. Luckily for Ferdoxy and Chino, though, they were able to get on out. So this is just a whole different mix-up that I didn't expect in a million years.
This is the Ferdoxy effect right now. At Rangers Ruin, everyone is just crouching, creeping up on each other. But Scarpa gonna be some of the first to open up with some big shots. Still not feeling comfortable just yet, diving straight into the heart of the action here. But Scarpa, they recognize King. He might be trying to make this flank approach. He could be an isolated member. PH in though, still gonna be enough of a buffer zone here. And Gabzetta, Scarpa away, they've decided, you know what? You guys can have it. We're out of here.
Yeah, we gotta figure it out. This wasn't even our drop spot. You guys can take it. Now King Phaser, PH in. They're actually choosing to kind of rotate away from Rangers Ruin, and that's a conscientious decision. Go for eliminations, go for points, go for Storm Surge, instead of sitting back, not knowing if that other team is still alive, and going for XP. These are the 2 different paths, and they're taking this one.
Talk about a silver lining, though, for Ferdoxy and Chino. They're left all alone at Rangers Ruin with Brazil deciding for that early departure, but Peterbot, Ritual, Cold, they've struggled to really find a home with their initial drops just because they've been trying to go all around the map. And yet again, lobby number 3, we are seeing them try a slightly different approach here, but the result is still all the same currently, Jacob. They're at Dystopia City, and they're waiting to see when they're going to be able to try and take advantage of this contested area. But Tinka, Kazi, Aspect, they're also just trailing so close behind. It's making it really difficult for Peterbot, Gold, and Ritual to actually take advantage of vulturing some of the leftovers here at Dystopia.
And I just got my eyes glued to the mini-map right now, and I'm counting 1, 2, 3 different teams. But wait, one of them's Kazi, Tika, and Aspect. So I'm thinking right now, where is Epic? Well, Victor V and Paper. Maybe an early battle between Tay and the full trio is Swizzy, Merstash. 2 different bases towards the sky, and with the zone pulling a whole different direction this game than the previous 2, it looks like it's pulling south, maybe a western lean. Swizzy and Merstash and Queasy, they have the luxury of waiting for all these teams from the north to rotate down into them, and that means easy surge for the first place team.
And Merstash wasting absolutely 0 time alongside Swizzy, locking in some of these early surge tags. A little bit of hide and seek, but it's gonna be Mustache coming out on top yet again. Goofy knocked, but you have to remember, despite Goofy being knocked, there's no real opportunity provided there for Queasy's team to follow up with a heavy key approach. So we're gonna shift a little bit of the attention focus. Striker needed to watch his back, but he still got Tisco maybe to try and bring things up into fruition. But Salco Arc School, they pose too much of a threat here, and Tisco, he'll be eliminated. That's just an easy cleanup.
Yeah, for a team, you said it yourself, Arc is playing fantastic as an individual the entirety of the week leading up to this, taking 1v1s against anybody who's taking that challenge. And now something coming from him, NA West. This could be a big make or break moment for his entire Fortnite career. As Reed, Cooper, Curly, same position we saw them in that last game, just at the edge of the zone. They're just trying to get as much Storm Surge as possible. Not sure who that is on the other side. Baka's team, Mansour's team. Those are the two possibilities it could be.
There's one thing that Peterbot's certainly got intentions leaning towards. It's maybe trying to key Marias, Vanya, and Pixie, but underneath, does he even know? Does he even realize? Victor V, Paper, and Epic Whale, they've decided maybe we should just bring the paddle straight to Peterbot, Gold, and Ritual. Why are we the ones waiting to see whether or not they're gonna stick around and hover inside of Dystopia City? Still, Epic Whale, not necessarily primed with that loadout for fighting. And for that reason, and probably knowing that there's another team in that area, it's just best not to take that fight.
Yeah, it's just not easy to get the loadout that you want, especially when you're triple contested. And then a fourth team makes their way on over. So I think they made kind of the heads up play to focus on staying alive, prioritizing position, realizing we can get a loadout, we can get Storm Surge elsewhere. Visuals, Braids, and a Minish. Business as usual for them. They land over towards Foxy. I think as soon as they realized its own was pulling in their favor, they immediately start to set up their own Surge base. And this is kind of a little bit of different kind of pacing of the game that we're seeing in game number 3 here. Instead of the all-out aggression, it looks like they're kind of playing more to what a lot of teams have practiced, which is Storm Surge bases.
Yeah, but Cooper finding that first knock just gave the green light for Curly, Ree, and himself to actually find those additional eliminations. That's some big surge that they are getting online super early. And a handful of teams that have managed to have some success with these surge bases. But we have seen so many interventions, so many other teams, and that's something that Chap, Reason, and Mr. Savage don't take lightly. They're gonna spend a little bit of extended time inside of these early storm picks. They don't mind it, and it's giving them a good idea of which direction they actually want to head, especially when you're scouting out some of those surge bases in the distance. They know there's going to be teams looking to try and hold on edge of zone.
Yeah, and then kind of add in the fact that neither one of these two games that we've had so far has went down to heal off. So it's kind of giving you more and more of that confidence, like, hey, I can stay a little bit longer in towards zone. I can try to figure out Storm Surge, especially if you're uncontested like they are. You can always go back for those extra heals. As OXR HQ, just as busy as we last left it. Pixie, Marius, and Vanya, they kind of got a huge base, basically a 3-room apartment. Everybody gets their own bathroom. They're just kind of replenishing a lot of those bills that they used to get there. You see the extra hills in and outside of their base, and they're just a hop, skip, and a throw away from the actual zone. The only thing that we do not know yet, Taco, is do they see Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold? Do they know that team is there?
They're likely pretty aware that there's somebody lurking. Whether they know that it's Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual directly, that'll have to be answered later on. But Victor V, Epic Whale, Paper, they diverted that initial path, and they find themselves directly underneath Curly and Cooper, trying to see if they can apply some pressure, get a little bit of damage going. But Victor V gonna get the worst end of that trade out. And Epic Whale still looking to provide a little bit of coverage. They've just infiltrated the base that Cooper and Curly once held.
Yeah, I like the decision, though, for Cooper, Curly. They saw the zone kind of pull towards the south, a little bit further from where they're at. They say, hey, we got to focus on this. Agers, Acorn, Poyo. This time around, they're getting to play their side of the overall map. We're seeing it pulling towards the south, but Demon's Debris kind of just on the outskirts inside of the zone. So they're watching and seeing every team that rotates on over from that mountain. You got to think Alex and Nam reside. They're towards the south of that mountain. Koyota, Rise, Yuma, they landed over at Canyon. So they're just trying to take advantage of every team that might not be quick to the punch.
But it's still crazy to see that quick stat for Acorn's team, that they didn't take a single tick of surge all throughout the regular season majors. But here on the global level, they have been struggling back-to-back matches, finding a good grasp of that surge damage threshold. Right now, Game 3 though, halfway point technically speaking for day one. They had the opportunity. We just saw what Prodoxy, Pablo, and Chino were able to accomplish in that last lobby. When you're able to secure over 80 points in a singular match, you're still always in the running.
Yeah, on pace. Outside of maybe getting that victory royale where you do get the 9 extra points going from second to first place. So all you need is, a win, but 10 eliminations, that's about a 105 game. Close the gap in an instant. We already saw that out of a few teams so far. Pixie, Marius, and Vanya, they're just rotating all around. You saw them go from OXR HQ. They took that massive launch pad with the Flowberry Fizz to take over the Shining Span Bridge, prioritizing their rotation. Not really worrying about anybody else that's there, as Victor V, Epic, they're still here, but Cold is the one that's down. So Peterbot and Ritual got the pressure on their shoulders.
Tragedy there for Pablo as he's fully cleaned up too. So that's gonna be a wipeout for Prodoxy's team. They'll have to sit and deliberate, figure out what they want to do for Game 4 instead. But Ritual and Peterbot still trying to work side by side. The problem is they are so split from each other, Jacob. The moment that Yamzo, Flix, or Higgs might realize, hey, there's a primed up opportunity here to just outright key, but doesn't seem as if they're aware of that situation just yet.
And already we saw Cooper, Reek, and Curly try to rotate on out. But now they're running into a whole nother team, and Cooper's gonna be the first one dropped. That's Snowy. Todd is still alive. Even though they do lose one, they have a numbers advantage. They can play for the revive, and I think Reek might know that just a little bit, trying to go for pressure underneath, break it through the wall. The beast control does not go over. They do a quick peek. Both teams kind of missing those shots, though. Reek has to be able to take advantage of these opportunities. They are inside of the zone, so in theory, Taco, Ryu, Snowy, and Todd have no reason to rotate out.
That little bit of a whip, though, from Reek might come back to haunt him here because Todd, Snowy, and Ryu in that 3 versus 1. This is so optimal for them to continue to apply steady pressure. They recognize Reek has no other choice except to try and live, to try and escape, and they are just ripping him apart from the skies. Every single crash pad, sure, it's taking them one step further, but fortunately for Reek, Marius, Pixie, and Vanya provide a little bit of that buffer zone. They're gonna force Sod and Ryu back, but Reed, he is still pinned down, stuck along the peach face underneath Shining Span.
Yeah, it don't miss you wonder, like, does he even have a singular reboot card, let alone 2? He really had no choice but to disengage out of there because they will try to push a solo in that situation. But Malibuka, Wax, pings, 25 points through 2 games so far. Couple teams need to go down about 7. You can start getting some of those placement points. But for now, they're just kind of focusing on one thing and one thing only, Storm Surge. That's going to open up the world in terms of flexibility the later this game goes on.
And this time, Malibuka's team not being third-partied now means that they've got a little bit more of that luxury room to try and get their Surge locked in, going up against Yapko and Panzer in a separate Surge base. Good ways across from them. Yuma, Koyota, and Rise, though, we saw the success they finally had with taking care of Veno's team, and now the question becomes, can we see a Prodoxy Tayson type of performance? Can they convert this to a strong endgame finish?
Hey, you know the entire region usually kind of has some tricks underneath their sleeve that they save for big moments just like this. A Swizzy, Queasy, Merstad, they're just making their way on over towards that bunker. They're one of the few teams in the lobby because they're uncontested at the Hive. They get that instant OXR HQ rank, and that is what they're able to use to kind of rotate on over to the vault and get some sort of exotic. You already see it's going to be the AR in Swizzy's inventory. And if you guys don't know, every shot you land with that AR, the next one just deals more and more damage. And putting it in Swizzy's hand, honestly, is very, very scary for the rest of the lobby.
And looted and booted, that is for sure. Merstash, Swizzy, Queasy, they've got so much time to work with in comparison to a lot of these other teams that are likely feeling a bit more pressured, a bit more pushed into trying to create, manifest some sort of surge damage just to be able to find the same type of rotates. But Queasy, we'll have to see what he gets up to later on, because we know they love to look for height, and they are setting up very early on, Jacob. Strong loadouts to take over.
A tough situation, depending on where the zone continues to go for a lot of these teams towards the south. They're trying to make this part of the map their home base and kind of wait for a lot of the teams towards the north, towards the west to start to try and rotate in. Kanata, Boats, and Rapid, almost 700 damage above the threshold. Now they're going to surpass that with a couple shots being landed. And they're just peeking through the cone right now. They already are in zone. They're just trying to figure out how many teams are around them, what teams are there as well, and what teams are rotating in. Ritual Cold Peterbot, that's going to be one that they focus on for a quick and short moment, landing some damage on the Ritual, forcing them down further towards their glide, just kind of making sure they can't get priority position.
The real trick in a set lobby like this, though, is finding those shots, but not receiving any in return. Peterbot, Ritual Cold, though, they've got to take this fight up against Tete and Raito. They need a recovery point. They've managed to bring Cold back off the reboot, but this is a fight that they're going to have to optimally turn into their favor. It's a little bit scattered right now, but they're just so low on that surge. They don't have any other options. They have to keep trying to apply pressure, but they might not get the chance. The surge is going to take care of them alongside Raito. Just an easy come up.
I am at a loss for words. After 3 games so far, they have failed to place inside of the top 17. That's where those placement points begin. They are in 31st place on the leaderboard, and it can only get worse if any of those 2 teams below them are still alive. But from the bottom side to the top side, Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstache. That's going to be one thing, because they see every single player that goes down. They see every single trio that gets eliminated. And when you see them go down for Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstache, even Clixy, Yamzo, and Higgs, that's got to be a confidence boost.
Everybody just looking like a rags to riches comparison from what we just witnessed, but Yamzo, Clicks, Hips, they're still trying to take advantage of their convenient positioning here. They're spraying all of these teams that are just stuck on the congestion inside that edge of zone, teams that are fighting to try and lock in a little bit more surge, and Phaser, he is going to fall. Yamzo, a little bit too accurate, and Clicks just still continuing steady pressure application. These teams are not able to escape.
Yeah, I think they saw it at the corner of the eye, and now they're not going down. A whole nother team, but they know if they can continue to focus in that direction, they can probably try to get the wipe. But on high ground, we're finally getting that peak. Poyo, Agers, and Acorn, but they're 69 damage below the threshold, which is surprising because we're at the Kappa factory towards the south side of the map. They have been granted the zone majority of this game, but just unable to really find the shots to put it to use, and they're falling further and further below.
They've got to be real careful here. Team sitting inside the building, and Agers just doesn't care. Mountain gonna be immediately eliminated. Just a max pop shot. Poyo now looking to follow suit here. They are feeling so confident. They know they got Goofy locked in their sights, and Agers finds the next elimination. There's their surge at last.
Locked and loaded, ready to go. And this is a team right here, right? When you got Poyo on this team, when you got Agers on this team, Acorn, debatably one of the best IGLs in Fortnite, them going down early, that's like poking the bear. That's like poking the bear in the wilderness, and that's something I would never do. And now they're here in this game, and they're out for redemption.
The problem right now that I'm thinking about, Jacob, is Queasy loves to look for height right around this period, right around that 8th zone time frame. But with Acorn now looking much healthier, and a mastermind IGL in his own right, you have to anticipate that there's going to be a very strong challenge for height between those 2 teams, and that's not even considering other trios in the lobby like Vanya, Marius, Pixie, all of these experienced veterans that know full well what type of potential high ground holds, especially with the zones falling over this part of the map. It is a very strong pinpoint location. So many teams are going to have to burn through materials in those lower layers.
Yeah, and you can kind of see in the minimap, majority of the teams, even with the zone currently opening up, are like on that 50, where the half and half actually was. And even further south, nobody really wanted to make that move, because you know as well as I do, inadvertently with the crash pass, Flowberry Fizz, it just makes you an open target. A Savage Chat reads, and they're getting a little bit more aggressive, trying to take advantage of Merim, Wuyu Ryu. They're underneath as well. I think Wixie might still be alive. Nope, saw it in the feed. Queasy's gonna take him down, so Savage Chat reason, even with 2 eliminations, almost 900 damage above the threshold. They're feeling good.
Aegis, Pollo, Acorn, depending on which direction they head next. I was going to say they might need to be wary of Mr. Savage's team, but instead it's going to be secondary height as the focal point. They're just getting sprayed out, though. Their builds not being allowed to fully lock through. Yuma, Trise across the way, but no! We thought those 2 eliminations that Aegis just secured would be enough, but the surge threshold, they just climbed to such a high level, Jacob. They're still sitting 99 below, even with 3 eliminations. Finally, they're going to tick over into just 3 above, but it's still not enough. They can't find a footing until they get more surge.
They are just burning through materials. Even with that elimination on the Rise, they are not going to be able to get a lot of that loot. It's going to go to the wayside, and now they have to worry about their rotation, feeding them the punch. Artskull and Sauco, they might be below the damage threshold, but Pollo, Aegis, Acorn focusing on this rotation because they know it's not going to get easier. In fact, only 7 builds onto Aegis. It's going to get harder and harder unless they find that key refresh.
But look at Artskull and Sauco. They're a little bit beat up here. Still, Mr. Savage, Chap, Frieza, and they're immediately trying to cut straight to the front side of zone. Might have been a little bit too ambitious here, though. The lobby has taken notice. Chap, no shield, no time to recover it just yet either. Mr. Savage doesn't have any white heals to his name. They've got to just fight it out with teams directly behind them. But Chap finally getting the opportunity. He's trying to see if he can replenish just enough to really frag out here for his team. Saad, Snowy, Ryu, though, doing a great job holding him. And Pollo stuck in the same booth.
Not good for Braids and Visuals. They're going to get eliminated, but Pollo is going to get dropped. Aegis still taking a lot of damage. They're trying to use the crash pad to get out, but just stuck in zone. They go down, and it's Queasy, it's Swizzy, and it's Mustache yet again. Not only the kings on top of the castle, but the ones lighting up the feed. Down below, a whole different ball game. Iamzo, Clicks, and Higgs, they are in the mud right now, having to figure out where they're going to go because Zone is slightly moving up over that mountain. They realize no other team is in their path. It's now or never.
But the problem is they've got Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache on height, beaming everybody underneath them. These guys are applying so much steady and consistent pressure that nobody's having a chance to look up just yet. They've spotted out a team tunneling through. It's Malibuka and Walks trying to see if they can break through from that secondary height position, but with Queasy now overtaking the front side, overtaking front side height. Now everybody else stuck underneath. This is everything for Queasy, Mustache, and Swizzy.
And just in the back pocket, you see 6 flashes, the exotic Slapberry Fizz, which heals HP, a just in case, but up goes Pixie. They're trying to go for that opportunity, but Mario says, no, 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 we need to disengage. We cannot go for it, at least not right now, but he's taking so much damage on his way down. But Swizzy distracted for a short moment. A lot of his shields go out the window. Luckily for him, his entire trio is still there. 2,000 damage above the threshold. They won last game with 12 eliminations, and they're well on their way to do it again.
And that's the problem for everybody else in this lobby, is that Queasy, he is just tarping fully unleashed. Nobody there to stop his path. 2 of them, the best fraggers in the world, by his side. And Kanata, he is down and out for the count. Bolts, Rapid, trying to see if they can secure a strong, at least break into that top 5 placement maybe. But Iamzo, Higgs, also a little bit scattered here. Iamzo's gonna fall. It's Higgs who's trying to come up big time here. Big elimination though for Higgs. Gonna buy him a little bit of a lifeline. He's doing everything he can to try and play through this backside of zone. The Siphon's still carrying him just a bit further. But Marius, Vanya, Pixie, they're looking to layer swap. They know they don't have enough, and Marius taking out the moment that he tries to chop through.
He just gets stuck. That 1 second cost him what could be an opportunity here as Pixie's just trying to make it to the front side of the zone. He's just getting cut down every step of the way, but finally reuniting with Vanya. This is their moment. They have to figure out a way to make this count. They're missing a huge chunk of HP. They're using what they can out of the med mist, but there's still a whole team on high ground and another team lurking underneath. That's Chap, Savage, and Reason. They're making every single one of these uncontested games count as Vanya's making a play, challenging for the high ground. He has it for now, but how long can he hold on to it?
Vanya doesn't even care that it's just a 2 versus 3. He still tries to take that challenge, but Swizzy immediately, not against my IGL. I've got the backup here. Swizzy taking him out. Vanya, sorry that it's a fellow gentleman, but it's just business, not personal. Cammy also eliminated for Stash. Now trying to see if he can take out Chap along the way, but Savage, Mr. Savage still making it work.
This is it. It's basically all EU here in the end game. Chap down below, trying to make a play. He's gonna get cut short. Reason as well. It's all up to Savage, but no.
ready to steal this game away. They have 12 eliminations, already matching their last game win.
Don't count out Pix Darman Demons, though. These guys love winning through the low ground. We've seen them do it time and time again. And Queasy with no materials. Pix also no materials. iDrop lurking directly behind the team on low ground, though. And Mustache, Swizzy, they're starting to drop. They're trying to see if they can close this one out. Queasy finds a knot. Demons is out. Queasy going for the back-to-back. It is all Queasy, Mustache, and Swizzy for a Game 3 victory royale.
It's only taken 3 games to get our first team with not only multiple victory royales, but the back-to-back 12 eliminations in that last game. More than that in this game. We are looking what could possibly be a great team in the making. Frankie, don't you agree?
I really do agree. The fans in Leon again going absolutely wild for this team. Queasy coming into the Global Championships. They said that this competition was going to be owned by North America, but right now it's being owned by the High Ground Kings. How was that game? Just a complete repeat of the second.
I mean, we're just playing our game, that's it. Just playing end game, playing height, and that's it. Nothing more.
But why isn't anyone able to challenge you for that height right now? We've got huge names. In fact, in that last game, all of our top 5 trios made it to the end game, but you still came out on top.
I mean, I feel like it's the hardest of the hardest. It's hard to have a good mid game. A lot of teams are contested, so just hope we stay uncontested and we'll probably win.
You mentioned being uncontested. You may regret that. Benji, à toi.
Yeah, Swizzy, excuse me, Swizzy. Man, 3 games, 2 victory royale. What's your secret, guys? What's your secret?
Take height, don't die.
Le secret, c'est de prendre la hauteur et de pas mourir. Have you got any words for your fans, for the Gentleman fans?
Gentle. That's it. Gentle.
Gentle. Thank you, guys.
Mustache, what an incredible Global Championships for you so far. Is it all about the calls that this man is making, or is it all the chants that the M8 fans are making?
It's everything. Queasy, Agile, Gold, fans, crazy, just best fans ever. Can't ask for better fans.
They're definitely proving themselves to be some of the most incredible fans in esports right now. However, we're halfway through our games today on day 1 in Lyon. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be evaluating everything so far.
Do you get scared? Or do you feel lost? I can smell fear. I've been there before. But you made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you to notice that you got what you wanted. We don't got time to cry right now. Only got time to focus. 2 hits on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave him faceless. the trio in my eyes already. Two or three of us can't compete with us. Everybody screaming like they did and believe in us. Believe in us, believe in us, believe in us. 2 hits on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave 'em faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate it. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known. I've been loaded. You should have.
Welcome back to the Fortnite Global Championship. My oh my, it happened. It happened. The back-to-back from Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash. Back-to-back victory royales. We like to joke about it a lot, but EU still doesn't have a global championship title. And Queasy said, I'm going to make that change. And you know, it's funny too, because Swizzy said the most famous Queasy quote of all time, take height, don't die. Guys, take height, don't die. That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, Z, Kelly, it just looks so easy right now. They're getting everything they want. I mean, Quizzy pretty much said, he was like, hey, listen, we're just playing our game right now, and it is working to perfection. I mean, you just take a look at them, right? They're sitting up there, no worry in the world. They do such a good job at applying pressure to exactly the right teams, right? Keeping an eye on not only the second height team to make sure, of course, you know, the most likely team to go ahead and try to pressure them off the height, always keeping a close eye on them. But one thing that I always notice when we kind of tune into like Swizzy's POV is that he is so keen to look like back in the storm and make sure nobody's going to come up behind them and make some sort of sneak play.
They are just so aware of everything that is going on around them. And you know, you say take height, don't die. Usually when a team has height so dominantly, a lot of other players will just kind of leave them alone, focus on the low and mid ground. Yeah. But that is not the case for this trio. Both games now that they have won from height, someone has tried to steal it away from them. And that actually was one of the closest height steals we've seen between the two games. Vanya and Pixie actually being able to build over them. But Queasy, Merstash, and Swizzy were able to easily recover from that and then take height once again.
It just looks so clean, man. And it's crazy too, right? Game 2, 12 elimination victory royale. Game 3, you know what? We'll get another victory royale. Let's just toss a few more. Sprinkle on some eliminations on top. My gosh. And of course, once again, Queasy still 100% locked in. Let's take a look. They are starting to pull away with a lead, and this is just the halfway point of day number 1.
What? 300 points, basically? They have established a 122-point lead just after game number 3. I mean, yeah, I guess that's what a back-to-back win will do.
You know, I got word. Not only did we get to see this fantastic last game, we have a listen in. Let's take a look on how it went for the trio.
Yeah, I'm 100 mats, 100 mats.
I'm reloading.
Take. On us. Shop this low. I'm playing zone. Yeah, chugging. Go. Yeah, me too. Go up. I'm high. He's here. Yeah. Crack. Nice. Dead. Nice. Yeah, zero mats. I have 3 pills. I have 5 shots. Take. Yeah, drop. I see solo. Yeah. Dead. Nice. 100. I'm dropping down. I'm on here. 100. Dead. 100. That's at 2. 100. Nice.
I mean, literally the whole thing that makes that entire thing work, right? Obviously, we've been watching the high ground for, 2 games now. It's kind of been the same play style. Queasy and Merstash kind of play that high ground while Swizzy kind of drops down and looks for those eliminations. Because Swizzy was actually on a lower level, he instantly called out, hey, I'm chopping it out. Like, if they want to be above you guys, I'm just going to chop it out. The fact that those comms come in so fast, but the reaction from Queasy and Merstash to just instantly kind of move themselves to a safe spot to make sure they don't get chopped out, played to perfection within an instant.
It is that veteran mentality that Queasy is able to bring. You said that yes, EU has not been able to get a global championship spot, but Queasy's gone second place now twice. He has been right on the cusp of being able to claim an international competition, and he really just provides and shows time and time again his knowledge of the game, and not just the game, but his knowledge of a LAN setting, of what kind of win position you need to do, and he gets his teammates in that position every single time.
It's just so cool, man. Just watching the way they play, how they move, how they're jumping together as they're calling out things. It's not like, you know, we're gonna move this and I'm going this way and you're going that way. No, no, no. The moment they start to move, they're one single entity moving in the same direction, looking, calling out targets. They are so impressive. This is scary, guys. We got 2 victory royales back to back from the trio. Now, of course, in second place, though, the trio that won game number 1, Kanata still holding strong, right? This is still Kanata at the end of the day. They are still putting on a performance. They want to make sure they're like, okay, Queasy, you got a VR, but Kanata said, hey, look, I'm going to get 4 wins on land, okay? It's going to happen.
Big thing for me right now is that the trio is making it to the end game right now, but I'm not going to lie, like game number 1 was super, super good. The follow-up games kind of feel like they're kind of just like picking up points, being a little stragglers, right? Not necessarily having that great trio, everybody's together, we're healthy going into the end game type of game, which I think is kind of a good thing when you think about it, Kelly.
It is.
Like, they haven't really bounced back after game number 1, but they're still in second place.
Well, if you look at the dichotomy of Queasy's trio and Kanata's trio, where Queasy's going on this ultra aggro, he's just controlling the high ground, Kanata's playing a bit more passively, and we saw that in games 2 and games 3, and we already knew that he was kind of playing a passive early game, but what I really appreciated in this end game right here, they weren't in the best position, so they were kind of actually staying in the back of zone, and there was a moment there where zone is pulling up a hill, and everyone was getting congested trying to climb over that hill, but Kanata bolts grab it. They stayed back a little bit, waited just a moment, maybe took a little bit of storm damage there, but then they were able to kind of pass away through the congestion and be able to make it into the end game. To me, I say this so many times, to me what makes a top player isn't what they do when everything's going their way, it's how they're able to handle it when things aren't.
Oh my gosh, that's so sick. Guys, I don't know if you saw 3rd place there. Seti climbing up 2 placements, taking over 3rd place. Now we're gonna break down a little bit of what we saw, but why don't we hear from Seti himself, who's hanging out in the player lounge.
Obviously, it wouldn't be a Fortnite Global LAN if we didn't talk to our 2022 Invitational champion, Seti, and I'm so happy it's because you're in 3rd place right now, Seti. Is this something you were expecting going into today's competition?
I wasn't expecting for us to be that high because obviously we're contested those spawns, so it's definitely harder for us. But we ended up surpassing our limits, and now we're 3rd and going just small break, then we're gonna focus even more and hopefully finish 3rd as well at the end of the day.
And it's really interesting to me that this trio was formed as a last chance trio for Major 3. Yapko coming back from his time in North America. Panzer being a player everyone wanted to play with, despite his lack of global experience. How have you managed to make this team look like a championship contender so quickly?
I think we all are very experienced, especially my IGLing skills are like, they can really push us to the limits in end games. To get us through the mid games, and Yapko and Panzer are just both crazy fraggers, both support each other and do their roles perfectly, so we just match each other so well and it works. I don't know how, but it works.
Il se demandait comment ils étaient aussi forts après si peu de temps ensemble, et il dit que c'est surtout qu'ils sont très expérimentés et qu'il a 2 très bons fraggeurs avec lui. Now, how will you keep consistency during this whole week?
I think we just have to focus on ourselves and just get through the mid game because it's the most difficult, getting the surge, and then whatever comes. We're just gonna focus every single game like it's the first game that we're here, and yeah.
Your old teammate Cami is also in the top 5. In fact, he's 4th place right now. And then we have Dimas Diamond Pix in 5th. What is it about these Polish players that makes them so successful on LAN?
I think it's, again, the experience. I think we're all very used to playing on the big tournaments. And I actually predicted that like Cami and Pix are going to be high up. So I'm very happy that they are behind us as well.
Can I ask what it's like to be at a LAN and not having Cami by your side?
I don't think it changes much, but...
I mean, it just means we have more chance to have a top 5 full of Polish teams.
Ça change pas tellement finalement d'avoir pas son collègue à côté, mais il est très heureux d'être là.
And so, just thinking about the rest of the competition, Choka has already asked you about staying consistent. Have you been looking at the lobby and thinking, okay, these are the guys we need to look out for? Who is your competition here?
I mean, obviously Queasy, he's right now on 300 points, but I think like all eyes are on him, so he might have some trouble going into next games.
We will see. Polska Górum indeed. Let's head back to the desk.
Thank you so much for that interview, man. I'm telling you, man, this is my favorite part about LAN. We get to hear from the players, get to hear that insight, what Seti's thinking about in the moments. And I think I agree, right? He kind of calls out, hey, eyes are now on Queasy. So it's going to be up to him and his trio, right? Do we start to feel that pressure? Do we just keep going? I mean, we have to remember this is a 2-day format, right? So you're only going to have so much in the tank. How do we make sure we make that span across 2 whole days? If there's anyone that can do it, I have faith in Queasy. Now, we're just going to ignore the fact that there's 4 trios that in the top 5 that are from EU. EU's absolutely dominating. This is, it's fine. All we need is Kanata. He's up there. But look who's still lurking, right? Higgs, Clix, and Iamzo, who are also holding on strong. They're performing well. Kelly, things are looking good.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people tend to doubt this trio, and when we saw in Major number 3 that there wasn't the best performance out of them, but they did not allow that to really hurt their emotions. They kind of took a moment between weeks 2 and 3 over this season to kind of collect themselves. They said that they went off stream, they kind of worked on their emotions a little bit, and then they came back stronger than ever, and we're seeing how that's paying off right now. We know that this is really an emotional team, and when they go down, it kind of affects them a lot. So to see them be able to kind of mature their emotions in the span of just a few weeks impresses me so much. But I gotta give Higgs a shout out. You know, he's originally from NA West, if you remember Batman Booga, and his solo clutch right there is what really climbed him up the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, definitely still need to see a good game from this trio. I think collectively, as all 3 kind of being up and alive and healthy, and they got the mats and everything like that, because that's usually what they're good at, right? They're usually good at kind of controlling the front side of the moving zone. They don't necessarily usually go for the high ground, but the fact that we haven't really seen them as a full healthy trio, we haven't really been able to see that from them yet. So the fact, again, you know, another one of those instances where, you know, it's doing very, very well, 6th place. Still yet to see like that Clix, Higgs, and Iamzo-esque game, which is really good for them, right? Maybe this little bit of a break can kind of help lock them back in and actually go ahead and portray their real game plan when it comes to the end game.
But even looking right here, while Zone is pulling towards them, they're a little bit ahead of the gate. They're making sure that they're aware of anyone that is below them, allowing them to kind of encroach onto their territory right there. Just like David was saying, they love to be in the front side of Zone, but these little adjustments that they're making, kind of just staying back a little bit, picking off these weaker players so that they get those refreshes. They see that they don't have that many mats, so instead they're going to go for the elims. They're going to play a little bit back, and they don't want to control the rest of the lobby if that means that there's so many other incredible teams that are going to potentially be able to take them down.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of caught on a rotate, right? Kind of go to one of those sides of the moving zone. So many people are kind of going to catch up to you and get boxed up very, very easy. But like Kelly mentioned, right, Higgs kind of pulling it together, making sure that he picked up a couple of eliminations and placement points to clutch that one up, made that one a good game.
That's so sick. Guys, I just got word we have something really special. So obviously, for the first time, we have an anthem created by David, and we actually have David standing by, and we get to talk to him right here, right now about it. David, obviously, first off, what's going on? It's great to see you. How are you doing?
Doing great, man. It's good to be back.
That's right. I was literally gonna say. So we met at Pro-Am. We're basically Fortnite fans. Me and David are basically best friends. We talk every day. We play Fortnite every day. Not trying to brag or anything. David, what is it like, man? So in case people for some reason don't know, you actually started playing in Fortnite, right? Yeah. Then you kind of started getting into the music and you just boomed. And then now you come to us and we're like, hey, you know what would be cool is like if we kind of put some of your music in the game. And it was like, okay, cool. Hey, what if we made an anthem though? And we're like, I'm sorry, David, what did you say? Let's do that. I mean, to take your story from playing Fortnite to making music for Fortnite, now the official anthem for the Global Championship. How does that feel for you?
But it feels amazing. Like, just from where I started OG Fortnite playing, I started playing season 2 of the game just as a kid, and then growing up with the game year after year, and then starting to like make music and then have that full circle moment coming back straight to the game is beautiful, bro. It's beautiful.
Dude, that's so sick. You know what's funny for me personally? So like, because I work at Epic, I didn't even know this was happening. And then one day I get like invited to like a meeting and they're like, hey, so this is the meeting for our official anthem. I'm like, wait, whoa, I've been asking for like an anthem for so long. And they're like, yeah, it's David. And they play us like the animatic. I hear your song for the first time and I see like what the visuals are gonna like could be. I'm not gonna lie, I actually cried because I was like, this is so cool. Like that for the first time, we get something like an anthem. And it's not just like anyone, right? It's you coming from that background. Like what led you to kind of making this song? Like choosing what you did? Because like it feels like we as competitive are like seen, you know, it feels like it was made for us.
Yes, bro. So basically, it's like when you're playing Fortnite, especially in FNCS, everything is high stakes, high blood pressure, high adrenaline, right? So I wanted to make sure I got that and encapsulated that feeling through the song, so it felt like you were in the end game, you were in the game yourself while listening to the track. It's crazy.
I love too, so I actually used to like edit before kind of jumping into all this broadcast stuff. And I think one of my favorite parts is that like, it is like someone is editing this together, right? And then the characters in Fortnite are kind of jumping around in this cyberspace. Like, that's gotta be so cool. Like, did you have any like input on like, hey guys, this is what I wanna kind of see, this is what I'd love to kind of bring to life? Was there anything maybe like that you called on, you're like, this is what I want, and it like happened?
Yeah, I mean, it was a very collaborative effort. I feel like with my love for animation and just animated things in general, especially the game's animated style as well, going through that mixed media format where we're showing the clips of MCS players, the match of the game, and the 2D animation, and just how they encapsulated my character as well inside of the video. It was just like insane to see all three formats come together. It was insane.
It's so cool. David, just thank you so much for loving Fortnite so much that you were like, hey, let's just make something cool for the community. Thank you so much. Before I let you go, I'd love for you to kind of give you the stage, to call out anything you're doing, to call out where people can follow you and find you, because they need to do that.
Thank you guys so much. Shout out to Fortnite. Shout out to everybody that made this possible. Shout out to you, the fans and the players. Shout out to the pros. My name is David. You can find me everywhere at D4VDDD. Love you guys. Love Fortnite. We out.
Thank you, David. Thank you so much for your time. And again, thank you for one of the coolest anthems of all time. It is so sick. We've actually talked about this for so long. Like, man, it would be so cool to have like an anthem, and like to actually get one, and it to be David is like literally a dream come true for me personally. It's so awesome to see like someone else who loves Fortnite made a song for Fortnite, dude.
What I love is, like, you know, usually, oh, we'll gas people up, whatever. We've literally been singing this song for the last 4 days, and it's like stuck in our head. It's in a little earworm. We can't get it out, and it's just so good. And when we all got to watch that video for the first time together, we just kind of were astounded, stunned, and silent a little bit. It really does just kind of is the perfect combination of what you think a Fortnite fan is really bringing. Like, what you can tell that he loves the game, and that makes me love the music even more. And what I love personally is all of these players behind me getting back to their stations, because Zeke, I am so excited for 3 more games today.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, if you didn't know, at the halfway point, we kind of give the players a break, right? We let them kind of walk away, take a rest, take a breather. Maybe they can talk about their trio mates, their coaches, whatever they need to do, and then they come back to the stage. We continue playing Fortnite. Now, as we kind of start to continue to get them back, we actually have another special interview. It is Loser Fruit who's standing by with Mini Miner.
Thank you so much, Zeke. I'm up here in the VIP lounge, and oh boy, do we have a VIP. It's Loser Fruit. It's Fortnite icon, Loser Fruit. Firstly, how you feeling? Are you enjoying the event? What are the vibes like?
I love it here in France. The atmosphere is amazing. Everyone is, I love the crowd. France, j'aime France.
Absolutely love it. Now, I mentioned there, you're a Fortnite icon. You are an icon. You're in the Icon Series outfit. I mean, how does that feel? What does that feel for you?
No, it's like the biggest honor to be an icon, but like, I'm the only icon here. I don't know where they are, like, where you guys at?
We're calling out you other icons. Well, you should be here. What's going on? Let's talk about the games. Really electric, as you mentioned, the atmosphere here. Unbelievable stuff. What are your thoughts so far? What are you thinking about the game so far?
The games have been entertaining. It's good to see Power doing well in the last game that they just were in. So, yeah, hopefully keeps getting better for them.
I mean, you have a little bit of LAN experience yourself, right? You played at the Pro-Am with Alex. What was that like?
Oh, Alex is a goat. He carried me hard in Pro-Am, like, because I was terrible, but, you know, it's fine. He'll show him it.
I thought you carried him, personally. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, what do you have to say to that team right now? They've had a really good game, right? They had an 11th place right there, a few eliminations. They're starting to grow into it. Is that something we can expect to see from these guys throughout the rest of the day?
I think they'll just keep getting better and better, as long as they're having fun, but they just, like, dominate it. So I think we'll see more of them on the screen. Put them on the screen, broadcast, all right? So we need to see more Power, all right?
You guys hear that behind the scenes. We want to see more of them. I want to see these guys popping off, and also I want to see more of the games. I want a big thank you to you, of course, Fruit, for joining us here on the interview. Got any final words to say to the fans at home, to all the people in the arena as well?
Thanks everyone for watching. This performance is amazing. Thanks, Fortnite.
Back to the desk.
Hey, Loser Food, thank you. Thank you for being here as the only icon represented that's not playing. Thank you. Where are your other icons at? Anyway, guys, in case you didn't know, Double XP is happening this weekend in celebration of the Global Championship. Jump in, there's a bunch of stuff happening. BR, Grapple Glove, and the Pump Shotgun coming back. Reload's got 100% rare chest spawns with some other unvaultings happening. And then finally, Blitz has melee mythics when you drop off the battle bus. Jump in right now. Double XP, don't miss out. Make sure you take advantage of that. Now, of course, as we continue the conversation, the players continue to kind of roll back in. We're getting closer. I kind of caught a moment there. Queasy talking right there. Swizzy Merstash are kind of still strategizing. They're taking every single moment possible to make sure they are ready to come back for Game Number 4 even stronger.
Well, this is where things start to get interesting, in my opinion, because like you already mentioned, right, the break has happened. And the fact that 2 dominant performances have happened, I'm going to be looking towards these next 3 games, because now Queasy, Merstash, and Swizzy, they might be getting even more respect for this. Everybody might be looking at the high situation and be like, yeah, we've got no chance if we actually go for it. Let's just give them full respect, which would kind of open the door even more. Even though it already looks open for Queasy, Merstash, and Swizzy, it might open it up even more. But now the opportunity as well for some of the other teams to maybe kind of counter-strat some of the things that may be going on in the early game. Obviously, there's a couple teams that we think could be doing better right now, and hopefully this little bit of a break gives them just that opportunity to go ahead and figure something out.
I mean, when there's a team that just dominates high ground so well, a lot of the other teams will kind of build this little bunker over themselves in low and middle and kind of, you know, refute eliminations from them. But Queasy, Merstash, and Swizzy aren't allowing that to happen. They are making sure that they are not controlling high ground passively, which we've seen teams do in the past. They are making sure that they are chopping out all the roofs, making sure that they're still getting eliminations, and that is what makes them so dangerous. We see teams go for height and get that consistency, but rarely do we see that in tandem of also having the most amount of eliminations in a game.
I kind of want to flip the script here a little bit, right? Obviously, we're talking about Queasy kind of in that #1 spot. There's a couple other trios, namely Peterbot, Ritual Cold, right? Pollo, Acorn, Agers. What's going on? It seems like this trio, these trios we know should be performing well, right? I kind of made a joke at one point last game. I was like, oh, it's interesting, like Peterbot, Ritual Cold are 31st. You're like, that's interesting. That's how many eliminations they should have at this point. But that's not the case. What do we think is happening here?
Well, obviously, I think games number 1 and 2 were kind of like feelers. They were kind of trying to see what they can actually do with their drop spot kind of situation that they have going on. And then games number 3, we kind of tuned in with them. They pushed into Dystopia City pretty early on. And then I was like, whoa, their map situation looks very, very good. They've got a pretty clean loadout. I just don't think they really know where to go from there. Like, it doesn't really seem like they have a full laid out plan, which is why, you know, looking at this break right now, hopefully the coach kind of comes in and talks to them and is like, hey, listen, this is what you guys need to do after you kind of get an established loadout and the materials needed.
You know, there's a word that we like to use in North America when we describe Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, and even Acorn, Agers, and Pollo, and that is conditioned. They condition the lobby, but that lobby that they condition is just North American Central. There is a very specific strategy that we see time and time again that these players get to practice over weeks and kind of build up that one meta, and then they are conditioning the lobby to kind of play around them. Well, they have 7 other regions now. They have Europe to contend with, so that strategy that they have conditioned the rest of North America doesn't really matter now. So I think that they're kind of being thrown for a loop. That respect that so many other teams give them in North America isn't necessarily seen here today.
Yeah, there is that meta within the meta, right? And it kind of, we usually talk about that around these times, right? On LAN, when players have kind of time to come together, meet each other, say what's up, and then practice, right? And I love that you call that out, Kelly, because I didn't even consider that even for a moment, but that's so true, right? Everyone else is going, oh, here we go, finals, Pollo, Peterbot running around doing their thing. Got to make sure we respect them. Everyone else is like, hey, no, this is a global stage. Like, I'm trying to win. I'm trying to walk away at the end of this as a global champion. How different things are here in a LAN setting.
Yeah, 100% right. That could be playing a factor, right? Obviously, we've kind of talked about the situation between Cold Ritual and Peterbot, switching the focus over to Acorn, Pollo, and Agers. They've got, like, it's like an easy task, but a hard task at the same time. They know kind of what's going wrong. It's Storm Surge, right? But Storm Surge is one of those mechanics in Fortnite competitive that's pretty much the hardest thing to kind of figure out for any one of these teams, right? They know what they need to work on, but it's like, man, how do they?
And you know, we were talking about the start of the show, especially Miniminer was pointing out how Queasy on the northwest side will build up that pillar, or will build up Storm Surge on top of that pillar. And then we actually saw it in game number 3. Ager's Acorn and Pollo doing the exact same thing. But then if you look at that drop map, there is not that many teams that are landing near them. And a lot of the teams that are landing to the west of them are fighting each other. So there just isn't the same opportunity that someone like Queasy, who has a similar starting strategy, is able to pull off that they aren't.
That is so cool and crazy at the same time, right? These almost like micro strategies these players are trying to utilize. Now, of course, both of these trios are world class, right? I'm not worried, but at this point in the competition, we only have 3 games left to go, right? And the idea is we set ourselves up with this first 6 games, then day number 2, we only have 6 games, right, to try and make a fight for that #1 spot. So for both of these trios, I kind of want to see, like, we need to get into this. We need to make some moves right here, right now. But with that being said, it's almost that time to hop back into all of the action. We want to toss it on over to the casters to say what's up before we get things started.
Appreciate it so much. It has been a phenomenal time frame so far here today, Jacob. But Leon, je t'aime, because you guys are putting on such a strong crowd performance too. The way you guys are gassing up these players, Jacob, it's so awesome to see.
Honestly, coming into this venue, I was kind of like, oh man, what's gonna happen today? How's the atmosphere? You could hear them 2 hours before the event even started. I had to go in the middle of that crowd and get a video of my own, but the hype is real and the game is ready. Let's get right into it.
And we're back. One more battle bus ride taking us in to game number 4 here, Jacob. But the important steps are starting to be made. The players have had a slight opportunity now, revitalize themselves, see if these strategies, revisit some of those strategies even for a good portion of our teams realistically. But for Doxy and Tayson, this has been the early game theme so far here today, because these guys have just been clashing nonstop. But we saw that Brazil interference take place in the last lobby, so both these teams know they have got to be even faster with this outcome. It is all or nothing, because if Brazil continues to intervene, they're just not going to be able to build back up from Rangers' ruin.
Yeah, and it wasn't just one, but it was 2 different teams, but the drop remains the same, the 50-50 on one of the chests. For Doxy, he's going to have to disengage or try to find some floor loot elsewhere. Chicho was taking a good brunt of that damage, but it's Pablo who does get dropped first. Chicho as well. And this is a good opportunity as Chino and for Doxy are in a 2v2 situation. They're trying to close the gap, but for Doxy goes down. Tayson, the 5-time champion, is going to fall as well. Now Chino's in a peculiar situation as he gets eliminated in the 1v1 against Triss.
It's a tough break there for Doxy's team, but hey, Triss, what a come up. Chicho and Tayson are both very likely going to be revived, but they gotta be very quick because still other action across the map. Veno, Pico in a very tough position, but Yuma, he's not gonna be able to escape. Veno finds the knock, finds the full elimination here, taking full advantage of that siphon, but he still has Grise up above. Veno trying to be very wary here. If he goes down, that is the end of it for game 4, and they still want to be able to strike inside that top 10 leaderboard, but Veno wrapping around underneath Grise, even though he's overhead, Veno has the shield HP advantage. Veno still breaking through, doesn't get the shot that he wanted to, but Grise taking a huge chunk of his HP now. Coyota still seeing if he can apply a little bit of pressure on the backup section, but Veno, even in the 1 versus 2, he refuses to budge. That is Aura.
Oh, he finally gets the knock on Rise, and that was huge. That was 200 IQ coming out of Veno, because Vico was down. Coyota went down to finish off that elimination, which gave him a huge 1v1, and with a third party coming in, Alex and On and Rise have had enough as Vino's gonna be the one that cleans up that elimination. But what do you do from here? You do have the chance to get the reboot cards, but your POI has now just went to someone else.
The problem in the red alert there is that everybody knows that it's just Eno by himself. That reboot is going to be tough to make it towards, but Gabzetta, Scarpa away, already tangled up here. Snowy on the loops, trying to get the red around, but completely caught off guard. Gabzetta, nice knock, transitioning into the elimination here. Way, Scarpa to Gabzetta, they're now in the driver's seat, and Ryu saw potentially heading for the hills instead. No, they're willing to clash head on. They still don't want to depart.
We're getting 4 times the point in that last game, but for Ryu and Saad, they gotta really try to figure out a way to win this fight or get the reboot card and disengage. 80 points, they're on their way up that leaderboard. For Way, Scarpa, and Gabzetta, this is almost a must. They've been landing all around the map throughout the earlier games so far. Last one you saw alert up out over to Rager's Ruin, but they just haven't really defined that success. And this is a great opportunity with a mismatch and a numbers advantage to try to pick up these 2 more eliminations. And most important, the loot and the position to build those surge towers.
But Way, Scarpa, Gabzetta, they're still not done with this just yet. Saad and Ryu are causing enough of a delay, and if both of these teams aren't careful, a third party could definitely enter the mix. They've got to find these quicker eliminations here. Saad, though, having a very tough time. The material count's running so incredibly low. Nobody's really had a chance to recuperate anything just yet, but Way, Scarpa, Gabzetta now approaching from a separate angle. Saad completely pinpoint isolated. He can't get the backup he needs. Way just continuing to close in here. Scouting out. Okay, Saad overhead. No, it's just Ryu instead. Saad taken out. Ryu nearly out of this one, but just doing his best, and it's just not good enough when you're dealing with the full trio of Way, Scarpa, and Gabzetta.
Yeah, with those eliminations, you see the rank upgrade drops coming in. It's not going to be the biggest difference maker, but it's definitely a good more loot than what they had before. Dystopia City, Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold, they've had enough of playing the drop spot roulettes. They knew coming into this event it was a triple contested fight, and now they're taking the fight to Tay-Tay. This one's personal as Ritual gets the first knock. There's back-to-back. Cold's putting in some work as well. 2 or 3v1 situation here on the Rhino, but it's not going to last too long. They have finally woken up. Enough poking the beast because now they got what they wanted.
I mean, you're talking about poking the bear, and take a look at what Veno's managed to do in some of that downtime since he found those early 3 eliminations against Coyota's team. Flixie, Vico now back up and in the running here. This is a real opportunity, Jacob, because they've got a couple of other teams that might be a little bit too prioritized with each other, a little bit too fixated elsewhere to scout these guys out inside the tunnel way.
Yeah, I was looking at the mini-map right now. I saw another team potentially rotating in this direction, but it was outside of the mountain range instead of in. So not too risky just yet, as Muzz, you see just a huge chunk of HP missing, along with Sphinx. And to start the game off, I did see Muzz get at least 1 knock. The drop spot for that team on the other side was just too far, giving them that advantage. And that's just kind of that early surge, and that's early confidence building for a team like that.
The real unsung hero, though, for Queasy this weekend so far, Jacob, has just been the fact that he's uncontested. If this is what an uncon Queasy can look like on a global stage, then I cannot wait to see exactly how the entirety of this weekend plays out, but don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. Reasons, Alex, Anon, just taking a more slow and steady approach. Oceania has had its fair share of struggles throughout the course of today's matches, and for good reason. It's just very difficult when you are stuck in between some of these teams that are just these pre-established surge bases. It can be very hard to cut through, work around, and they're dropping so far south of the map, Jacob. They just don't have as much resources.
Yeah, definitely kind of changing things up for this game. They knew coming into this with the drop spot they had, the hardest part wasn't necessarily loot, not even materials. It was getting up and over that mountain to try to get in a good position for the game. It's called Ritual and Peterbot. You see them sneaking up, using the bush, the Flowberry Fizz, and the Crash Pad. That's Pixdarm and Demas on the other side. The Revive is fresh. 2 of them are weak, and that's going to be easy pickings if they can continue to put this pressure down. Cold trying to be the first one in. Demas is the one that's getting angled out and pressured by 2 different players. Ritual is going to be there on the other side, but a surprise attack, a big shot. That's going to slow things down for only a short moment because Cold, he's realizing the bait and switch. My teammate is weak. I have to continue to put pressure out. It doesn't matter who it is. I have to keep these guys on their toes.
Cold and Peterbot are playing like they just see red right now. All they want to do is jump into somebody else's box that's not their own. But Peterbot, he's going to be forced to take a call. He knows that he has to try and fight this team underneath them or just leave entirely. Team is Storm and Pix, they've done enough. They have pushed back, and Peterbot is pushed out of the location.
Kind of get a little bit confident there for Cold, Ritual, and Pete as they continue to kind of rotate on out. Surprisingly enough, they didn't kind of continue to stay over toward Dystopia, but what they left it, Baka, Pars, and Pump actually moved in. They're at a contested drop for themselves, north side of this actual POI, so they're just trying to get scraps. They're just trying to get any bit of surge, and right now, they spotted Cold and his entire trio rotate back toward Dystopia, and they're just trying to lurk. They're trying to get the heads-up play and an opening damage shot so that maybe they can finish it up.
Take a little peeksies, though, at what's breaking down. Kanata Rapid and Bolts. The elimination feed might be telling an entirely different story there, though, for what's shaping up here at Dystopia. Pump, Pars, Baka finding that elimination onto Peterbot now means that they are all good to go for trying to key in onto Ritual and Cold. Pars already overhead. Baka right next to him. Pump, separate angle as well. There's just so many flank attempts here, but Cold, Peterbot knows that he's got to depend on his other fragger here, and Cold could come up big time.
Hey, before Peterbot went on this huge tear for the scene, it was Cold everyone was worried about. And I remember back at the Invitational 1v2 to get his teammate back into the game and try to get them that good positioning that they had. Baka, Pars, and Pump. I do like this right now. They're kind of testing the outskirts. They're not taking that big risk scenario of moving in towards these buildings. They know they're lurking around. They know with the double pump, 2v1 situation, they can easily try to catch any bit of this damage. So for Cold and Ritual, they just got to continue to play sneaky. One has a med kit. So Taco, this is not the last we've seen of them.
Yeah, but the problem still remains, Jacob. They're going to have to deal with Baka, Pars, and Pump, who are very likely, they look as if they're keen, set on setting up to prevent Cold and Ritual from actually leaving Dystopia. And if Cold and Ritual attempt to make a reboot inside of Dystopia, they are going to be immediately pounced upon by Baka, Pars, and Pump. They have so many medkits, they can afford to stick around in these early zone ticks.
And you can see in the top 5, obviously Queasy's team pulling far ahead, but only 133 points to get into the top 5. 1 point behind is going to be Yamzo, Clicks, and Higgs, who've honestly been playing decently well, but they just haven't caught that stride, that momentum shift that we know a team like this can have, especially with Clicks and Higgs from Xset. They're kind of the fraggers, the duo from this team. And then you got Yamzo, the IGL, the mastermind of this squad. And I think as soon as they start to feel that confidence, it's going to be a huge momentum shift.
But you know what? You got to give Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo their flowers, because most people on socials did not have them anywhere near this spot on the leaderboard. They've been holding their own as Panzer, big shot onto Mansour. That's going to be a huge opening now, and Yapko seemingly energized by that, just following it up. Panzer with a third elimination now onto Belor. They are getting active so early on.
Yeah, 6 eliminations. They play against Tinka as his trio off spawn. And it does look like somebody tried to rotate in and potentially steal some loot, but they made them pay rather quickly. Instead, his former teammate, Cammy, Hadi, and iDrop over from that Shining Span bridge. They're trying to focus on getting as much Storm Surge as possible, which is why you see them so deep and so far into the zone. But with every team rotating on out, they're going to use that as their cue to make their rotation as well, and just kind of minimizes a little bit of the risk of the teams they will actually run into and the danger they'll face.
Checking back in now, though, with Chap, Mr. Savage, and Reason. These guys have really just been sticking to their own game plan, and a lot of that entails spending some additional time inside of those early storm takes. They know that they don't have anybody contesting them, and kind of surprised, Jacob, that no one has decided to try and actually challenge Mr. Savage's team in that northwest position, but they've done an excellent job at just creating so much space and playing their search trades where necessary.
Yeah, you see, it's a whole different ball game when you are uncontested. Vanya, Pixie, Marius, they're trying to continue to find their stride, just like some of these other teams in this lobby. 110 points, definitely above most of the lobby, but not where they had hoped to be at this point in time. Pings, Malibuka, and Walk, probably the same thing could be said for them, rotating from that uncontested outpost over towards Foxy Floodgates. But even though they're not in zone just yet, Taco, you're seeing they're running into so many other trios. Baka's team, Pixstorm, and Demus as well. And even if they find a way to get to the other side, there's a 4th team on the mountain looking in this direction.
But the real problem that I'm recognizing right now, Jacob, is that you've got several of some real heavy hitter trios surrounding Foxy Floodgate, and I'm thinking about Cold, Ritual, Peterbot way back over towards Dystopia. They're gonna have to eventually break through these teams who are already fixated in much better positions.
It's gonna be tough on that side of the map, but taking a little bit look closer towards the center. There's a little bit more flexibility around, just a whole different game here. There are a couple teams into the mix, but you're seeing no one in relatively close danger. King Phaser, P8 Zin, they have their surge base. You see not too far off, Agers, Acorn, and Pollo. They're gonna be able to get a little bit of that hive spot because you see Mustache, Queasy, and Swizzy rotating yet again to one of these bunkers. And the interesting thing about this team is because they do get the hive, because they are uncontested, and you look at the Demon's Debris and the Dystopia where it doesn't necessarily spawn there, Ranger's Ruin too far away. I mean, it's so early on in the game, but they're rotating all the way to the eastern side of the map to get these bunkers that they know no one else can get. And this is the 5-head type play that's coming out of Queasy, and it almost makes you wonder if he wins here to this weekend, is he #1 in the all-time list?
Undisputed GOAT of IGLing without a singular doubt in my mind, Jacob. He's already considered one of the best, if not the best, IGL in the world based off his past couple of years with Global's performances. And it's just impeccable to think of what they've been able to accomplish here today, because sure, you can be first on the leaderboard, but to go back-to-back with victory royales, that's a different beast entirely. And it's going to be very difficult for anybody else to play catch-up. You have to remember, there were teams in this same position. Queasy was in this position. He was the one down below, but can't finish that thought just yet. Striker, Tisco holding their own here. Art, School, Salco, they need a little bit of a recovery point, a little bit pinched here at Sakura Stadium, just so far west of the map. They know it's only a matter of time before a third party makes the intervention here, but Art, School, Salco, they've got one knock. Striker, just seeing if he can try hold the wall, but he's not gonna be able to break away. Art just relentlessly chasing him down, and sure enough, that's gonna be 4 eliminations now in total for School, Salco, and Arc.
Hey, they're sticking to the game plan, but the game plan has now have a wrench into the mix. Veno, Vico, Flixie, they're making their way on over. This could be 2 of the most aggressive teams in their respective region going head-to-head, but Veno, he makes the call, maybe a little bit too close for comfort. They try to disengage just a little bit, but you see they didn't take the full distance onto that crash pad. They have some materials they want to get back, but they want to control the pace of them and that team of Arc School and Salco.
I mean, the ball's in their court. Vico, Veno, Flixie, they're just gonna continue to play for positioning. They know that Arc's trio is still locked in at Sakura Stadium, so they can afford to just kind of take those peek backs, see if they can keep applying tag pressure, but they are still trying to be wary of that team up on height on the mountainside peak. Payson, definitely a massive threat if they are not careful, but Pollo, Agers, Acorn, finally witnessing them be above that third threshold, and not just that, but 1,400 plus above, Jacob. It's got to be such a huge relief.
Yeah, to start the day, this is honestly the position I thought I would see this team in game after game after game, especially in game 3, where the zone favored over towards their drop spot. They were just unable to convert and really make it work. And you see the leaderboard with 51 points. They find themselves in 23rd place. I think you could have quizzed anybody in the Fortnite community and they thought that would have been impossible, but Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual probably in the same spot, only 77 damage above the threshold. And it looks like they're gonna try to take the fight to Baka, Pars, and Puff. Remember, this is the team that initially got that knock onto Peterbot, probably causing this downward spiral of the Storm Surge being a worry, but they're taking it personal, box to box. They're ready to go in, and this is the style of fighting that we know Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual look for, but he takes another massive shot. I don't know what Pump and Baka ate today, but they are ready to play.
The problem is nobody is backing down from Ritual, Cold, or Peterbot. Baka, Pars, and Pump have them fully squeezed inside of this tiny little crevice, and if that wasn't bad enough, they're also having to deal with a third party up on the high ground. Cold, Ritual, Peterbot, they're doing everything they can to try and buy themselves a little bit more time, but they know the clock is working against them. They're only just short of 200 above that damage threshold, Jacob, but they need more, and they need builds. They don't have any materials. It's all on Cold Peterbot is just left in tatters because of that start.
Yeah, it's just a tough situation to be in because it's almost playing that mind game, the tricks of, hey, maybe I do have to fight. I need a refresh. I will not be able to get materials elsewhere. And with a team that's honestly been a terror to the entire NA Central region. This is kind of a surprise, and you've been saying it, nobody's backing down. Honestly, Papa Pollo said it as well. Peterbot plays mind games with all of you guys. He gets into your heads, and that's why he's so successful. But guess what? No more mind games. I think everybody is ready to fight back.
Oh, it doesn't need to be mind games because with Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache making the approach, Peterbot Gold Ritual, it's now or never. They've got to either dive in or they're going to find themselves getting absolutely pincered by several different teams. Baka, Pars, and Pump also know that same pressure could technically be applied to them if they're not careful. Seems like they might just want to break away here, create a little bit more space. They don't actually know what kind of position Peterbot and his team are in, but Baka cracking Peterbot's shields now means he could potentially try and press forward, but with Bold just steadily applying reverse pressure, he's making it very difficult, but the builds are running so low. Baka, Pars, Pump. Pars is down though. It's just Baka and Pump now left to try and recover this situation. What looked so promising at the start, Cold is trying to shut down, but Cold needs too much damage. He has to pull back. He's got to wait for Ritual and Peterbot to provide, alleviate that pressure, but Peterbot, Ritual now looking to try and dive forward. They need more surge.
Oh no, from bad to worse. Baka and them on the other side. They not only get the reboot, but the first knock on the Cold yet again. Earlier in this game, they took down Peter, they took down Cold, and they took down Ritual. NA West on top.
Baka, Pars, and Pump have just won the hearts of the crowd here in Lyon. And not only that, Jacob, but they just continue to make it feel impossible for Gold, Peterbot, and Ritual to perform here. But Clicks, Yamso, Higgs, on the other end of that note, they're still trying to see if they can leapfrog their way into that top 5 position from the leaderboard. How many times have we seen strong performances convert to a big jump in placement? But Swizzy, Mustache, Queasy, as long as they stay tried and true to their strategy, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, and they got such a good spot, not only because the high ground, but Taco, take a look. Where is the zone going? Over Foxy Floodgate. That means there's going to be so many different elevations that if it pulls all the way towards the east or even towards the north and then back down to the south, it is going to be a roller coaster of emotions. And Benno, Flixie, and Vico throughout the day has been going through just that. 269 below the damage threshold. Even with Vito hitting a nice shot, it's not going to really change what they're facing right now. And that's why you see them scrambling, looking all around, trying to get information, figure out where they need to put their focus at.
They're likely going to have to drop to ultimate low and maybe try to play a pre-edit off of a back tarp. That would maybe be their best opportunity to find some big damage. Still, other teams are absolutely feasting here, and Benno's not going to get the chance from overhead. It's a Minish. This is their backyard, essentially, and Foxy Floodgate now really heating up a Vico. He's not going to allow it. You take down one of my teammates, I'm going to take you with them. Braids having to play for the revive visuals, just not going to be able to do it, though. And Flixie, Vico, this is a dynamic duo, though, Jacob. They could really make it work.
Yeah, they've kind of put an all-or-nothing situation going after the high ground. Even though they picked up eliminations, got some points, they have a max pull on the other side. And this is what I warned you about, the different type of elevations that are going to start to come into play as Vico does it again, taking down a Minish, making sure to clean that one up. 4 more points out of the total as they get their 5th elimination of the game.
All the way hanging back now. So much pressure being applied to this top section of Foxy Floodgate. But they are right back at home. Queasy, Mustache, and Swizzy looking to control the dam, and that's the most important part of Foxy Floodgate. If you have the dam control, you have all of height.
Yep, top 17 though, this is where placement points are going to start to set in and cascade further with each and every team that does get wiped off the lobby. Mustache, Queasy, Swizzy, they are not backing down, they are not shaking, they're just terrorizing everybody around the lobby. Pars really feeling the pain there, and that's because they have that bird's eye view. Nobody is contesting Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache on the high ground, and look exactly what's happening because of it.
There needs to be studies done on Queasy's brain because this position is absolutely unreal. Mr. Savage, Jap, trying to do what they can to push back against Swizzy's pressure, but it's just so difficult to try and take those bloom battles from overhead, Jacob. has so much leverage over the rest of the lobby, and Swizzy now trying to make sure that he doesn't find himself eating more damage than what he bargained for, but still he has Merstache to depend on. The moment that Swizzy's shields get cracked, he falls back, and Merstache immediately picks up the slack.
Gonna be tough because now we're going right back on over the open, and most of this next zone is just all low ground except for the far western side of it all, where there's gonna be a mountain that you could try to attach to. So you gotta make sure you planned ahead, peek through the cone, get the information. Yamzo, Clicks, and Higgs are doing just that. They're not the highest up, they're not the lowest either, but they're assessing the situation. Do we need to drop down further? Or do you let a team like Pigstorm and Demas get in front of you and try to land the damage? But not everybody is feeling as safe. Not everybody is feeling as comfortable. 66 damage above the threshold. Yapko, Panzer, and Seti, even though they're inside of that top 10, they still need to make that consistency count.
But do they have any Flowberry Fizz or Crash Pads? Because it's going to be difficult for them to work their way up and down this elevation. But the way that the zones are pooling here, Mr. Savage, Reason, and Chap now trying to see if they can work their way up from the underbelly of the lobby. They've got a semi-isolated layer, but they're going to be forced to drop. They don't have the materials to keep tarping through that mid-ground section. And underneath, where all of the congestion is very likely to start pooling into, that's just open season now for Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstache.
Savage team 2 points away from hitting that top 5. And the thing is, they were 1 point away, almost missing the Major 3 Grand Finals. They were 2 points in that last spot to secure the global spot. A miracle run is coming out as Queasy, once again, almost 2,000 damage, back-to-back games above the threshold. Yapko, Panzer, Seti, they're feeling the pressure from up above. You see a huge lack of not only materials, but resources as well. As he gets cut short, the wall breaks him off. He's gonna go down, but for Yapko and Seti, this is everything.
They're still trying to see what kind of placement points they might be able to collect. Every little bit counts for that team, but Vanya, secondary height, Cammy, Hottie, and iDrop, they've also been rather quiet throughout today, Jacob, but that could change in an instant. Mr. Savage, Reason, and Chap now trying to make sure that their back tarp is fully closed off, but Savage not having the opportunity yet to keep building through. Chap picking up where his IGL left off. That is always what you would hope for in a team. Yamzo is sadly going to have to play it through with just Higgs, though. And this is a tough spot to be in, unless Higgs finds a big elimination for the refresh.
That was not only points for the elimination, but placement points as well, as the full trio's wiped off the map. Acorn, Savage, King, Tayson all going down. Yamzo as well. A good shot being landed, but not good enough. He gets steamrolled by Darm. Marius is the one who took down Poyo. Him and Vanya are feeling the pain as well, because they have to do it without Pixie.
But they've at least got frontside low control, and that's going to have to be enough. They're going to need as many eliminations as possible because they need more materials. And we haven't even started the conversation of how to deal with Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstache up above. Everybody else in this lobby looking substantially healthier too.
I feel like I've seen this episode of Fortnite before. Game 2, Game 3, and it's looking like it could be possible for Game 4. 370 points and counting. Only 2 teams in front of him, both of them weak. Vanya's trying to do what he can, but he only has 1 teammate, Marius as well, but the full trio up above. They get the wipe on the 1. They're looking to close this one out as well. Marius in his line of sight, but Swizzy, he takes a big shot. That's a surprise attack, but luckily for him, his 2 teammates have his back. Merstache gets the drop on the Marius, stays alive. They're targeting out Vanya. 3v1 situation, and they go back to back to back to win another game.
When have you ever seen on the global stage the trip skis of victory royales? Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstache are setting a new precedent here in the 2025 Globals performance, Jacob. This is insanity what we are witnessing right now, and they deserve all of the credit. But Frankie, let me know what else they have to say.
This is incroyable, Leon! Swizzy, please stand up. Can you believe this is happening?
Yeah, I knew we were gonna win.
You knew it. You are playing like you knew it too. Queasy, you've been to so many of these events, but I don't think this has ever happened to you. Back to back to back. Surely you can't believe what's happening right now.
I mean, I can. We practice a lot. So just lucky it's paying off right now. We need to just keep playing and hopefully we'll win.
It's been really interesting to also see what's happening with the North American teams. On the analyst desk, they were talking about the fact that in North America, the top teams are conditioning the lobby all the way through the season, but that's not happening on globals. Is it simply a case of not fearing the competition, not believing their hype?
I mean, we're just playing our play style. There's like nothing, like we're not gonna play low ground if we don't know how to play low ground. So we're just staying on high and playing that, you know.
Actually, you did well for 3 games, for your team, but also for the crowd. Are you proud of that?
Yeah, I'm so proud. I'm proud of my fans. I'm proud of my teammates. Like, they're crazy.
And for you, will you keep the high ground for the next 9 games again?
I mean, the strat is take high, don't die. That's it.
Ils vont continuer comme ils peuvent, mais ils donnent beaucoup d'énergie pour vous, ils sont très fiers pour vous et aussi leur communauté et surtout leur trio. Thank you very much. It's crazy. You have another word for your crowd over there just in front of you.
I mean, I want to thank to every fan that came here watching us, and even if you're not here but watching, I want to say thanks to everyone. It's the biggest support ever.
Thank you.
Leon, one more time, please show your appreciation for Queasy Swizzy and Mustache!
We are heading to a break. We'll be back with game number 5.
Do you get scared? Do you feel lost? I can smell fear. I've been there before, but you made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you to notice that you got what you wanted. We don't got time to cry right now. Only got time to focus. Hits on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate it. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should have noticed. Been focused. You should know locked and loaded. Better watch your back, cause we aiming at your head. I don't need a pick me up and I don't need a rest. Knock down, top down, hit him in his leg. Pull up with the trio and my eyes all red. Like 2, 3 of us can't compete with us. Everybody screaming like they did and believe in us. Believe in us, believe in us, believe in us. So hits on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate it. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should have
Welcome back, Fortnite fam, to the Global Championships. My name is Zeke. Joining us here on the analyst desk, we've got Mini Miner, we've got 11 2K, And man, oh man, did we just have another game won by Queasy. The three back to back.
Zeke, you know what's happening right now?
What's happening?
I don't think you know what's happening right now.
Tell me.
The last time Queasy played a major final and won 3 games in a row,
he won
6 out of 12.
Oh!
He went on to win the next 2 games after that. He won 5 games in a row back in Chapter 4, Season 2 when he was playing with Veno. These guys don't look like they're slowing down anytime sooner. Our EU savior. Our EU savior, Queasy. Thank you. We might finally get one. Oh my goodness.
It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. They're playing perfect end games right now, perfect height, just Queasy playstyle personified seeing them play right now. And, you know, we mentioned that 6 out of 12, right? They played a very similar style of play, that high ground, but I think they sort of they were a little bit adjusted this time. I think in that time, when they were playing for that 6 out of 12 and they won 6 out of 12, they were doing very, very well at retaking height with Bennett, right? This time, they're taking it a lot earlier. We can see it right here, just building up really high and taking it early as the 8th zone here.
One thing I really loved, right, is, you know, Frankie was asking Queasy about the timing of when they take height, and, you know, a lot of the time he's received criticism in games and maybe people perceive them to take it too early, and he said it's never too early to take height, right? I know what I'm doing, and I mean, at this point you just have to trust the guy. My mind is blown. 3 wins back-to-back on land.
Wow.
Like, I don't think people are really clocking how insane this is right now.
This feels almost like a major tournament, right? It feels like I'm going back, but then we remind ourselves, this is a global championship stage. These are some of the best trios from around the world, and he's making this look like it's just a normal, everyday game for him.
I mean, they're taking it early, but the way that they actually hold onto it is so, so good. When there's people crash panning up onto height, they don't panic. A lot of teams that are new to height, maybe don't play it so well, they will panic. They'll struggle. They won't deal with it as well, and you can see it right here. Vanya tried to take it right there at the end to try and take over the game, but they were calm, they were cool, they were collected. You even saw it in the interview there at the end. Queasy's just won 3 games out of 4 on land, and he's like, yeah, we're just going to keep trying to play our game. Like, he's so chill. I don't know how he's doing it. We saw Canada jumping around after the first game. I like that from the IGL, though. It's what you need.
Look at the numbers here, man.
Wow.
Before this game, I'd be curious to see what the updated stats are, but I was looking at the numbers before this game. Swizzy was leading damage, right? He had about 6,600 damage. The next person, second place, had like 3,000.
Wow.
Right? So he was already leading damage by double the second place. I can only imagine now it's even more. It might be triple at this point. These guys are going crazy. They're playing the best Fortnite of their lives at the perfect time.
It's so crazy to just think about, like, how this team is looking to attack any problem that is coming up. And I gotta say, this last game, end game, was actually kind of crazy, right? It's like M8 versus M8, and you kind of don't know who to root for in that situation. M8's just like, ah! You know? But to see Vanya make it to this end game and kind of fight it out here in the final few moments of the game, props to both sides. And still, right, maybe they didn't get the victory out, but they still place second. That's so much in terms of placement points.
Yeah,
these guys are unbelievable, right? But these guys are doing a great job of staying in this competition, fighting in this competition. You know, early on, maybe a bit more quieter, but they're starting to show us their prowess. I think the great thing about them as well is that we've seen them at times this year struggle when they try to go for height and it doesn't work out for them. In this game, you know, they tried to take it, didn't work out, but they still make a good game out of it.
Yeah, and that's absolutely crucial. It's Marius, it's the fraggers that are doing a very good job. Of course, Pixie went down a little bit earlier here, so Vanya had to do a really good job, but I'm really impressed with how Marius is handling the pressure right here. Of course, there's been a lot of eyes on him over the last couple of years. Is he this sort of big fragger that everyone knows him for? Yes, proving it on the big stage, and it's, of course, a big moment for him being on LAN as well. So lots of questions going into this. They're answering it so far. The problem is, Queasy's just doing so well that they're struggling to catch up, but it's a really nice game, so they're moving up in the stand.
Let's take a little peek at the second page, though, right? Let's just kind of roll things down. How are things looking, right? We see Agers, Hoyo, and Acorn. What's crazy is I kind of didn't expect to see them this high up in the leaderboard, right? They're kind of lurking in the shadows. We haven't quite seen them have the game we're like used to seeing on NA, but we still have 2 more games left to go on the day, so maybe they can piece something together.
A good time to try get some momentum. I feel like at competitions like these, when you start slow, you almost are out of sight, out of mind, right? These guys now, if they can sort of creep their way back in towards that sort of top 8 range going into tomorrow, they're still going to be, maybe not a good shot for contention if Queasy keeps playing like this, but they're still going to end up, you know, put themselves in a position to end up way up there in the leaderboard by the end of game 12.
Yeah, and they have the firepower, right? We talked
talked so much about their drop spot at the beginning of the show, how powerful that really is. Of course, the team as a whole, the way that they can play, we know how well they can play end games as well. So all it takes is just one or two things to go their way. We all know about how good Pollo is when it comes to those end game clutch situations as well. Yep. And I think maybe a little bit of the pressure aspect was coming into it, you know, walking out in front of this massive crowd, chanting your names. It can be difficult and it can be really, really tough to adjust.
And I'm telling you, man, we'll save that for later. You heard that bus horn. It is time to get back into game with only 2 games left to go. How do we position ourselves for day number 2? It is time for game number 5 on the day right now.
Only 2 games left on the day. You heard Zeke say it himself, and that just means time flies when you're having fun. One of the best events I've ever been a part of in person, and honestly, it hasn't disappointed so far. Queasy just lighting things up, back-to-back-to-back wins, and honestly, these contested fights have been telling a lot of how the game goes.
And we're finally going to get a taste, too, of some different scenes here at Kappa Kappa Factory. Seti, Panzer, Yapko, they've been putting on quite the performance today, Jacob, but it starts with this off-spawn battle. If Panzer, Seti, and Yapko can convert another successful off-spawn here, Kazi and Aspect, Tinka, they could be in a world of trouble, but it's Marius, it's Peterbot, both of them are not, but Pixie, he's got the better end of this deal. Vanya still lurking overhead, Cole trying to see if he can recover anything from this situation, but it's not gonna come to fruition just yet. In fact, Pixie, he's gonna even be able to play for the revive. Vanya Boo Boo not willing to chase down Cole just yet, but maybe after using some of these small shield potions, to feel a little bit more comfortable with that battle.
Insane scenes hit us yet again in game 5. And it's just leaving Cold in such a tough spot, but I see it in the feed. Was that Paper? Was that Victor V? Was that Epic Whale? All going down at Dystopia. Meanwhile, Vanya, Marius, and Pixie, they have literally no time. They can do whatever they want. They have the reboot card, one on one side of the mountain, Peter's on the other side of the mountain, and they haven't even looted up their POI, which means they're going to spend so much time at the OXR HQ, which means it's going to take a risk in order to get Peterbot and Ritual back in the game.
Something that also occurred quite quickly here, Seti. 3 eliminations, by the way. We didn't get to see exactly where it happened, but we know that they've been having a lot of success here at the Kappa Kappa Factory, and there's more trouble still stewing. A look back into Rangers Ruin. We know so much about this Osmond battle, and Chino opening up big time, but Chicho thought he was going to be able to 180 that occurrence. Still, Tayson from behind manages to knock Chino, but this is just messy right now. Still, the big day holding it down. Pablo, though, still trying to see if he can punch his ticket in this lobby, and he holds it for his team.
A big win in that 1v1 against Tayson, but the team that has been putting on a show since game 2, in game 3, and in that last one as well, back-to-back wins, and you can see their first team to win 3 consecutive games at an FNCS LAN, and that's putting them so far ahead of everybody else. So even if they find themselves in a position where they're not winning the game, still top 8s, top 5, that's still going to keep their lead intact.
But the conversation that I have to open up here, Jacob, is when we think about last year's Global Championship even, Queasy and Thomas HD were in this exact position as everybody else in the lobby. They were staring at that leaderboard. They were staring at Peterbot and Pollo running away with it. And then day 2 came to play. And Queasy manifested a huge performance to play so much catch-up. So while it might look very, very, I don't say impossible, but unlikely, I still think that there's opportunity for somebody else to try and play catch-up. But day 1 definitely seems like the momentum is riding high for Queasy's team.
Everybody else below Queasy on that leaderboard just has to keep it respectively close and regroup for tomorrow. Chino, Pablo, Prodoxy, even though they win that fight, one team has already moved over, and you can see in the minimap another team, King Phaser and PH Sin, they're trying to make their presence known. Madim Bururiru and Wixie are there as well. These are our 3 teams from 3 different regions trying to lurk and make Rangers ruin their home as Pixie's gonna get the 3-2-1, and he instantly goes down. Brazil strikes quick.
Zero chance to even try and close that wall off. And that is a painful way to go out, but King Phaser fully on the come up here. Gino, Fredoxy, Pablo, they can hear those shots nearby. They know that there is another party rolling into the vicinity. Still, they're locked down. Mirim, Buiriru, twos in a sea of threes, and this is not the spot to be, but they don't really have a chance to get out just yet. They need Gino, Fredoxy, and Pablo to fight against Phaser, King, and PHN to see if they can maybe slip away.
So the Queen just going ahead and blasting onto some of these boxes. Cena giving away the position just a little bit. King, Phaser, they know they're there on the other side, but they don't know exactly where they're located at, which means PHN is just trying to get some high ground, some elevation, that eagle eye view so we can look over the land and figure out where everybody's at, taking their time. And these are the type of fights right here with people lurking around, crouching to hide those audio visuals. If you make the wrong play, it's a huge risk for that little reward.
But the material just favors so heavily into Brazil's hands. Gino, Pablo, and Fredoxy, because of that early off-spawn battle with Tayson, they haven't actually had a chance to really farm anything up in comparison to King Phaser and PXN, who are just now stealing away this Queen currently at Rangers Ruin. Fredoxy realizing we can't just let this go for free. They try to see if they can intervene, but it's just not an option that's afforded to them just yet because Marin Buiriru still lurking nearby. It's not a favorable option, and they know it's likely best to potentially disengage.
Yeah, and you can see it because they have control of the high ground and the whole outside. They're starting to target down that Queen. As you see in the feed, the cleanup is complete. Cold goes down, and another 0-point game for what was looking like the most dominant team coming into this event. A huge wake-up call as they're in 30th place, but for Vanya, Pixie, and Marius, that's just one step closer to that first place spot.
And for Vanya, Pixie, and Marius, they don't want to lose sight of the primary objective, and that is just to keep securing these strong end game placements. Every little bit counts if you're looking to try and play catch up to Queasy at this point. And Jeff, Frieza, and Mr. Savage, another team where there's been so much praise on Chap's shoulders, and for good reason. You could even argue that if it weren't for Chap, Mr. Savage and Reason might not even be at the Global Championship right now. But the Major 3 performance, that's something that we're still waiting for Chap to just have that highlight game.
That's a really good point because Mr. Savage was done. Mr. Savage said, I retired. It was great playing Fortnite, but I think it's time for the next step in his journey. Well, the next step was coming out of retirement, qualifying by such mere points. It was destined to happen to see him here and playing as extraordinarily well as they have been so far. Malibuka, Walks, and Pings, you can see them set up just outside the Outpost Enclave, just trying to trade off shots into the distance. And it gets Poyo, Agers, and Acorn. And honestly, I think this was the difference maker. We saw both of these teams perform slightly, whether one more than others, but I think it's because of exactly this. They're now trading off shots for Storm Surge versus the rest of the lobby, and it's given them a little bit more flexibility in different cases.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Vico, though. Parades, where are you at? This is the wrong neighborhood. And Benno, Vico, Flixie, now with 3 eliminations in total, Jacob. This is much more room to work with than what they've been afforded, and especially considering that Coyota eliminated Benno very early on, but still, Vico, Flixie cover the situation, and now look what Benno's able to accomplish. A Minish clean wipeout there by Benno.
I think Benno needs to keep playing like he has a chip on his shoulder, almost something to prove. The contested drop is not going to be easy for anybody, but if you can find a way, come out and have games like this and really make them count, like we kind of saw between Tayson and Fredoxy to start the day in games 1 and 2. Just got to be able to keep that momentum up. Phaser, King, PHN rotating around. I thought I saw, yes, I was about to say, I thought I saw somebody moving on over towards that bunker, and it is going to be our team from Brazil, King, Phaser, and PHN. That means that play they made to rotate on over to Rangers Ruin, not only third party and get the eliminations, but eventually take down the Queen, works out perfectly.
Every single Globals, there's always that one surprise pop-out wild card from the international scene, and I think, at least for day 1, King, Phaser, and PH Zen have definitely taken that position in representing what these teams from the global presence are able to provide. And this is looking like a very sound setup. They've done a great job at essentially infiltrating that Rangers Ruin third-party action. And it's caused such a dominoes effect across the map. It changes so much of how the game is played when Verdoxy, Pablo, and Chino aren't able to just conveniently take their third-party options and all those surprise pop-up performances, finding those eliminations, intercepting teams on their loop path rotates.
I like this play me out. Curly, Reed, and Cooper, they haven't had the best luck finding teams to trade shots off with to the distance, and now they have to do something different, go box to box, play a little bit more aggressive. Curly's doing just that. Forced saw it out, but they trade shots. Luckily for him, his teammates are there to save the day. Curly gets the elimination. Siphon is what he needed most in that moment, and now they get the loot. You see the extra splashes and that full loadout that they're kind of able to change things in and out. And it's a confidence boost for a team that honestly, listening to them talk yesterday, they didn't think they had their game plan anymore from what they practiced coming into the Global Championship. They had to pull something up from underneath their sleeve, and, well, that's one way to do it.
Not the only magicians working in this lobby. Veno just a little bit of a heist here onto Hero. Tries to take that launch pad instead of punish for it, and Vico following up. This is exactly why you don't want to give Veno any space, because the way that they're trying to control that mountain rage now, it's forcing teams to funnel through in a way that makes it so easy for them to find those knocks and eliminations or just surge in general.
Yeah, or at least at the bare minimum, get them to waste a lot of materials rotating on over into a spot where you might not be able to get much. Pickstorm, Demus, you see kind of a smooth rotation. Not too many players near them yet in the distance either, so they can focus on one thing and one thing only, getting to where they need to be. As we take a look at Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts, they started the day off with a big win. I think it was around like 101, maybe 104 points. Since then, it's been anything but perfect. But this is the real test, especially for somebody like Kanata, where I was talking about how different he looked coming into this event. Now we get to see what are you truly made of.
But they're still within striking range of top 3 within day 3. They haven't had, you know, the craziest day ever after, especially after what we witnessed in game 1. We're definitely maybe looking for Kanata, Rapid Bolts to keep seeing how consistent they could be, but until they find a way to replicate that game 1 performance, things are going to continue to get more and more difficult as everybody starts to find a better grasp, a better idea of where they want to go to try and find any little bit of placement points to put them inside of a better position for day 1 closure.
Again, I talked about Acorn, Poyo A, just going back to what has worked best coming into the Global Championship. That's kind of setting up one of those bases. You have an abundance of heals at the Demon's Debris. You just got to figure out a way to utilize them. It's like Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo rotating south from Supernova Academy. They were one of those teams kind of looking off into the distance, whether if it was Savage, we saw moments there, Sod and Ryu up towards the top. They have multiple targets that they try to use early game to build that Storm Surge and kind of give flexibility for rotations just like this.
I think it was very smart, though, the way they were utilizing that natural map terrain, hugging towards that lower territory so they don't get spotted out from those teams that are in those high ground positions. They're just fully covered by those clip faces, but looking into what our leading contenders are getting up to, Mustache, 0 shotgun damage. And my favorite part about this morning, Jacob happened to encounter Queasy, and he made it known, we're not gonna carry shotguns. We are running ARs, we are running the record revolvers. And you know what? With what they're doing, with the way that they're playing height, they're not giving anybody the luxury or the option to even try and challenge them on height. They don't have to do anything up close and personal, because if it does come down to that, they still got those record revolvers to work with, which is basically just a pistol shotgun in the first place.
How do you win back-to-back games with 0 shotgun damage? I am blown away, but that's a testament of how good they are actually playing, and the consistency is out of this world. They jump on over Kadu, Striker, and Tisco. They were so close. They had the high ground in some of our previous games, but now they need to fight out of this mess. Verdoxy, Pablo, and Chino, they're the ones on the other side. They're the ones that are putting down that pressure and not really backing down. You see the triple weapon loadout for multiple of these players as well. They're ready to fight, and they're ready to fight big.
But Chino and Pablo, they're really looking like they're starting to find their rhythm in this lobby. They love just getting so fraggy with it. It's gonna be a little bit of a hold though by Striker, Kadu, and Tisco, while Ferdoxy takes this opportunity to heal back up. A little bit too pinched there, but Chino, he just keeps battering away at Kadu, Striker, and Tisco, and that knock now means a separate approach. Ferdoxy on the flank, Chino and Pablo on the front side, and Striker doing what he can to try and hold things down, but the walls are just so difficult to break through. He's hoping to find some form of an edit, some kind of right side peek. Striker though, no shield. Pablo, Chino, Ferdoxy, they are fully in control of this. That is until Pablo realizes it's Curly, it's Cooper, it's Reed right behind them. He doesn't have any options. They've just got to reconvene with each other.
For Reed, Cooper, and Curly, there's no time like the present, and they're really trying to make these little seconds count. Able to clean up that one elimination, the extra loot, but most importantly, the Storm Surge that they're able to get. And since they're the team on the outside of this overall battle, they have the option if they want to disengage or keep putting pressure in this scenario. Ferdoxy and Chino, they have no other choice with or without that reboot card to try to get out and save what they have of this game. We kept talking about between them and Tayson off spawn, battling it out. You have to make sure if you win these games off spawn, you go as far into the end game with as many eliminations as possible.
For Ferdoxy and Chino, that maneuver by Reed, Curly, and Cooper, it's like getting an eyelash stuck in your eye. Just so annoying, but what can you do? Just the nature of the game here. All the while, Clicks, Higgs, Yamso, they've caught up now to Snowy, Sad, and Ryu, and they've got them on the ropes right now, but Ryu's still looking to fight back. All of these international teams, they have not backed down even once throughout today's matches, Jacob, and they are coming with some big firepower. But Yamso, the future, he's got to control the present right now, though. And with Clicks and Higgs right next to him, they need to find these eliminations. All of the surge would just be so impactful.
Yeah, you can see both of these teams in a relatively tough spot, forced to crouch down if they're on the low ground. But Sad, Ryu, Snowy, they're trying to go for a lurch surprise attack. They're getting into the box in two different directions, but the third party is in, and they run out of material. Sad is in a tough spot, and it's going to continue to get tougher. Multiple players on that trio are out of materials overall, and Yamso finally dropping down. He's bringing the sun to a snowy day.
That's exactly what they needed. This is so much room to work with now. The Yamso Clicks, they just continue to close in, and finally Ryu's gonna be eliminated, folded over. Almost 1900 damage above on that surge threshold, Jacob. Perfect placement for these guys to be now. Can they convert it to the end game win that they've been seeking all day long?
Yeah, and you can see just like that with those eliminations, they move up into a top 5 spot on the leaderboard. One more elimination away from top 4. One more elimination away from that, from a top 3 at the Global Championship. This is only game number 5 though. There's gonna be 7 more games. 1 more today, 6 more tomorrow before we crown our best in the world at the Fortnite Global Championship. And this could be one of them. Savage, Chap, and Reason. I was talking about Destiny. We just got to figure out if it's theirs.
And Mr. Savage, a couple of med kits to boot. Chap, Reason. They've also got the geysers just in case they need that quick stimmy of HP 30 shot. But Yuma, Rise, Koyota, a little bit of a hiccup at the starting point. Still managing to try and make it work. But Jacob, all of these teams, there's like a certain level of paranoia that starts to enter the closer and closer that everyone becomes, especially because we just know the high ground is where nobody has been able to really look towards. And yet, one more time, we're seeing a zone pull right towards Foxy Floodgate. And I almost have to, I just want to know, where is Queasy at? Because he's got to be close by.
If I'm any person in this lobby, but Queasy, of course, I'm saying please pull north. Get away from these mountain ranges. Get away from that dip in Foxy Floodgate. And if you're a team that's realizing what's happening in this game, a very, very similar zone towards last game, you got to start to look at your materials. Do we have enough? If not, how are we going to get it? Some would say maybe a refresh, farming where you can if you're on the slow side of zone, but sometimes things like that aren't always possible. And you can see Pix, Darm, and Demas in that exact situation. Even though they're 356 above the damage threshold, you're seeing the side that they have to rotate in, Taco, stacked like pancakes.
It's just so impressive to think that this is a team, this is their first LAN, and they're not playing anything like it. But Mr. Savage, Chap, they've now got to see if they can pull together here. Reason with the double revive, they bring him back up into the mix, but they still have such an uphill battle to tackle here because they're so far behind, and look at all these teams that are piled into the zone just in front of them. That edge is going to be tough to break into.
Yeah, and that's why you see Sphinx and them trying to be the trolls underneath the bridge, a little bit of a safer rotation. Talk about natural elements to try to use and crowd some of these shots. To 488, drastically below, almost need 3 straight eliminations. Savage is looking, but he's finding nothing but the lobby. Back they go, and a huge boost right there from Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx, because they are relatively high up above, but it's the loot. You can see half of the fizz gone, half of the splash is gone, so that was a must.
I think the bigger relief, though, for Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx is that they know with Mr. Savage's team having been wiped, there's nobody behind them. So now they can push forward and just control that more uncontested area of the zone. Still need to be wary, though. Are catching glimpses of Kanata, Bolt, and Rapid in the distance. And of course, Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstache steadily starting to scale their way up towards an elevated position, but there's several other teams nearby that have the same intentions.
Yeah, if you guys see multiple teams in the distance, you got Thunderbolt striking down, that Storm Surge, even though Swizzy, Queasy, Merstache don't exactly know those teams are below it, they will hear the shields crack. King's gonna go down, but Poyo is the one that's potentially stealing away those points. And maybe even the loot as it fully gets cleaned up. Swizzy, Queasy, Merstache put the full target down on a PH in. He's just trying to get some of that loot from his fallen comrade.
Do Swizzy and Merstache ever miss?
No.
The answer's gonna be no. Okay, PH in, eliminated. Merstache with another one. But that's actually gonna be the first one of this lobby. They've just been collecting so many eliminations throughout today's lobbies, Jacob. It's almost crazy to think that that's their first, but Queasy could be in trouble. Does manage to break away from where Bolts, Rapid, and Kanata
Alrighty,
are
chat.
at,
I have
Kanata,
returned.
you know that he's scheming
Sorry
inside of this middle section. He wants to maybe
being
try
AFK,
and set up for
I had some
on their
things to
back turn,
attend
but
to,
they know
but I
there's another
am
team
back.
directly underneath them, and it's gonna be School and Southco caught off guard. They're not gonna be able to make
So
that
I came back in the
transition.
middle of game 5, so I did miss 3 games. I left after game 2. We're going game 2.
That is a lightning
Well,
strike
actually, no.
if I've ever
I finished
seen
game
one
2.
myself.
I left
Bolts
before game
taking
3.
down all 3 players of the NA West Major 2 champions, Arc School and Salco. And the thing about Arc School and Salco, I saw it for just a quick moment, they were below the damage threshold as well. So their aggression, even though they are picking up eliminations, isn't working out as good as they hoped.
But it's still a damper for Kanata
Oh,
and
no.
Bolts. Bolts now losing all of his shields. Still, he'll have the opportunity to recover that, but it's the
Yep, he's
loss
good.
of Rapid that's really going to start impacting where Bolts and Kanata might end up here.
Yeah, they fell
Fortunately
off.
for them, Zone pulling a little bit away from those mountain faces, so as a duo, they can still
Oh, look who it is on height.
Queasy, Merstache,
I ain't gonna lie, Squeezy is coming to play today.
ballistic in this audience right now, and for good reason. Merstache said it. We're just gonna keep winning. And
They came to play.
already at the international level, Jacob. A land historic event, and they're still looking to see if they can get more.
We are literally watching the Queasy legacy.
Oh yeah,
in
they're
the
on first and they're
making.
pulling
Levin
away.
said it
Holy
himself.
Christ.
The last time Queasy won 3 games in a row, he went on not only
I
to
thought
win
it.
that major, but win 6 out of 12 games. Something that has never been
He is
done
pulling
on
away.
that region of EU.
Bro,
ever
NA is
before,
selling today, bro.
ever again.
I don't
And
know
this
what's
could be
going
that
on with
moment in
everyone from
history that
NA,
you
but
look back at
they're
when
making
you
us
talk
look
about
bad.
how great Queasy actually is. It is all because of this, but there's still so many threats in their path. They just have to look up. They have to try to go for high ground and stop the plate trade. Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo, they have been known to do it on NA Central. They just have to figure out how to do it here on the international stage.
And they might have to deal with Pars, Baka, and Pump along the way. Yapko, Seti, Panzer, they've also done a rather excellent job at just maintaining consistent performances, and they're looking for yet another repeat here, trying to clear some space in that secondary height, but they know if they want their odds to turn this into a victory royale, they're gonna need more than just secondary height. Pump falls to Clicks. This is big time for XSET because they need to pop off here.
Yeah, they truly are looking elite as a trio and taking the front side of the zone, something Yamzo knows to do best, but they have to be careful. Marius, Vanya, and Pixie, they're bouncing around with those crash pads, instantly climbing up that mountain, and that just means better positioning right away, and it gives them that luxury to look back, see all these other players rotate through. He's peeking through the stair, he sees Acorn, Agers, and Poyo, but it's not ready to go for it just yet, and nobody has even had an opportunity to look up They're attached at the backside of zone. They're attached right in the middle. It's not even going to be easy when somebody eventually does.
But that's the problem. Nobody else can actually make their way up towards the high ground because Sweezy, Queasy, and Merstash refuse to budge. They just keep shutting down every single opportunity, forcing these teams to converge onto each other as iDrop now trying to see if he can collect an elimination there, a knock, anything. He needs a massive refresh here, but it's Pixie who finds Hardy, Marius, Pixie, and Vanya now looking to see what more they can seek out.
4 eliminations so far into the top 12. Placement points are flying in. How come
down.
at least at the top 8 is Veno, Vico, they're in that line of path. Marius looking up for only a quick second, not really focusing on the Queasy up above. It's probably too hard. You see their materials being drained right out of their inventory. Everybody else feeling the same thing, forcing Yamzo, Higgs, and Clicks to drop down low. The blessing is they're in the front side of zone, so they have a little bit more to work with.
But the control from Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash on the high ground, Jacob, they're forcing all of these teams to swap players to ultimate low, and with that in mind, Merstash, Queasy, Swizzy, just non-stop berating. These teams are forced, they're looking up, they're looking down, they're trying to find refreshes, but they have no breathing room. They are being suffocated right now by height.
With the conversations going on before the Global Championship, Boo probably smiling ear to ear right now with EU doing the performance that they are, but Kanata boys,
EU, they showed up today.
Game number 1,
nice.
Finds a key elimination on Reed. Not just elimination points, but placements as well. Cammy falls, more points from the lobby. Swizzy's trying to drop down low. He's just getting loot. He's bringing it back up to his IGL.
And that is all Swizzy has to keep tabs on alongside Merstash. Everything getting dropped at Queasy's feet so he can have the ultimate success here. But Marius, he's in too much trouble. Marius trying to squeeze away. It's Vico, it's Veno, and Flixie chasing them down. They know that they're gonna have to clear out all of these players inside of these lower layers if they want a real shot at beating Queasy up on height.
Yeah, if there's any team that I think has a chance to look up and at least give them a fight, it is going to be them, as Marius is forced outside of the zone, almost a 1v1 against Clicks, and Clicks gets the knock. Can he get the elimination? No, he can't. No siphon for him, but the battle, the inevitability is finally here. Vico's taking charge, but he's also taking most of that damage. Flixie's forced to reload. Veno is in that mid-cut as well, a challenge that they did not find success on, but relatively so. Even if they might not have the high ground, they put Queasy and Merstash on the back foot.
And that's the problem, Queasy, Merstash, they could still tank a little bit of zone here just because of that exotic fizz, but at the same time, Vico, Veno, Flixie, they're now trying to remind everybody this might be Queasy's tourney so far, but we still want to take the
Oh, wow.
Merstash finding the biggest elimination of the Veno, the siphon carrying him forward, the hopes of Gentleman now resting on his shoulders. Flixie trying to hang, but Flixie wins it all, shutting down the dream here for Queasy. Veno saying it all.
Holy Christ.
I can do better.
We talked about the 6 of 12. It was with that man right there, Veno, with Vico and Flixie by his side. They are looking like a terror on the lobby. Frankie, we gotta hear one from them by themselves.
We need to hear what you have to say, Flixie. What's it like getting a victory royale here on LAN in Lyon?
It's great. I mean, we died off spawn, we clutched the game. It's really good.
And yeah, you clutched the game. I mean, it was quite the competition between you and the leaders of the lobby. Were you aware it was Queasy you were up against?
I mean, we knew it was Queasy, but we're just better than them, so we just went up and killed them.
I think you might need to get a few more victory royales before you can say that. I do want to come to you, Veno, obviously up against an ex-teammate you know really well. Does that make it a bit more satisfying or even a little bit more in your
crazy,
head?
bro.
You know each other so well.
What a game.
Nah, if I can't win this tourney, I want Queasy to win.
Oh, I've never
That's
heard
fair.
him say such nice things. Thank you, Veno. And
That's a W, man, bro.
à toi pour Vico.
How do you feel after this first victory royal, and how will you do the second one?
Hey, I mean, I feel great, you know. We finally got a win that we wanted, you know. We're still calm though, but it's kind of hard. But hey, I mean, we're doing the best of it.
The
Next
NFL,
round, you know,
the
we're gonna win
gamer
our spot, we're
NFL
gonna win the game
crab.
again, you know. We're gonna
Hello,
catch up to Queasy
what's
finally
good?
and
What's
shit.
good?
So yeah.
Ils sont très déterminés à remonter dans ce
Are you
classement et à
enjoying
continuer de monter.
FMTS Global?
Ils adorent et surtout ils sont très confiants pour aller chercher une deuxième victoire.
Are you expecting to still be contested at Canyon Crossing?
I mean, we were expecting it because they were laying down Asia, but I think there's no point for them to
Chargers
contest
won last
because,
night?
I don't know, even if they're winning,
Yeah,
they're not getting good
I
games,
stopped watching the game, so
Well,
I didn't
we
know.
will see after this short break.
What a game, though. That was a crazy 3v3. That was a crazy 3v3. Wow. Last game of the day is coming up. BRB. Oh, wait, no, I didn't mean to do that. All right, here we go.
Do you get scared? Or do you feel lost? I can smell fear. I've been there before. But you made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you to notice that you got what you wanted. We don't got time to cry right now. Only got time to focus. 2 hits on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I could see why they hate it. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have noticed. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have noticed. You better watch your back, cause we aiming at your head. I don't need a pick me up and I don't need a rest. Knock down, top down, hit him in his leg. Pull up with the trio and my eyes all red. 1, 2, 3 of us can't compete with us. Everybody screaming like they did and believe in us. Believe in us, believe in us, believe in us. 2 hits on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I could see why they hate it. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known.
Welcome back, Fortnite fans, to the Global Championship. What could have ended in a crazy way results in Vico Benoflixi finding themselves a victory royale in game number 5. EU is truly on top right now. My gosh, I love the responses as well from the trio. Keeping it humble, keeping it honest. But for them, you know, especially now with 1 game to go, this is such a great way to go into that final game and kind of start setting up for day number 2.
Such perfect timing for these guys, right? Coming into the last game right now, winning game number 5. And in the manner at which they did it, Levin, it's very similar to what we've seen throughout this entire season, an entire sort of year from these guys. The way they play height, the way they try and retake it. Queasy did make it a little bit difficult for them. It wasn't absolutely straightforward, so they had to drop down. But, I mean, this is exactly what we expected from these guys this weekend. They're finally awoken.
I'm going to throw some shade to my brother Zeke.
No.
I'm sorry I have to do it to you, Zeke.
Don't do it.
Oh, no.
Zone 11, we're watching Flixi. He looks up to height. He's looking up. He's scouting it. Zeke goes, yeah, man, don't even bother looking at height, bro. Don't even bother looking at height.
Oh.
But again, we can't blame Zeke, right? He's been on NA for a year, right? Us EU watchers know when it's Flixi, Veno, Vico, a late height take. Zone 11 height takes, it's their specialty. Again, like you said, not executed as cleanly, but executed like they know well. And a really big game from them here. It's a great momentum boost and a great response like they were alluding to after going down off spawn in the previous game.
Yeah. Listen, I just wanted Queasy to win again. Okay, I wanted to see 6 in a row on LAN. Forgive me, Levin. I joined the EU crew. You know what? Maybe EU isn't on top. Going back to NA where I belong. Obviously, you know, still on the other side of that,
of course.
Queasy, like if they had won that game, it would have been insane. The fact that they placed second, though, is still amazing, right? Like, you cannot deny. But of course, if they had won the game, it just would have been just the tiniest bit better. My gosh, Queasy, Merstash, Swizzy popping off here. 461 points, if I remember correctly. These guys are on fire, Mini. I don't know how we stop them.
I mean, honestly, they were set up for success this entire end game. They really did well to claim that high ground like we expected them to do, going towards the zone. They had a nice favorable pull, of course, over to that hill. And then when Queasy actually built out into the zone, which I thought was a really nice play, if zone was to pull over that hill, it ended up pulling the other way. So they did, of course, have to invest on materials, which is why they ended up going down a little bit earlier here. But I mean,
I wasn't watching all of the games, so I didn't even know who won the
I low-key do wish we were in the alternate universe where he wins that, because there is one, right? He's so slow.
But that was, they are cooking. 3 wins, like,
regardless of
3 out of 5 wins is just crazy. Like, they're being super dominant. It just kind of sucks in a way that that NA is like just not showing up today. I don't know what's going on with like the big NA teams.
After they had won, like
Pete Poyo,
you know, they're almost like everything's won.
I mean, Clicks is in the top 10, but he's not like.
But it's fine. We've won the tournament. These guys
He's
haven't
not
won the
like,
tournament yet. They need to keep that momentum.
you know,
That's still
like
a great game.
That's right,
doing a whole lot.
One game left to go before we say goodbye for the first half of the day of the competition. You heard that sound. The battle bus
Game
is ready.
6.
Let's get it.
Let's go. Yeah, with top level pros, I can't even do that at the pros. But man, I understand. But they were. Queasy's team is overly dominant right now.
On the
I'd like
battle
to see
bus
it.
to score things out for day 1 here of the FNCS 2025 Global Championship. And Leon has been absolutely electric through all of it. Massive shout outs and love to the fans here in the crowd. But firstly, Jacob, we have to tackle the elephant in the room. It's what's been taking place between Ferdoxy and Payson since we last peeked in over at Kappa Kappa Factory in the previous lobby, but now we're back at home.
I was about to laugh to myself. You're talking about Ferdoxy and Tayson. But what about the 50 other teams that end up over at Rangers throughout the course of the game?
That's what it feels like.
They realize,
Wow.
this
Wow,
game
he slide kicked
goes,
him off the.
typically
Wow.
It might be left to just one person trying to clutch
That's
up,
impressive.
and Ferdoxy gets that first sweep for shotgun.
Tayson's down.
It's gonna work out perfectly. Chicho goes down. Tayson
Oh,
follows
no.
next. That's back-to-back
Oh, no.
eliminations, but Chino's gonna go down. That's gonna give
One's
him an
down.
opportunity back. And if you notice,
Bro, the
Ferdoxy
bugs are
has
griefing
no
so hard.
ammo
No.
in his shotgun, and
He has no
Reyes
mat.
is
Wait, he
trying
has
to take
beds. Why is he not building?
He finally picks up a few,
But they're
the
both.
damage
He's
already
3
begun.
HP.
Perez with only 3 HP, and Pablo and Ferdoxy on the other side are at least a duo, a strong duo at that, and they have a chance here to end the fight, and they do so with ease.
I want to believe, but when Pablo is just that healthy, the outcome is basically inevitable. Ferdoxy, Chino, and Pablo Wingo will play out the duration
Shoot, I forgot I was
of
playing.
Lobby 6, and this time it was so
Oh,
fast
wow.
that Brazil likely won't be able to stroll on over and try to play spoiler.
I mean, I did see in the feed, there was a team that was going in that direction. They saw the fight end in the feed. They said, you know what, maybe next game, maybe tomorrow we'll do this.
Let me the other way.
Yeah, but you see what's going down here right now. They actually chose to split the drop. Toyota, Yume, and Raisei are going to take the top side of Canyon. That comes with the swarm. That comes with a little bit of XP. But Vico, Flixie, and Veno, they're taking actual Canyons crossing. There's a little bit more loot over here for them. And they said, hey, things haven't been going our way in the actual fight. Let's actually try to play some of these games out. And even last game, they did that exact thing, and it worked out. You saw them win that game.
There's still a leaderboard that teams want to play for prizing, Jacob. Even if it might not necessarily be a threat to first, or even the top 3 in general, it's still opportunity for life-changing money.
Oh, nice.
Right?
They're
And
being
epic
overly
will pay
aggressive.
for Victor B.
Oh, they're getting
They're
third
looking
party.
to tackle Razzle, Tete, and Raito, they have primary control of this Dystopia City. They have pushed Raito's team toward the edge, but Epic Whale still needs to try and connect another shot here. He knows that Paper is gonna have that overhead sightseeing, and Razzle, not a whole lot of materials, but Paper
Oh, wait.
trying to stay on top of this fight.
He called him Ritual or not that far away.
More pressure for Victor V to capitalize on.
Oh, wait, that's smart, actually. Nah, Pete still, I think. Well, I don't know. I've seen Ritual and maybe Cold. I didn't see all three of them together. But that's actually smart by Paper's team. By having one of them, like, on height. That way they can kind of watch Peter Boss' team. Like, that's actually smart.
Wags being more than happy to try and collect whatever opportunities come their way. They're willing to try and generate these occurrences themselves, and they are just chasing these teams way out to the outskirts. This is a big commitment, but if they find the eliminations,
They need the
it's all
kills.
worth it.
I like what they're doing here. They're just trying to trust in each other for the most part. One's going to go on over, try to see if they can find him, which it doesn't look like they do. They immediately turn back. It's not worth it in their heads to go for it as Peterbot finally makes his position known.
There we go.
And Cold, and they immediately jump onto Paper.
All right, they got 2 kills.
On top of that, with his building, tagging that team down below was not watching.
Oh, they took out Paper.
Exactly what's going to do him in the end. You see Victor V looking like the only player left alive for his team. He's just trying to disengage and at least try to give him a
Oh, the boss spawned there too.
Still left standing. Bit tragic. The Paper Epic Whale, they just never saw it coming. The Crash Pad Biz combination a little bit too potent here, and Paper punished for that overhead position and not keeping tabs of what's flying through the sky after him.
Honestly, depending on where the zone goes, it's going to help their chances or hurt them for Victor V, trying to get his entire team back into the game. We kind of saw more and more teams throughout the day kind of move over into this position, and that's going to remain the same. One all the way towards the north. Tisco and his trio, literally inside of Ranger's Ruin as well, but they're positioned above. And then for Doxy.
Yeah, the SMG is just not it. He needs an AR.
He's trying to shoot off shots in their direction with that Stinger SMG, so he knows it's not going to get a ton of damage, but anything's better than nothing.
And for Doxy, Pablo and Gina have just been playing whack-a-mole all day long. It's like the moment they take out one team, they still got to deal with another one popping up from seemingly nowhere. And Pablo still working through the lobby. Grise and Coyota going to be victims at the other end of that shotgun barrel, but Yuma still trying to do what he can to pick up the pieces here. It was a nice knock onto Gino. Unfortunately, the 1 versus 2 situation, that's just so hard to convert into a victory there. So they're going to be put down temporarily, but things
Vico's
are
down.
here in the south side.
Yeah, this is not where I expect
Okay, Alex.
and Flixie to kind of end up going all the way towards the south side of the map. That's
They're all empowered.
And Resigns an opportunity to get the early surge, steal away some of this loot. And you can see what Venno, he has really no other choice. He knows the full team is all around, and a third party closed off into the distance.
Bro, this crowd is just like
does have some
crazy.
extra shields, but he doesn't want to give away his position with those audio visuals. Alex finally found him out, and the full team is wiped off from Victory Royale to 30th place.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter where Venno tries to go after that. Alex Resigns and Anon, we're never going to let them leave this vicinity. It's just way too primed up of a chance, and they're not going to come by often, but still, Alex Resigns got to keep open eyes on the map because Mixin and Focus, they might just have a chance to shut down everything that Alex just worked on. Alex spots him out through the window, and Alex not going to be able to get that shot just yet, but still, the damage has been done. Focus, Mixin, they're bailing.
Yeah, and they're only a duo. That's basically giving away your position for Alex and Anon Resigns to make that decision. Do we fight it? Do we beat him on towards the mountain priority position? What's more important here? And I honestly like their decision to close out the day, play a little bit more aggressive, try to get more points.
Oh, one down.
They get the knock onto Focus. Now they're in a 3v1 situation, and they're already spotting Mixin on the other side. He tries to go for the 1v1, the 50-50, and it's so quick. Alex, Resign, and Anon.
Too
they
late.
get their 4th elimination of the game.
And look, the leaderboard might be telling one story, but the real narrative is that Oshi's got some real fighting power with Alex Resigns and Anon. And it's unfortunate that they just haven't had anybody to really get their their surge in, so it's just been so difficult for them to actually
Here's first place.
every single one of their rotates, if they even make it off of their initial drop.
Bro, he looks so young, bro. Swizzy looks like 13. Bro, I'm about to search up how old he is.
Queasy and Merstash, they have been titans
Bro,
of this lobby.
he looks like a
And even
kid.
with Merstash being knocked, no problem whatsoever, because they're not going to be keyed anytime soon. It's just not worth the effort from the team that they're trading blows with. They know it's way too dangerous to actually
Bro,
make
how
that
old is
threat.
Swizzy, bro? There's no way.
Having me ask myself the question in my head for Vortex, Goofy, and Mountain.
No way he's 19. What?
Targeting Queasy and his entire
No way he's 19.
even though that's helping them get some storm surge,
He was
it's
born
helping
April
Queasy,
7th,
Merstash,
2006.
a lot more, and they're bringing it much further on into the game.
Bro, he looks like a kid.
One of the members of OCE Power's team.
I would have never guessed this guy was 19. He's older than me.
They're able to get the queen out of Dystopia City and
Bro,
immediately
this
make
is
their way on
Queasy.
over
I
towards
bet
that
this is
vault,
Swizzy,
where they're
bro.
not
He
only
looks
able to
like
have that
a
mythic
kid.
AR, but they have the exotic as well.
And while we are
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. I would have thought he was like 13, 14, bro.
currently for Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold, the big thing to keep in mind here, Jacob,
Yeah, they need to lock in, bro.
international teams and just other teams in the lobby
It's not looking good for any of my NA teams, bro.
difficult to really find an opening. And you know, you're talking about Goofy and Mountain and what they're capable of, and is this even worth taking the battle? But if they're in a pick your poison situation, they're so far northwest, their only options are Muzz, Mr. Savage, or Queasy, and they just keep landing on Queasy every time, while King and Phaser try to
Isn't
recover
Peterbot
this
17?
battle
I believe
against
so.
Gino
Now
Pablo
that,
for
but
Doxy.
Peterbot looks 17. Swizzy does not look 19 at all.
When it comes to this double pump, it packs so much of a punch. He has Prodoxy and Chino on the slivers of HP, but unfortunately the bait and switch comes through yet again. Pablo, knowing his teammates are weak, takes charge, gets that elimination onto King, leaving Phaser by himself. But it's so early on in the game, Taco. Third zone, one tick. Even though he has only one med kit, I'm not too worried because they're going to have to rotate out of that position.
Look, we know that King is good at fighting, but in this lobby right now, Pablo has just been better with everyone that he stumbled across, and that kind of performance can carry them a long way. It's starting to feel a little reminiscent, Jacob, of that early performance that they had to start this day off. 85 points secured in one lobby. And who's to say that they couldn't do it again?
Yep, you can see Zedief and Panzer have taken the most storm damage of all teams. With the way some of these games have been going, not too surprised. Zone moving towards the north in a couple of games, all the way towards the west. They land at Kappa Kappa. They have a contested fight, and then so many other teams along the way. They almost have no other choice, especially since this has been a huge part of their strategy when it comes to these surge bases, and they have that abundance of extra HP, so it's no worries.
But the conversation that's been building between the SETI-Cammy breakup, and we're looking at both of these separate trios having so much consistent success that they are both within our top 5 here in day one. There's a real
Bro, I'm
chance
cooked tomorrow.
for SETI and Cammy to try and see, you know, who is really the problem. And right now,
Bro, I'm
based off
so
their
cooked
performance, Jacob, I
tomorrow.
don't think either of them were.
Literally, like, at the job I work at is a cross street from my school, and they're partnering with the soccer team here, so they can like come in and order whatever they want. And like literally tomorrow's my first day, so I'm basically gonna be going like I'm gonna be going in, like into work, my first day of work on like a big day, bro.
Uncontested. And honestly, whether it's contested or not, we saw Cold and his trio try to go ahead and make that their home, but that was quick work for them off that 50-50 drop off the side of the mountain. Where you're seeing a
Let's
lot
go,
of our
Clicks.
top teams here, how they're rotating. With
We
the
need a
zone
big
pulling
game,
towards the top.
Clicks.
A lot of them are
Lock
beating
in,
other
boy.
teams to the punch. They're not taking that crowded position in towards the zone.
But this is really nice for Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo as they continue to press forward because they're approaching that mountain range overhead of Foxy Floodgates. They're coming from that north side position, pushing south. They're going to have that little bit of elevation to work with, and we've even got a nice little listening to see what Clicks is getting up to.
They're in streaming.
Yeah, look at them. Look at them.
Shoot. 3, 2, 1. 30.
Nice. Go. Let's go. Let's clash, please.
No. We full grief them.
I like it. They got the damage. And Higgs, for a moment was like, hey, let's go, let's pick up the elimination, let's go and go for more. But they realized they're at the top side of the leaderboard. They don't have to take any unnecessary risk to close out the day. This is game
smart.
6 out of 12.
That
so
is
we got
smart.
6 more games tomorrow.
Right.
And so honestly, for a lot of
The high strat is crazy. Yeah, like look at that gap though. 461, 298, 290. Like, that's actually insane.
Because while they're here tackling Brazil, PH Zen, Phaser already knocked. That's going to be the eliminations there. Excuse me, that's going to be King instead.
Bro, he looks like a kid, bro. No way Sweezy. Sweezy's 19.
And Queasy now on the back foot.
Wait, how old is Mustache, bro? They all look like kids. Where's my phone? Bro, the only one that looks... Wait, hold on.
And for Doxy, he doesn't seem interested in leaving anytime soon.
This is a blessing. This is a blessing for the entirety of the lobby, not just for Doxy, Pablo, and Chino here in this situation. You take them down, and I like taking matters into your own hands because 4th place, 1st place, 1st place, 1st place, 2nd place for Queasy and them off the top
Mustache
of
is
the leaderboard.
18. Bro,
What? To go down early.
Bro, how are these? Like, they look like kids, bro.
Phaser might not even know that there's a whole trio up above, but he might not have the HP. Storm sickness is a possibility. He might have no other
I don't
choice
understand
to move
it, bro.
into this trio.
It's just witnessing what Ferdoxy, Pablo, and Chino are able to accomplish when they finally have an opportunity to make it off spawn, Jacob. They've had to deal with so much action throughout every single one of these lobbies here today, and yet they are still managing to manifest these opportunities for themselves.
You can see they're even so close to Pix, Darm, and Demus, who are playing out of their minds, not just here, but all year long. And you can see the zone moving over towards
Pretty
Demus.
sure there's a 30-year-old playing too. I mean, I wouldn't even be. I'm more surprised about how some of these pros, like, they look like kids, but they're just way older than what they look like.
Get one of those max pulls towards the west, which I do like thinking 2, 3, 4 steps ahead, even though it's relatively early. The 4th zone, you sometimes, with the way this finals has been going, you want to prioritize your rotation and your overall positioning.
Pixstar and Demas, they're just so central right now. They're not really feeling too much pressure to lead just yet, and they're also having to monitor Pixie.
Bro, Clicks is carrying NA right now. Clicks and Kanata, bro. They are carrying NA hard right now.
Trying to see what they can do
because I don't know what Pete or Poyo's team are doing, bro. This is not the grand finals Pete and Poyo, bro, at all. Oh no. Oh no, Savage.
In his favor, but Kadu still relatively healthy in comparison to Savage.
Dang, that sucks,
6
bro.
different crash pads.
He's in a 1v2.
He does have the Flowberry Fizz. But does he have the reboot cards, and does he have a chance to get them? For Tisco and Kadu, they're in a very, very similar spot, but not as drastic. Only
But they are
Striker is
stacked,
down,
bro.
so they are going to be a duo in this situation.
Would be
not
better if
too
they had
far
their
away from the
teammate, but they are
overall zone.
stacked.
So they too, if
Savage
they have
is
that
kind
reboot
of
card,
stacked
they can
too.
immediately move on over towards Ranger's Ruin to try to get that reboot back, and that's exactly what they want to do. Savage has no other choice but go the other direction towards Foxy Floodgates, which is good because now he has a chance for the reboot, but he's moving closer and closer to other teams while being almost 300 damage below the threshold.
Oh,
that's the problem. He's so low on his surge damage, and even with a successful reboot, hold that thought though, Poyo finally seeming to get a nice elimination here onto Kazi, and that kicking open the doorway. They need some kind of catalyst because they've had a very scrambly day so far.
Second time's the charm. Second time is the charm, but they're deep in the zone. Not a lot of heals.
Oh my God, they're about to
Phaser
die.
and King are both relatively low.
Then they just got revived.
Something, but they have nothing. Phaser's gonna be the first one to drop. PHN realized I cannot be the hero. I have to go. He has no heals either. Even though this is a
I think they're
he has
cooked.
about 50 seconds on the clock to either find elimination or find any sort of heals, bandages, anything.
Oh
Bro,
man, Mustache, does he realize what's behind him? But PA Zen, if he gets the jump onto Mustache, that could be very problematic still. Mustache at least has Swizzy
Mustache
and
is
Queasy.
dead. It's a 2-tick.
A good replenish, but Mustache knows it's cooked from this point. He can't press forward any longer.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a reboot later.
Got the down on the Mustache.
He just couldn't find him.
How he was the last one to do damage. PHSN did not know where Mustache was, and even if he did, he wouldn't have gotten the siphon, but he had heals. Mustache being down, now leaves Queasy and Swizzy with a decision. Do we go back into zone? Do we get our teammate back up because no man left behind, or do we continue on as a duo?
Right now, all I'm thinking about is what Ferdoxy, Pablo, and Chino are getting up to, Jacob, because they're really starting to make a tear into this lobby. Garu, Tisco, slight pause here. They pick up Striker, bring him back into the mix. Not a whole lot of resources available
Queasy and
for some of
Swizzy
these
got
teams, though,
going
that are just
second.
hugging the outskirts right now. There's been so many hiccups.
They
across the
may.
way. But Clixie, Yamzo, and Higgs, they've still managed to find their footing on the side of the mountain face at Canyon Crossing.
Yeah, now they're positioned right next to Kanata. That's the knock they got earlier, where they were able to kind of accumulate a good amount of surge. Now they look towards the bottom side of that mountain. Balor, Mantor, and Adapter are the ones that are taking a lot of that focus, and they're inching closer and closer to Gabzera, Scarpa, and Way as well. Kanata knows and sees all the same things along with Rapid and Bolts, if he is still there. And they're all kind of targeting off the side of the mountain, just trying to take advantage of every team that's a little bit too slow to rotate.
It's just so dangerous to go for some of these half-wall edits, the window edits. You peek too long, you might find yourself getting picked off along the way. But right now, Marius, Pixie, Vanya, all they're focusing on is how to find the best success in this last lobby. Doesn't matter how you start, what matters is how you finish, and that goes for day one here at the Global Championship.
That stat was crazy. Even though they're at the top of the leaderboard, they've taken more damage than they've dealt. But that just goes to show like how risky they're willing to play in order to get those eliminations, in order to be able to stay alive and build up that storm surge. As I see Ark taking down Alex, Anon's gonna get taken down by School. Not sure if OCE is still alive, but NA West trying to bring themselves back into this. And just by the looks of it, zone pulling so far away. Queasy, Swizzy, they realize there's no chance to get Mustache back into the game, so we have to make our numbers count.
But without Mustache, Queasy recognizes, hey, I'm gonna have to shift into gear and bring to light what kind of fragging capability I might actually be able to unleash, because some of these other teams that are just doing everything in their power to try and play catch-up, you can never discredit what they might be able to accomplish. For Doxy, Chino, Pablo lurking at the very bottom of it all. They've got so much surge already. They can play fully for positioning, but Cold, Ritual, Peterbot, they
Need
are
something
looking
big from
rough
them, bro.
right now.
Goodness.
They still have a good
They are like at the
chunk of
bottom of the
resources to
leaderboard,
actually
bro. They're looking
bring
like some
their
rookies.
AP back up, but they're still just in such a tight position, and no one is even backing down. All day long, teams have been openly embracing the fight with Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual.
Yeah, drop spot aside, this is a game with the loop.
Oh, there's Peterbot. Yeah, they're not showing him much because he's not doing much, like at all. I don't know what's going on with Peterbot, but it's just not. It's just not it, bro.
Storm surge, but if they were close by, they could probably hear the shields crack, as Victor B is close by as well. I did see a couple of his teammates go down in the feed. I don't know if he's entirely a solo, but hey, it's Vic. Oh, well, no, that wasn't my fault, Taco. That wasn't my fault.
Okay, Ozzy.
That was Ozzy. He's doing a watch party upstairs. It's definitely Ozzy's fault.
Oh, yeah, but for Doxy, though, on the other end, he's actually got a glimpse of Queasy up in the skies. Queasy having been spotted out. He knows this is trouble. We got to start maybe working our way down.
Swizzy need to pop that
This is not the
slurp
spot to
juice.
be, but Chino, Pablo, Ferdoxy, they don't care. They're looking to fully collapse. They see that Queasy is weakened, and they've actually completely
Yeah, they need to take height and win the
position.
game.
But the fact that Queasy and Swizzy are still alive, Jacob, it's still the potential for placement points to keep building.
Yeah, this is almost looking like a full circle moment, because remember, it was Ferdoxy, Pablo, and Chino the one that even took down Mustache in the first place and put him in such a rough spot overall, and they really haven't been able to recover from it since. Take a look at some of the action going down around the lobby. Kanata just taking.
Oh my God! Oh my God! He's him.
Somehow it was easier, and now Kanata's looking to pressure that third elimination. And that's something big for them, because you can see he's all by himself.
Oh, no.
Still taking pressure, still taking damage from all directions, and quickly running out of builds.
But if it resembles a shotgun, Ganada can still max it out, and that's all he's looking for. A couple of Flowberry Fizzes still left at his disposal. Seti, rather weakened, but his trio mates still way too healthy. Panzer and Yapko can just overtake that part responsibility here. Panzer now holding down the walls. Pollo, Agers, Acorn directly underneath. The elevation shifts can be brutal.
Oh, look who it is on height.
Prodoxy all above it all. They have no issues whatsoever, which is suppressing these lower teams.
Lock in, clicks.
This is their time right here.
Oh, no.
Up that leaderboard and hopefully
Fall
maybe
back.
get into the top 5, especially being contested by not only Tayson, but as that fight ends,
Kanada's back and forth.
that direction as well.
Clicks is in 7th. Pollo's in 9th. So he made it to the top 10. They finally locking in and having a better game on the tournament.
254 above the damage threshold.
Oh no, Clicks goes down. The Yamza goes down. Oh, rip, bro.
Storm Surge is a huge thing that's taken them all out as the full trio's back to the lobby. Now Acorn's pressuring in.
No. No. Marius is 1v2ing. Oh my god. Bro, EU is whooping our behinds right now. Holy Christ. Bro.
Now forced to try and see if he can bring it together, but Marius, he's just not
Bro, what? Bro, what is wrong with NA today, bro? NA is just full selling, bro. Peterbot, Code, and Ritual are still alive.
Just continues to spray all those teams making their way towards the front side of zone.
And they even reinforced it on their way on over, patiently waiting for the zone to pull. It's going to work out in their favor for the most part. And you see Pablo right now, he's the one building their top on over because he has the double pump. Letting his teammates put pressure down from above is a huge part of their game plan. As they're 257 above, Swizzy, he has taken down Peterbot. Their third
Oh my god.
game, and they're cruising inside of the top 12. This is what I'm talking about. You cannot expect this team to just go down without a fight.
It's the boost of materials that they have to work with too. Yapko recognizing directly overhead. He doesn't have an opportunity here. Wixie on the other end of his wall. Yapko going to be forced to layer swap here. He is dropping to ultimate low, but he has hardly anything left to work with here, Jacob. Backside of zone. Anyone, it might just be Ping who comes up upon Yapko, but instead it's going to be Marius, Pixie, Vanya. Now looking to play spoiler to these teams in the mid-ground. Marius just continue to tear away at everybody's HP.
Yeah, that double pump.
Bro, I like her accent, bro. I ain't gonna lie, dude. Like, I mess with her accent. I don't know what, like, I don't know, like, what, like, country or part of the world that accent is from, but I mess with it.
No extra build, scrambling around, trying to catch somebody off guard, but it's he who falls to Pixie.
Chino, Pablo, and Prodoxy still in the high ground. Swizzy and Queasy now working through ultimate low. This is a night and day difference for loadouts, but Swizzy still trying to bring it all together. He only has 5 builds, but he has to take a chance to heal, and Queasy picks it up.
No.
He left off. Eliminations onto Tisco now means that Queasy has some material to work with, and Marius, he's torping his way through, but he might just run smack dab center into where Queasy is at. Not to mention Proxy, Pablo, Chino overhead.
This is a good moment for all the players down low. They're just
Oh no.
above, but not too distracted. They drop down. Surprise attack coming from above.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Taken down by Chino, Pablo, Tino. They're the only two
Oh my god. How do you see him? What?
And that one is going to be solidified, and a much-needed siphon comes in just in time. A 2v1 situation, and it's Pix. He's so far out of zone, and the last medkit has already been used. A last desperation attempt to make his way into the zone.
And he's down.
Does not work. Prodoxy, Pablo, and Chino take the game.
They knew that they were going to need an
Ooh,
insane
what a
performance
game.
to close out the day.
And they had a horrible game. They died off spawn in game 1. And they came back and won the game. Wow. That's crazy.
In day 2, first and foremost, though, we got to see what they have to say.
Wow, that is
Prodoxy, stand up for me, please. Cast your minds back
well
to
done,
game
Pablo.
1, where you were quite frankly destroyed off spawn by Tayson. But after that, you managed to turn it around. So many reboots and finally the victory royale. How does that feel?
I mean, after 4-2 off spawn and getting third quite every game, it feels nice to finally like.
I'm telling you, the height is
and
OP.
for you in those final moments as well.
Yeah, bro.
Is the
I can tell.
communication in a busy venue like this on LAN coming naturally? What's it like?
I mean, it's a. Repeat the question, please.
I'm just asking how the comms are going.
Yeah, we can't. Oh, I mean, yeah, the MA fans are nice to have here. It's a good. It's just good vibes. Yeah.
Good vibes, good vibes. Choka.
Très bonne vibe, il vient de dire, vous mettez une très bonne ambiance, le public, merci beaucoup. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Will you manage to have lots of more victory royale? How will you do it?
Can you say it again?
How will you have more victory royale?
For us, it just depends all on the off spawn. If we win off spawn, we're gonna get a good game no matter what, basically.
S'ils gagnent tous ces contests, eh bien, ils vont tout gagner.
Gino, you've had some hero plays today. What is driving you and the team right now after some difficult starts?
I don't know, after this year in EU of my trio, I just feel like we're the best trio here and nothing can stop us.
So tomorrow, more victory royales to prove your domination.
For sure, for sure.
Well, congratulations, guys. One more time, Leon, please. Pablo, Gino, and Franoxy! Let's head back to the desk.
Dude, we gotta give him a hand, right? I mean, come on. The final game of the day to get a victory royale in that fashion. And guys, 19 eliminations.
Wait, what?
Happening?
Oh, it's ridiculous. It really shouldn't be allowed. I mean, you look at these guys earlier on when they won their first game off spawn, right? Obviously, Tayson came out, you know, off the blocks hot, but then those guys won game 2 and they were being so aggressive. Yeah. And I was like, okay, they're trying to make up for lost time here. I mean, this was another example of that. These guys have this ability. If you watch EU over the past 2 seasons, you'll know they have this ability. But again, to have the hubris to do this
Clix always
at the
loses.
Global Championships, at the biggest event of the year.
Yeah, I don't know. I hope NA can turn something around tomorrow. I still don't like. I mean, I had a feeling the top 10 was going to be split between NA and EU, but like right now, I have like zero faith anyone from NA is going to come in top 3. Because no one in NA is in top played good today. Like no one in NA played good today. Pete's team played horribly. Poyo's team, they're like 9th right now. Let me see. Clix's team, they're like 7th, and then Kanada's team is like 4th. So I mean, we got some NA teams or the best NA teams that are, you know, up there, but it's not looking good. It's not looking good for NA like at all. It's not looking good, and that's what like kind of sucks because like I was really rooting for NA. Mainly Peterbot because he's the defending, you know, what's the name? Like he's the defending champion. Yeah, NA is cooked. Like look, as you can see, we got what? We got Squeezy's team in first by almost 200 points. We got Vanier's team in second, and then we got Seti's team in third. They're only less than 10 points away from each other. Then you got Pix's team in fourth, Kanada's in fifth, so he's still representing NA. Then we got Ferdoxy and Veno, which are both EU teams, I believe, and then Clix is 8th, Cammy is 9th, and then Poyo's 10th.
It cannot.
So it's kind of looking cooked for NA, bro.
Queasy and Swizzy were able to do.
And then Peterbot's nowhere to be found. He's probably 30th or something. Like he's at the bottom of the leaderboard.
To me, that's actually the most important game. That's the game that if they go on to win the global championship, now you look back at that game and you say, this was it, right?
Yeah.
Because truly, a lot of people will look at a lot of their performance today and go, Levin, their game plan is so straightforward, right? You know, they're sitting up in that base at the hive. It's so easy for them. A lot of other teams can't do that, right? But they have a game like that one where the game plan gets interrupted. They can't do what they've been doing the previous 5 games, and they still find a way to deliver. Again, the makings of, you know, just an absolute goated team.
It sends a message, right, to the rest of the lobby. No matter what's going to happen, even if we get into fights, they have the ability to sort of disengage, dip from the fight, find reboots, have that gameplay IQ that we know that this team can do. But now, going into day number 2, if a team's a little bit lower down, this drop spot that they have at the hive, right? They have the queen there. They have all of that great loot. We've seen it be so successful for them. Will they get landed on? I'm not too sure, but
we need some big changes to happen.
And Levin, how many points back
during
in
day 2?
How many points did Peterbot Pollo go into day number 2 with?
Last year, after day 1, we were all sitting here going, wow, Peterbot Pollo, man, these guys are going to go on to win the whole thing. They had about 440 points, right? These guys have 500 plus. These guys are rolling right now.
Bro, like, look at Swizzy, bro. Like, he looks like a kid. And, like, Mustache kind of looks his age. Like, I would think Queasy is, like, in his, like, early 20s, maybe 19 at the latest. But, like, bro, he just looks so young. It's like, I don't understand.
I mean, guys, we've got to hear from Queasy himself. Frankie is standing by right now to get his thoughts after the first 6 games.
The king of the high ground has joined me and Choka back in the player lounge. Queasy, last year it was day 2 where you had to make up the shortfall, but on day 1 you're sitting clear at the top of the leaderboard by 101 points.
Oh my God, what?
I hope so. I mean, I think we're gonna change a lot of stuff for day 2. Make sure our plans are perfect for like any sneak attempts and stuff like that. And we'll see tomorrow.
So the changes is not because the current game plan isn't working, it's because of the fact that now you know that there's a target on your back.
Yeah, I think so. But like, I
Oh
mean, I
my
feel like
God,
we're so far
what?
ahead that if people are like actually trying to land on us and do stuff like that,
I
they just play great for themselves.
Oh
more than
yeah,
us.
I can't wait.
I don't know.
But we haven't seen you contested yet.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we haven't.
We will see.
We've seen the Major 2 and Major 3.
We have, but not on LAN. Choka, go on.
And so you'll change maybe few things, but are you confident for tomorrow that you'll keep your consistency during the games?
If we play our early and mid game the same, yeah, easily.
All right, so for you, confidence is a key, or it's more training?
I mean, it's all practice. Practice makes perfect.
Looking at the lobby so far, who do you think is potentially going to be a threat? And
I think
who
if
do you
none of them
could
died, they
sneak
could have
attack
won
you
so
tomorrow?
much.
I don't
Wait,
know.
what do you mean
Half the
exactly?
lobby, but
Like who?
We'll see, I guess. I don't know. I guess going into it, I thought it was Vanya, but they're kind of like staying on low ground, so I think we're fine.
Yeah, last year they were all about the high ground, but now they'll take what they can get, and they are coming up behind you, so we'll see tomorrow. Queasy, congratulations. Let's head back to the desk to close out day 1.
You know, one of my favorite things
Like
about
Queasy's
Queasy
teammate?
is the fact that, like, even
Yeah.
when you show up on the biggest
I can
stage
understand
that there
that.
is, and you win 3 games back to back, you're still ice cold. You know, you're still just calm, cool, and collected. I feel like if that's me and I just put on that performance, I'm geeking, right? I'm freaking out. I'm excited. I'm trying to keep the emotions back, but I can't. But Queasy's like, hey, look, there's still 6 games tomorrow to go, Zeke. If I want to win this thing, I got to stay locked in.
Yeah.
First things first, you'll find any reason to geek out, Zeke. We know that.
Fair.
But most importantly, job's not finished.
Yeah.
Job finished? I don't think so. He knows that. Queasy knows that better. Queasy knows that better than anyone, right? He's had to go to the last game of Global Championships multiple times, so he will be locked and loaded. I like Frankie's line of questioning, though, because this is something we have to start talking about now.
Yeah.
If these guys keep on leading the way, are people going to start looking at the hive? Is anybody crazy enough to decide, hey, man, we got
No, they're gonna get contested tomorrow. There's no doubt. I don't know who's gonna contest him.
No, you
but
can.
They're gonna get contested
Yeah,
tomorrow.
I mean, we'd love to see
There's
it, right, as a
no
neutral
way.
viewer, but I think for them,
Because if they
going
don't
crazy,
get
they would prep for
contested,
that outcome, that possibility, right?
say
They would
all
prep
6
every single
games, they're gonna
possibility in
pull
that
away
current
with it.
off-spawn situation.
It's
So
gonna be
I don't
like
think
they're
that'll
gonna
bring
win.
them nerves at all. I think
There's
you know,
no way they're
Cruzy
not
spoke
contested
really
tomorrow. They
well on
gotta
that
be
interview right
contested
there, and you
tomorrow.
need that from your IGL. I know you're
Yeah,
saying like,
everyone
oh,
knows now.
I'd be going crazy, right?
Yeah,
but, you know,
it
you
would.
need that
I
sort
wouldn't
of calm
understand. Like,
force in the team,
I
that
wouldn't
calm
understand
nature
why they
that
wouldn't
Cruzy
be
has is gonna be
contested.
so
Like, they
crucial.
gotta be
Like you
contested
said,
tomorrow.
It's all about that experience that he's had. Maybe
Because
not
nothing
doing
else
so
would make
good, maybe not
sense.
getting- maybe
Leaving
getting
him
ahead of himself
uncon there,
after
as you
number
can
one,
see, they
it's
have
now
a
forming this sort
500
of
point
personality, if you like.
lead on
Yeah,
most of
I
the
mean,
lobby,
look,
almost 200 point lead
ultimately,
on
we
second
might
place.
be looking at our next global champions, and I'm okay.
So-
Weezy, you can continue to be like that. Be ice cold. Maybe we can finally get EU a title. I'm just
Yeah.
kidding anyway. I'm Team E, by the way, now. I've jumped ship. I'm on
We're
their
not
side.
letting you on the ship no more, man. The ship sailed. The ship is long gone.
Man overboard, and it's Zeke quite quickly.
Well, Fortnite fam, that wraps up day number 1 on the Fortnite Global Championships. Tomorrow we return with 6 more games. After those 6 games, we will know who will walk away as global champions. Tomorrow we'll be back, we'll set the stage, we'll get some more games, and then we'll wrap up with some incredible Fortnite action. With that being said, as always, until tomorrow, we love you, keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on that battle bus.
All right, chap. Oh, it's been a long stream. I appreciate all of you guys that was watching. I appreciate all the new subs. Thank you. We hit 20 likes this stream. Thank you guys for that too. I'm definitely excited for day 2. I think it's gonna be really good. Yeah, it's gonna be really good. I can't wait to see it. I will be live tomorrow. The only thing is I'm probably gonna miss. Well, I am gonna miss game 1 of day 2 because I have to work tomorrow. So I work from 7:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. So by that time, it'll be game 1 should have already been played, and probably I'll go live in the middle of game 2 or right before game 2, because like today it was an hour of them just talking before they started game 1. So game 1 didn't start until like 11-ish, give or take. So I'm gonna miss game 1, and I'll probably be on for game 2. If not, then I'll get on as soon as I can, probably as soon as I get back home, or back in my dorm. And yeah, I'm very excited for day 2. It's gonna be really good. And I appreciate you guys for watching. I love all of you guys. Thank you for all the recent support. It was crazy. Yesterday's stream went crazy. Hit a career high of 5.4K views. Like, that was insane. Crazy stream, and I just appreciate all the support. I'm just overly thankful. And yeah, and I'll see you guys tomorrow with another stream. Good night, or have a good day, everyone.